Hello, good day and welcome to the European Cricket Network. Big day here in England as we get ready for the start of match day 4. We started the group stages with 5 teams, but only 3 will go into finals day tomorrow. I'm Rico Full, you're watching the European Cricket Series England, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
That's right, a super important match day 4 coming up. We're going to start with Tunbridge Wells taking on Spencer. Now, these two teams started off this series in England in match number 1 on match day 1. And what I can tell you on that day, it was Tunbridge Wells that got the better of Spencer. Huge day, though, for Tunbridge Wells. They'll be well rested. We did not see them in action yesterday. So they're coming into today knowing that they have 3 matches to play. And if the results go their way, currently sitting outside the top 3 in the 4th spot, they can certainly elevate themselves into a place where they come back here tomorrow. But they're up against Spencer. Spencer themselves know that at the moment, having played a match more than Tunbridge Wells, they are sitting ahead of them. They're sitting in the all-important 3rd spot here at the moment. But can they get one over Tunbridge Wells? The last time these two teams met, it did go in favour of Tunbridge Wells. So let's see how it goes this time. First, though, the 2 captains, they are in the middle with the tournament referee Ian Rummage. Let's join them for the all-important coin toss.
Tunbridge Wells, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Spencer, the away team, you'll call. There you go.
Tails.
Tails has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
We're going to have a ball first.
Okay, toss won by Tunbridge Wells. Who's going to bowl first?
Tunbridge Wells winning the toss and deciding they will field first. No surprises there at all. One thing that we've noticed about the weather here, and it's not something that surprises me because having played cricket for a long time here in England, I know that you have a lot of days like this, a lot of cloud cover to start off with, and that to me means that that ball early on from the seamers will move around. So Tunbridge Wells looking to do the same that they did way back in match number 1. Put Spencer in, contain them to a score of less than 130 and then go on to win the match. That's what they did last time, Spencer. They batted pretty well in the first match. They got to a score of 126, but it wasn't enough. Tunbridge Wells not just winning, but winning by 10 wickets. On that day, both the Smiths for Tunbridge Wells were in good form, Dave Smith and Sam Smith. But one man to look out for, and again, he's been key all the way through for them, has been Freddie Freeman. Spencer, they've had some issues. I mean, availability for all the teams has been an issue. We're going to see players come and go. But Spencer, back on that day, I think Will Dekhani was in very good form. So was Archie McPherson. But they're looking for somebody to help them get the acceleration on with the runs. Let's see who that person is going to be. Maybe it's going to be somebody like Mansfield that can come out and score some important runs for them. One guy, though, that I am really looking forward to seeing, and we've seen a lot of juniors playing in an array of teams out here, is maybe young Zakihullah Orikakil. He's only 18 years old. I like what he's doing. He took 3 wickets yesterday. Maybe today, with the conditions the way that they are here today, it could be a big one for them. Well, it was a big day yesterday. I had a nice day off, and Charlie and Vinny covered very well for me. There was plenty of action, wasn't there? But not just on the field of play, off the field of play as well. Well, I got a little early morning phone call from Charlie saying, Rico, you left a cover for me. It was a little bit of an SOS. I'm keen to find out why. I'm sure you're keen to find out why as well. And Charlie joins me in the cube. Charlie, over to you. I can tell you the news from the middle is that Tunbridge Wells will have a bowl first. Charlie will take you through the scores, but also give you a little insight to what happened yesterday.
Well, I can tell you what happened yesterday. It was the fact that I did need a bit of an emergency stop off this morning. Had to head to the dry cleaners, didn't I? There were grass stains all over my trousers, as unfortunately I put a catch down. I'm open to admitting it. It happened. It is what it is. We move on. These are lovely shots, though, of course. Very good morning to everyone around the world, whether it be tuning in on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. This is what happened yesterday. Twickenham, they took on Wimbledon in that first game of the day, of course. Match 11, and it was Wimbledon getting the win there, and you kind of felt that that 120 score maybe just wasn't going to be enough, and that ended up being the case as they chased it with 5 deliveries to go. Steve Reeves, top scoring for Wimbledon. It was a good day for Wimbledon, to be honest, not relying on their lone player of Mr. Boyle, or one of the two anyway. And then Wimbledon yet again proving very, very promising as they chased the 130 set by Spencer. Gert Oosthuizen was the top scorer. He played some lovely shots in that one. That game was, of course, the game where we had Charlotte Taylor, and a very big shout out to Charlotte Taylor. Did a great job, and it was a pleasure to meet her for the first time as well. But Wimbledon getting the 6-wicket victory that time around against Spencer. Game 3 was Hornchurch yet again looking to try and change their fortunes. Just couldn't get going yet again. You can see there Hogarth's top score with 35, but just 82 on the board. Twickenham chased it in that 6th over. Francis Foire was able to hit some nice runs for 67 off just 22. Arthur George bowled okay for 13, but no one else really getting going nicely with the ball. Harry Hankins, of course, came in for his first involvement in the tournament and didn't really go too well. As for the 4th game of the day, Spencer again took on Hornchurch, and once more Hornchurch didn't even reach 100, and that loss pretty much all but confirmed the fate of Hornchurch in this European Cricket Series. Spencer, though, very impressive victory for them. That was actually their first victory in all honesty on the network, so they were really able to bring a bit of form into the next couple of days, of course, and, well, form didn't follow them into the next one. It was a close contest in a game where Vinny was already packed up and ready to go by the 5th over of that last innings. He wanted to get away to his social event in the evening. But Twickenham, just by 3 runs getting the victory. It was that last over, wasn't it, of Adam Mather. Didn't pick up the all-important wickets, but he kept things quiet. This is the state of play this morning after we run the last bit of action before finals day tomorrow, of course, as Hornchurch, Tunbridge Wells and Wimbledon will play their last games, as will Spencer. Talking of Spencer, these are the lineups this time around. And you can see there a couple of ins as Wagstaff comes in for Spencer, as does Elliot Deeks, of course. And this time around, good couple of changes for Tunbridge Wells. Michael Waller comes in and takes the armband for his first time here this week. Henry Smith, Ian McLean also coming in, Aaron Wadegay and Kane Horwell also coming in. So Tunbridge Wells changing things up here, a few different names to look out for, but certainly set to be a very, very exciting day of cricket yet again. A very good morning to everyone and a very good morning to Rico, who joins me back in the commentary box.
Yes, good morning everyone, good morning world, and good morning cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, aibawan, vanakkam. It's good to be back. Not a cloud cover around.
Shock.
Have to admit, the forecast is not the best, but it's only a forecast, Charlie.
Yeah, only a forecast. At the same token, we've been pretty lucky. Yesterday, first full day of action, so we'll be looking forward to keeping things going as we're going to start us off here then. As Tunbridge Wells up against Spencer in the first game of the day. This is going to be dragged into the onside. And, well, good luck trying to tell the two teams apart due to the pretty similar nature of the colours. Tunbridge Wells 65% to 35% for Spencer.
Hey, he had a cracking finish last night. I thought for a moment, golden ball alert. I mean, but Spencer, who were in action yesterday, I mean, they won one match, didn't they? Convincing win over Hornchurch, but they really should have really got that win over Twickenham, needing just 7 of the last.
Yeah, they should have, but it was great bowling from Maythra, it really was, as Waller starts off well. And again, this time just back of a length. Adams takes the second ball, just pushes it away. That'll be a dot. Of course, Tunbridge Wells, young side. They're up with a bit of youth at times, but as you mentioned, Rico, it is that battle to get into that all-important third spot. Into the covers again, well fielded. They'll take on the single. Could be close here. Throw not on the target.
Yeah, I mean, if that hits, I think it would have been curtains for the banner running into trouble, Johnson. But they do get there. Yeah, Troy Johnson, when we saw him earlier, he was pretty good. So they need something special from him. But yeah, just going back to that from Spencer, one thing that the person that they miss probably was the performer of the day yesterday was Freddie Hawley.
Up in the air. This is going to get through the covers. This will run away. And it's a bit of a moist outfield. And, oh, I think he's flicked this over the rope. Yeah, and he has. That's going to be 4. A little bit disappointing for Zach Webb. He's a bit of a whippet in the field. Couldn't quite get there. First 4 of the morning.
Yeah, he flicks his bat. I think he's okay, but the backspin on it, and then the fielder who's backing up here just can't grab it before it hits the rope. So that's going to be 4 carreras. So we're off and running, folks. There's
something on this. Have a look. This is one that's going to go all the way to the rope, and it is going to be runs off the bat then. And very warm welcome to everyone in the chat, of course. Good morning to Shark, to Kroom, to Rich, to Rob, to Jacob, and a couple of discussions going on early on in there, just talking about how people think that Hornchurch, due to already, of course, winning the ECL this year, meaning that they're putting their sort of second side out here, of course. The winner of this tournament doesn't go through as the other representative of England. That, of course, will be the T20 national champions. So no stress in that respect. But, yeah, still pride to play for. These are the total sacks, and we've got up there to 200 exactly.
Yeah, 201 with that big one that was hit here today. That's quite good. Maximum rate, that's pretty high. You know, I know that we got spoiled in Estonia when we were going over 10. But still, here, with the calibre of bowling, that's a good rate. Over 2,600 runs already, and I think by the time today's over, probably be around about close to that 3.5 mark, maybe more. It was a big day for the batters.
Yeah, it certainly was. But yeah, that maximum rate's actually just slightly dropped after yesterday, which is a little bit interesting. I guess maybe more games played means that it is going to slowly drop. But it looks as if we're going to go to Ian McLean. He starts well outside the off stump. Adams looking to play into the onside. Doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, good bit of movement there. And that's what I'm expecting to see throughout the day here. Early on, the seamers are using the conditions and getting that ball to seam around.
Yeah, overhead conditions, very much cloudy, very overcast. Don't think we're going to see the sun too much today, so do bring your layers if you're going to come down and join us here at Rains Park. This one's over the top. This is going to race away. This is going to be 4 carreras as Adams picks up his first boundary in the game.
Yeah, he gets a good swivel on this. He does a little bit of the MJ. Oh, as this one races to the boundary. Very good timing. I mean, the fielder does react to it, but I think in all fairness, this ball has gone past him before he even gets a look in.
How impressive is it to see that Spencer and Twickenham at the top half of the table, considering it's their first time here on the network?
Yeah, just watch this shot again. Yeah, very quick on it. The bowler comes back again to try and make amends. Still down on the leg side this time, but just a single.
Yeah, Sam Smith will do the word. No, not the Sam Smith, a different one. But yeah, it's great. I love seeing the fact that, you know, Twickenham coming in, a bit of the unknown about them, really. Of course, known well in the domestic sense, but not on the network, and no one was really expecting much of them from a T10 aspect. Same for Spencer. Yeah, of course, they're proving to be pretty natural hitters. Come to sort of expect that, really, with the sort of talent and natural skill on show as well. Well, got him. And I was saying about natural talent and hitting abilities. That one, not quite the best example of it, as Johnson very much hoiks across the line, if I'm being honest. It's a pretty ugly shot. Maybe just skids on a little bit. McLean, not the tallest of bowlers, so just skids on through. But it will be the first wicket down, as Johnson will go for 15. It is 21 for 1.
Yeah, McLean cleans up Johnson. That's what he does. He's a cleaner, and he likes to clean up these batters. And that just full and straight. It's not the best of shot from Johnson. I think he'll know that when he looks at this again. He just, no real foot movement. He's playing down the wrong line. He needed to get across. And Timber, the stumps get knocked over. Loving that banner, by the way. Stronger together. Let's play cricket.
Yeah,
yes, indeed.
You wouldn't have seen these. These were put up just yesterday. So there you go. Talk about yesterday. Let's get it out of the way. What did you get up to?
I went and saw some family in the Colindale, North London area. So I took the rail and the underground. Underground hasn't changed, so I can confirm that. It's exactly the same.
Booth, the skipper, in at 3. And he's just going to drop this into the onside. He'll get off the mark straight away.
But what has changed, and quite dramatically, is the skyline. The skyline around, I mean, taking the train into Waterloo. Vauxhall, for example, I mean, it's like, I could have been in San Francisco. The sky, I mean, the amount of high-rise buildings. And, well, the amount of this sexy cricket we've seen played has been pretty high as well. High calibre. And now it's Adams' turn to go sexy as he plays a nice shot. We've got to say, out of all the places we've been, I mean, England, for me, is going to be known as the place where they play sexy cricket, because the batters love going funky.
Yeah, they certainly do. That's going to be the end of the over then. And that's going to be 26 for 1. And yeah, there's just a look at it. And this is what they're playing for here. Of course, a victory for either side would either keep Spencer in at 3 or boost Tunbridge Wells up to 3rd. So, I mean, it would be interesting to say that, you know, the 2 previous winners of the European Cricket League in, Hornchurch and then obviously Tunbridge Wells, but maybe not getting into finals there. I don't think anyone was expecting that, as this one is going to be Michael Wally yet again, the skipper here today.
Yeah, we've seen the battle of the 2 captains here then, are we? So Booth against Walla. And
that one's just gets a bit of turn, a bit of grip and a bit of bounce. Pretty good delivery, if I'm being honest. Gives it a bit of height as well and gets it above the batter's eye line.
Yeah, he just floated that one up a little bit more, just drifted it into him. But wasn't able to adjust to the pace.
Now asking the question, probably impact just outside the line, but we've seen that shot attempted many a time here this week. That one not the more successful attempt from Booth.
Yeah, not a bad shot to play to the ball that he received, but didn't execute it well.
Premeditated, isn't it? Big time. Now in the slot, and he's going to drive this right nicely. McLean is there, does the work, cleans everything up, does the old hard yards. It probably would have been close, this one.
Yeah, it would have been close. You know, I get the feeling that the bat sort of starts to go down after the ball more or less goes past him. So
we would have been gone, by the way, by a long old way.
Yeah, good work from Spring Media there. This one is back to McLean again. And McLean, he cleans up a second time. Doesn't let the ball get past him.
How many times are you going to use that in the next 10 overs? I reckon 5.
Hey, let's talk about something else.
Go on then.
Let's talk about something else.
What do you want to talk about? Oh,
well, he's known as the man who wears the bright coloured suits. He's known as the man who invented the Maximo, but I believe now we're going to call him the Minimo.
No, we're going to call him the Maideno. That's what we're going to talk about.
Well, Minimo, because there wasn't too many that he scored. And Maiden, of course, I weren't there because I was with family. Tell me where you went and give us the insight to this.
So 28 for 1 after 3. Yeah, we had a really nice crew time out of it yesterday at Sixes Cricket in London Bridge. And, really loved being there. We were really well looked after. Huge shout out to Pavel, actually. Pavel, who's here at the moment. He helped us out in getting a nice booking there. And Yeah, I tell you what, we had a great time, and we played the sort of 6 balls per person. You sort of go through, or 7 of us. And on the second or third time attempt, Mr. Maximo, guess how many runs he got? Guess. Nada.
0.
He got nothing.
0.
He got a maiden. 0 off 6. And he won't. I tell you what, we won't be letting him live it down because it was pretty interesting. He'll have other words to say about it. There's a bit of leg spin, and this is going to get turned around the corner, and this is a little bit unfortunate this time, as this is going to run away, and this is going to be 4-2 Adams as the leg spin of Gupta starts us off.
The thing is, we got the I wasn't there, but I've seen it because we have the evidence. So Maximo he went with his brightly coloured suit there, by the way.
Yeah, he didn't change. Everyone else changed but him.
And he was swinging, and I mean, he hit a few, but they always say, look in the book, and the book said, blah, blah, nada.
See if I can find this.
Mr. Maximo, nada.
I won't play the audio, but this is all you need. So he comes out of the cage. He's not too happy. Talks to us he tries to run us through it, but then look, I zoom in on the screen. There's Pablo. I zoom in on the screen. Mr. Maximo, look. There's Mr. Maximo there. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. There is evidence. Thank you very much. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
The perfect maiden. The perfect maiden. Well, Maximo, I know he would have hated that.
I tell you honestly,
because he does like to put on a show, it.
Loves to put on a show, and you also know that he'll like to give a bit of stick to everyone that's there.
Yeah.
I was given it 2 times. I was in his ear non-stop, and he wasn't a fan.
I tell you what, he's not into later, right?
Yeah.
Why don't we just put some little signs up?
What, just
Maiden?
No, I reckon
Mr. Maiden?
We just need to get a couple of pieces of paper and just in the cube, just put them one on the top there, one in the corner. Just write Maiden on it and just see how long it takes.
I like it.
Six papers, Maiden.
Maiden. Yeah.
Maybe just put it up there. We'll see if it's on the camera. That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
I reckon the M now stands for Maiden. There was no.
Do you know what you can do?
What?
This is a great one, right?
Yeah.
And maybe we'll have to try and work it out. So obviously, you know how you have to put in who's presenter, who's comms, whatever.
Yeah.
Put Mr. Maideno.
Mr.
That's such a good idea. This one over the top of the offside is going to get over the in-ring. It's going to run away up the hill. And, Zach Webb, you've got to feel for him. He's putting in those yards, but he just can't get there yet again. It's going to be 4 more.
It's going to be 4. No Maximo. Well, no Maximos. It's Mr. Maiden. But look, both of you let me down yesterday.
Why?
Because I heard about no Maximos for Maximo. Then I heard about you. All you've done when you're with me is harp on about, I want to take a catch. I want to take a catch. You sent me an SOS this morning. Rika, can you cover for me? You tell me what happened. I said, no way, not Charlie. Then I get here to the ground and said, yeah, it's true. And if you want to know what happened, cue it up. This is what happened to Charlie yesterday.
You're not doing this to me, are you?
This is what happened to Charlie yesterday.
Oh, wow, Rika. How can you do this to
Because
me?
I ain't seen it yet. There you are. You put it down. Worse is yet to come. You're on your back.
Look at the stage.
You're really your trousers. And look at Paolo here. Paolo here. He comes and wants to spike you. Well, Charlie, how could you? You've been waiting for this moment for so long.
Can I just say that I was stood where I was there, as this is Freddie Freeman who's going to come on. Yeah, it's a good start. I was stood behind Paolo when that came off the bat, and I had to make all that ground all the way around.
Are you making excuses?
No. Shush.
No excuses.
Shush. And I went round and protected the scorers, took the sting out of it, and meant that they didn't have a broken shin.
Easy way to solve this. I'm looking at Paolo. Paolo is a sitter, right?
No, sitter is.
He says it was easy. Look at Paolo there.
Sitter's a joke.
Look at Paolo. He's saying.
Hey, listen, Paolo and I spoke about this at length. I said, how many catches have you taken? He said, I've done loads. I've played loads of games. I said, okay, how many have you taken by a tent? He said, none. I said, thank you very much. Be quiet.
How many have you taken?
None.
How many chances you had?
1.
How many chances you had, Paolo? None, right?
No.
Because me and Paolo, we're mature gentlemen. We know.
What am I then?
Unless you're training and taking catches, leave them alone, because the likes of Rika will ridicule you if you drop them. Now, you've been going on and on at me everywhere I go with you.
No,
starting in Hungary.
You are right.
Starting in Hungary. I'm going to take the side.
No,
you get your chance, you put it down.
You are right.
And then you dirty your trousers. You dirty your trousers.
That was the worst part.
And you could have told me last night. I could have prepared for this morning. You tell me this morning with a little SOS. I've dirtied my trousers. I thought you had an accident. This is nicely played. It's going to be 4 runs. Good bit of timing. Good shot.
This is going to be cuatro más. And, listen, you are right. I know I should have taken it. But It sent me back £10.50. So if anyone wants to put a donation in the old super chat, it'd be greatly appreciated.
£10.50. How'd you get to that?
£10.50.
How did it get to £10.50?
Because I need it for tomorrow, and I said I'd pay extra. So
we're talking about the laundry bill.
this could be a catch here. And it is going to be a catch. It's a really good one down at the deep there at third man. And the uppercut doesn't quite work for Booth, so 4 and out for him. Again, disappointing really in the context of a T10 game. Goes for 7 off 12.
Yeah, I think Chris Booth probably wanted to get too funky. He missed out on a couple of dot balls trying to go funky. And just once he gets a boundary, you thought, right, he's got his timing now. Maybe you're going to see better from him. It's not a bad looking shot. It's a very good catch, actually, because this one, I think, he's a little bit wind-assisted to the fielders, going a bit quicker than he expects, but that's nicely taken. I think that's Gupta out there. Good catch. Yeah,
it's travelling, especially with that wind, as you say, Rico. So it's a good catch. You are correct, and you kind of just feel that now, just getting themselves back into this. Freeman, yet again, you can't take out of him. And this is a good point, by the way. We mentioned Finals Friday and the fact that it is, of course, the NCAA 11 that's coming out. And we know that the NCAA, we spoke about this in Estonia, doing the Challengers sort of series at the moment, where they basically just go up and go up against the good sides. And Dan Lincoln scored 70 against Sussex last night. So he's in good form coming into tomorrow. As this is Evans, he's going to start with a drop into the onside for 1. And that will be the end of the over. It is 45 for 2 at the end of 5. And we can probably welcome you into the commentary cube here for the first time today.
You talk first. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Well, we've done a lot of talking. Charlie, well, I forgive you. But look, I did say one thing, that if we were here, that we couldn't go. Look,
let's not tease me with a good time there, mate. Let's not do that. Anyway, that is going to be another 6. So back-to-back hit. You're really not having fun here, are you?
I'm not. I can't hear because this doodah is not working, so I can't hear. Some would say that's a good thing, but the box is not playing. Talk a little.
Okay, this one tries to get funky. Doesn't come off though, but they'll get a run here. And again, this would probably just be a bye, I'd imagine. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I put some. The old tape does wonders for everything. Yeah, but UK, the amount of building and construction, I can't believe it. It's just skyscraper after skyscraper.
The way I describe Wembley at the moment, as this one again goes large. This is power and muscle, brute force from Evans. He forces this onto the onside. What a way to end the over. It's almost a magical one. Goes for 19, and it will be the end of the over. It is 64 for 2.
Well, that one I think could have been gained at Wembley. That's gone a long way. Yeah, tell me about. I mean, I know Wembley really well from the younger days.
Wembley's changed completely from when you were last there. So obviously you've got Wembley. You've got Wembley, main Wembley, like Wembley Central, which is pretty much the same as what it has been for years. But Wembley Park, we call it Lego City, just because I haven't been there in probably 4 weeks. I reckon I'll go back. There'll be a new building. It's just non-stop, and it looks like a Lego building as well, because everything's just high and up.
Yeah, from what my family were telling me, that these buildings, they're literally, like you say, they're like blocks. They just put them on top of each other. They already come made, and these apartment blocks are coming up in no time at all. But so, yeah, it's a bit of a shame really, because a lot of things that I remember. Oh well, that one is a little bit too spicy. A little bit of masala here, and from the bowler Freeman, and Adams doesn't like it.
Yeah, not a fan of this one. Just sort of rushes him a little bit. That'll wake him up on this early. Well, I say early, it's gone 10 o'clock, but early for some. Freeman yet again. Oh, looks to go funky and gets it. This is really nice. This will be 1 bounce 4. Not too much you can do with that. It wasn't exactly a poor delivery, but just helped on its way. And that will be 4 more.
It seems to be beautifully done. Oh, I like it. It's holding the pose as well. Holding the pose.
Bit of the old Zorro about it. I don't know why, but it's just a dun 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 dun. You cannot hear me. No, you poor thing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hear me now. And if I touch it, it's probably going to go again.
Don't, because you would have been on this side yesterday, were you?
I could hear everything.
I was going to say you messed it up, didn't you?
No, I haven't touched it. I haven't touched it. Oh dear. I tell you what was weird going on Comcam on that side. I've definitely got a good side and a bad side.
So Chalk Farm, is it still there?
Who?
Was it Chalk Farm? Did they call it Chalk Farm, Wembley? Chalk Hill, Chalk Farm?
Not a clue, mate.
So it's gone then.
Not a clue.
It used to be a nice area, not. Let's just say that.
Wembley is an interesting area. Wembley Park. Wembley, this is the way I describe it to sort of people that have asked, what do you think? And I say, look, Wembley Park's lovely. As soon as you leave the from the Wembley Park station, you go all the way in, you go past the designer outlet. As soon as you walk past the designer outlet, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't really bother, to be honest. Last delivery. It's been a very good spell, though. He does go for 4 and 6, but in the over and just a single. But then again, with that tight first one from Freddie Freeman, yet again, he'll go for just 17 off his spell. He'll pick up a wicket as well. It is 7 overs down. It's 75 for 2.
Yeah, and you can follow us on our road, on the journey. Of course, that we are here in England. The night series is still going to have there in Portugal, in Coimbra, but Netherlands, plenty of T20 action there. I'll be making my way to Cyprus tomorrow to start that off on Saturday. Then, of course, we also have action from Czechia, Romania and Hungary. So plenty of cricket coming your way.
Absolutely. At the moment, they're going to go to Mark McLean, who's going to take this next over. And hey, you missed, by the way. You weren't here for... Oh, I'll come after this one. This is a full toss. Slapped, and there's Smith again. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, you can hear me.
I wasn't here for...
You weren't here for me getting my last results.
Your last results? Well,
Yeah.
there was more.
There was one more. There was my dissertation.
No, I'm expecting it to be another distinction.
I am on my way to a first, yeah.
Yeah.
On my way.
There
Pretty
you go.
much. But at the moment...
So you celebrate... Hang on a minute. You celebrated that news by dropping a catch.
No, I didn't know at that point.
Oh, okay.
didn't
That's
know
all right
that.
then. So your day got better. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
That is true, actually.
Of course, Mum and Dad very proud, very
Yeah,
happy.
they're happy. All
So,
that. Well, this one is, Evans was winding up on this one, but McLean just manages to sneak this in. Will just be one. Andrew's telling you that Chalk Farm is still there.
It's still there, is it?
I wouldn't know. I don't
Okay.
leave Wembley Park.
Yeah.
I don't go past the designer outlet. It's just, why would you? There's nothing nice there. Ah, this is just strong and muscled over, and that will bring up his 50 as well. And what a way to do so. In fine form here is Adams. He'll bring up 50 in just the 22 deliveries. And not the quickest we've ever seen, but enough considering the context.
How about good shot, Felicidades. As Adams brings his 50 up, 22 balls to do it. And yeah, he's been the only one really that's been able to yield that blade and use it effectively.
Yeah, he could do with someone sticking around and looking to give him some help, and he's going to hit this firmly again. This is going to be 1 bounce 4. This is exquisite hitting at the moment from Adams. Goes 6 and 4, and I tell you what, he's definitely looking hungry for more. I don't think the century's going to be on. I don't think he's got time, but still think he's going to get up there if he can continue this hitting.
Yeah, he'd be looking to finish on a score in the 70s if he can try to grab most of the strike from here on. I think that's what Evans' role is going to be here.
I have to say, I'm pretty disappointed in Kane Horwell, by the way. I've come back to this afterwards, as he's now just going to punch this. Even that's just timed and punched, but just for none. I'm disappointed in Horwell, and Sam Smith in front of me will be able to back me up. Why is Kane Horwell keeping in short sleeves? What's going on? It's very village. I don't like it. Well, I'll tell you what, that's not village. That is unbelievable. Well, Adams has shown his power over the top. Now shows his class. Gets the old reverse out, and well, he reaps the reward. 6 runs. What a way to finish the over. It's an expensive one. Goes for 18. It is 93 for 2 after 8.
That's just an amazing shot. That just oozes class, doesn't it? A wonderful stroke. And how about that? It's a reverse Malachi for 6. The score moves to 93. And 60 of those have come from the bat of Daniel Adams. Well, it's the worm at the moment, so starting to go back in the right direction. They had that phase, didn't they, in the middle of this innings, probably from that 3rd over to about that to about the 6th, where not a lot happened. And then Charlie Grant went for 19, and that seems to have just sparked them off here. Let's see if they can finish well. There's the ball goes back. Yes, so just checking here, not sure. It's like Ian McLean. So obviously wasn't the end of the over, because not sure why he's still bowling here. So anyway, that's smashed. And that one is going to be just 4 runs, just drops before the rope. So I'm not sure. There obviously was one to come.
No, there's 2 McLeans, my friend.
Ah, now I get it. So the last one wasn't Ian that you called. It was Mark. What are you doing to me? Just because I showed that clip of you. I'm going to show it again now.
No,
I'm going to show it again.
Show
All
it
right.
again.
So that was Mark McLean that
You
went
show
for
it again,
18.
but I'll tell you what, by the way.
What?
I'm not on comms the last 2 games.
Are you not?
I'm just going to stick around and try and take one.
Oh, so you look, if you're
but
not,
I'm not diving.
no, not worry. Then you got to come up with while Vinny's here, you could be walking around with a little, maiden thing or whatever. You can We can work on that. You know what you do? You go and rally up some support from some of our supporters here and say, you know, whenever you see Vinny, you got to call him Maidano.
I've had a good idea.
You had a good idea?
I've had a good idea. It depends on what crowd turns up today.
Yeah.
Of course, bit of an overcast Thursday, and I have a feeling as well, if you're going to be sort of umming and ahhing between coming today and tomorrow, you definitely want to come tomorrow. But if there's a good enough crowd, I've got an idea.
All right.
I've got an idea.
Good. You work on it.
Ian McLean then, once more. I like this bowling, but this is, again, just such a good shot. It's just textbook cricket shots, really. It's nothing fancy. There's a bit of flair in some of the reverse hits, but this is just pure timing. But at the same token, it's in the slot.
Yeah, it is. One thing I'm just noticing, he hasn't played too many mid-wicket. He's played a lot through, long off, long on. I wonder if they can make a change because, yeah, back to this again. See, once again, outside of, that's just time. Time to perfection. We've seen everything, haven't we? The scoops, the reverse, good banging it down the ground. And then this one is just exquisite. Watch this. The timing on this. That's a beautiful stroke.
It's just a punch, though. It's not power. It's just punching and timing. And listen, if you ever go to sixes, don't you? So listen, Mahal and Butchie hit some really nice shots, but Butchie's ears are burning, by the way. I saw that little glance over. He knows we're talking about him. And they hit some really nice shots, but too good that they went straight up, like, not straight up, but they went up into the netting, which wouldn't count as runs.
Okay.
So they were probably a little bit hard done by, as this one stays very low again from Ian McLean. And yeah, at the moment though, yeah, it was interesting. It was a great night out, and yeah, huge shout out to everyone that was able to get that over the line. You should have seen all the workers sort of saw the ECN logos on a couple of the shirts and stuff, and on the gilets, and it was like, we know who you are. It was quite fun, actually. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, he's shown his class throughout these 29 deliveries that he's faced now. This one, just the first bit of sign of luck, but hey, when it's going your way, you might as well ride the waves.
Yeah, this is, again, a little bit of change from the bowler and the captain. They were toying around with third back or in, they moved him back, and mainly back there for the switch hit. And what I was saying there, I would have liked to have seen maybe mid-wicket come up, and then they could have kept the two men straight. And they made some more adjustments, but sometimes good batters, well, you can keep changing the field around, but they always find a way to get through it, even with a little bit of suerte.
110 for 2 after 9, then last over coming up. And, well, Rico, last night, as I mentioned, it was a pretty quick turnaround from getting off air to get to the booking that we had. And Vinny was with his space station was packed up in about a minute. It was the quickest I've ever seen him do it.
Yeah.
And he genuinely was worried, and at one point, I think we were all expecting a golden ball in that last game. And speaking of golden balls, the next compilation of golden balls and videos are up on all of our socials. So if you are interested in seeing the history of the golden ball, go ahead and have a look, and there'll be a few more out there. This is going to be, let's just check this here. I have a feeling that Kane Horwell might have missed this on the first attempt, and I don't know, but Evans might have got it back in time for the second one. Let's have a look. He's a long way out. This is it first time. Oh, this could be, he's gone. He's gone. And it was interesting from Horwell. I did say I'm disappointed to see that he's keeping in short sleeves, especially here in the UK, but he makes up for that one after missing it on the first time. On the second time, he will pick up the wicket. Evans will be given his marching orders. There you go. Off you go, sir. And that is a very, very good start to the over for Gupta. He'll pick up his first wicket of the day.
Yeah, well done. Well bowled by Gupta. He draws out Evans. Evans, I think he's just trying to get something on this to take the single. So he's played a good supporting role there at the moment. What's the thing with, and what kind of keeper wear short sleeves? Why don't you like it?
It's just a classic thing, and it's a stereotype in the UK, is you can't keep in short sleeve just because it means your village. That's the sort of the idea behind it. And
so it could be piping roasting hot. Everybody else is wearing short sleeves. And the wicketkeeper's still going to have long sleeves.
Yep, long sleeves. I do. If I'm keeping, long sleeves. Or an Under Armour, one of the two. New batter then. Stothard. Looks to go fancy. And not quite the shot probably to play first up. As just almost chopped one there.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, one thing I've learned here from watching them even practice, even the juniors, they play these shots all the time. But I have to say, the field is there for it, but you've got to execute it.
Oh, now again, mistimed will just be a single, but that's probably all he needs to do. He just needs to get Adam on strike, really. Adams, of course, but Harry Stothard with probably one of the best tape work on the back for his one, I have to say. Going to go into the onside. Has he got enough to clear the rope here? No, and oh, that could be amazing. That could be sensational. It's that man again. I don't think you can keep him out of the game. It's Freddie Freeman. And the worst part of it is he's not going to get credited with the catch here. It will end up coming down as a Sam Smith catch. But that is sensational work.
This is just wonderful. Top quality. So Freddie Freeman, he takes a catch, and it's a difficult one of that. And then look, he knows he's going over the rope, and just at this point, he releases it off beautifully. So the catch will be taken by Sam Smith, who really just stood there and admired the work by Freddie Freeman. Superb cricket, superb catch. And, well, we have a motto on the European Cricket Network, which is saying you got to be stronger together. And, well, that is a proper team stronger together catch. What a moment. What a highlight. And a good highlight also for young Gupta, who takes his second wicket. And this one is just going to be scuffed away. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was a big boo there. It's basically, they're expecting that one to be blasted for a boundary. It wasn't to be. Gupta gets a good bit of bounce, actually, for what he's bowling. And that's what I think has worked in his favour so far.
That one. Expect to see that one on the old socials at some point. Last ball of the innings. Look at this here, by the way. This is confidence. Well, it might not pay off here. Tries to step well across the line and he's going to be gone. It's a great catch. I believe that's Troy Johnson out there. Probably one of the best head of hairs that you might see on the network. But that's going to be the end of Stothard. He looks to go fancy. He wanders. He doesn't step across. He wanders across his crease. And that will be the end of the innings then. Finish it. By the way, Gupta picks up 3 wickets in that last over. That's a really good bit of bowling in the death from your young leggy. Yeah. And he'll pick up 3 for his troubles in that over. And it will mean Spencer will finish arguably on just a below par total of 112 for 5.
Yeah, well, Bob, when the youngster Gupta, he's only just 15 years old. So brilliantly done as Charlie gets a spider going in his ear hole. And, well, we know that happens around, every person, they say, around about on 8 occasions in a year gets a spider that goes in his ear. So Charlie just had one of those, but not while he's sleeping when it normally happens. Well, there wasn't time to sleep. There was time to see the action because it came quick and fast. The only problem, though, really, for Spencer, it was only Daniel Adams that was able to deliver with the bat.
Yeah, big time. But again, 72 off 30. He really pushed on, didn't he? He was 50 off of 22. And then in the next 8 deliveries was managed to get up to 72. So good hitting, and but it was a great catch to remove him eventually, as this one, this was how it went. This was a superb bit of work. You see here, Freddie Freeman, he does a superb bit of work, and he's well supported by Sam Smith. And I just think the harshest part of this is the fact that Freeman won't get any credit for this on the scorebook. I think that's the worst part of it for him, as it will end up going down as just a Sam Smith catch. And this is the last ball as he stepped well across into the wind. It's a bit of a weird shot, if I'm being honest. Probably not the way to go about it, but a good catch nevertheless by, of course, Henry Smith out there. So that will be the end of that one, and it is going to be an interesting chase as Tunbridge Wells are going to need 1-1-3 for their victory. Of course, winners here will probably stick around 3rd spot, so it is going to be an interesting time of it. Of course, Adams top scored 72 off of 30, but no one else getting above 15, which is slightly concerning. And extras as well, just the 1 wide and a bye, so no real concerns there from Tunbridge Wells. They'll be pretty happy with their efforts in the field, but they've got to do it with the bat. Speaking of bowlers, Gupta, the pick for me in that last over, going for just 2 runs, picking up 3 wickets. He'll finish with excellent figures of 3 for just 12 for the youngster. And it will be, as I said, 113. Pleasure to have you back on again here this morning, and pleasure to be with Rico yet again. And we'll be back in around about 10 minutes time to see the second half of this game. Tunbridge Wells looking to get into the top 3. It would certainly be a tricky one. It's going to be an interesting chase. Do make sure you return. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in England with me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Four, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks, and welcome back to this beautiful Rains Park Sports Club. And of course, Rains Park, part of the Wimbledon setup. It's where their thirds, fourths and fifths play, and it's looking quite outstanding. Loving the view, loving the work that the groundsmen have put in here. Big shout out to Mark and Anthony Finney. They've done a superb job. And of course, to the president, Barry Dennis, who's looked after us well, and also the secretary has been here every day that I have as far to Crispin. You've been absolutely wonderful. Hospitality has been great. You saw there the bonus point equation, 78. So despite a very good innings there from Daniel Adams, he was the only one really to keep things going for them. And that means that it's going to be a relatively, I would say, below par score here, 130 required. And it's another opportunity for Tunbridge Wells not just to get a win, but maybe take all the points here. So they're looking to take that third, the very important third spot away from Spencer. And Tunbridge Wells, of course, got 3 matches here today. One gets played out onto the onside. They're quite happy just to push this and take the single. They'll be looking to get the acceleration in whenever they can. But remember that we have seen teams contain well, and a good example of that was the last match yesterday. And Spencer themselves were disappointed when they couldn't get to the 127th victory. Only needed 7 of the last over, but what an over that was. This one's just been chipped over the infield. There'll be another singles. The 2 batters, Sam Smith and Zach Webb, just showing maybe just a little bit of caution early on here. Of course, no Dave Smith in the side, so that means that they're a little bit light, perhaps on the batting. That's well bowled. Good delivery as this is darted in by Troy Johnson. Dot ball. And that is lofted. That's the shot they needed early on. That's where the confidence will come. That goes all the way. Manos. Arriba. That's a biggie. 6 runs. Lovely shot. Nicely played. And just watch this. Watches it. I mean, it's a little bit too full, but still gets crunches away. Some of the key gentlemen here at this Rains Park and the Wimbledon setup. Barry, Crispin, John Speller watching on. Troy, and that's an edge, and that's going to go all the way to that wonderful banner. Let's play cricket where we are, and we're enjoying ourselves there at Wimbledon. Cuatro carreras, hay suerte, hay un poquito de suerte, y hay 4 carreras. That's the way it goes sometimes. And, a little bit of luck for Sam Smith early on. 4 runs. That's been hit well, and that's outstanding. Outstanding catch. And this is what I'm talking about. The standards here in the field, just more than that could be. Sam Smith, you know, is probably one of the key cogs in the batting lineup here for Tunbridge Wells. And with no David Smith, that is a big blow. He's hit this well, but it's too close to David Mansfield, who goes down early and takes a wonderful catch. This is a moment of magic. Let's have a look at this again. It really does get crunched. He hits it hard. It's out of the middle. It's travelling. The catch is just superb. I don't know if we get any of it on camera. Well, here we go. That is an excellent piece of fielding. Great catch. Standards in the field are everything. And for those of you that often hear myself or Charlie or even Vinny talking about how important the fielding is and how it's improved so much in Europe. But, you know, even when we were in Estonia, myself and Charlie, we were saying with some of the fielding, you know, fielding was winning you matches there if you fielded well and you took the catches. But these are sort of standards that those teams, that those nations are trying to aspire to, because they've got everything else. That was just a great catch from Mansfield. This one gets played away. Just a single here now. Apologies for the graphics. We'll get those updated for you pretty soon. So Charlie joins me back. Charlie, what a catch that was.
Yeah, great start, setting the tone. There was a good bit of fielding in the first inning, so that will certainly help. The skipper in Grant at the moment. As Freddie Freeman finally getting a time at the upper end of the order, coming in at 3. He's got a chance here. He's done very well this tournament with the bat and with the ball in the field. He's been a very good all-rounder for Tunbridge Wells. Yeah, good morning to Corey as well, out in the Netherlands, covering the T20I Tri-Series out there, of course. And, well, Netherlands have got Italy in all forms of trouble at 35 for 2. Make that 39 for 2. That's going to be a wide by Grant, but yeah, good shout out to them. And good to see that after a washout, a complete and an entire washout yesterday. Well, Corey ended up getting his late birthday present after getting a double washout, and he's back on the air, back on comms out there this morning.
Short and clobbered. That's a lovely jubbly out of the middle, goes all the way. Bully. Now that's more like it. Zach Webb, and he's got Freddie Freeman out there with him. This has to be, I think, for me, Charlie, one of the key partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've got a good couple of names in that top 4 or 5, but it's just about whether or not one of them can go here. You do feel that this chase is definitely doable, especially in the context of this one. I mean, short of 120 is a big area that you really could look to take on. But it's just about how they go about it. But Webb, again, similar to Freeman, has batted well at times. And this one is going to be into the onside. And the chase is on. He's not going to get there again. So another 4 here. So back-to-back cuadros once again as Webb. Again, bit of a cloth into the onside, but gets enough of it.
Yeah, it's a cracking bit of action again. As Troy Johnson this time, he just takes off. Look at that leap. He's like he's diving into the swimming pool. And, well, it's only the grass, and he's going to be eating a bit of grass as he lands. Good landing, though, but he can't stop it.
I'll give it a 7, I reckon.
7?
Yeah, give it a 7. But Grant, under a bit of pressure here, is the very tall bowler, of course, for Spencer. Not skipper. He's captain a couple of times in this tournament. Often opens the bowling in that. He's often in that power play with his spin. Oh, this is a lovely shot. Really nice bit of timing. Doesn't go for power. Just picks this one over the top. It's the old wrist involved as Webb. And it's going to be a hat-trick of force to finish the over then. It's a good one. Goes for 17. And at the end of the over, it is 29 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, some nice shots there, really. And that last one really just cements a good over for Tunbridge Wells. Good little player. It's Zach Webb, and he's looking this time really to take the opportunity of being the opener and score some big valuable runs. He's got a good man with him as well, Freddie Freeman. I think you're right, he's been coming in pretty low, but he's shown that he can handle himself pretty well. Yeah,
so he's been coming at sort of 5 and 6, but scoring quick fire 30s. So coming in at 3 certainly is an opportunity for him to make a big name for himself here. Cameras on, of course. It's a good time to get those highlights in, as this is going to be, of course, Troy Johnson. Good delivery. Does a bit of everything. Asking the question here. And I think there's just a bit of foot movement, but I think almost at one point both feet back and behind the line, maybe.
Yeah, he's probably goes a little bit early there. If he waits a second longer, perhaps.
Now, again, miscued. Straight to the fielder, though. Zach Webb could be caught. And was just caught wandering away. Did have a slight look at a man-cat a couple, I think it was yesterday, with Gert Oosthuizen. He was just caught wondering, and the bowler just reminded him, just said, no, in the nicest way, just be careful. Gert turned around and said afterwards, he said, he should have just got rid of me. I won the game for us in the end. Well, oh no, oh, it's a big miss. Big miss, and that is not someone you want to be giving opportunities to. Freeman comes down the track, completely misses it. Now that's going to go down as a big miss this time for, oh dear. Well, you've got to feel that realistically the skipper in boots got to do better. And now, well, when it rains, it pours. Talking of rains here at Rains Park, the Crow's almost in the way. That's going to be 4.
Yeah, now you see it, now you don't, is it? Hides behind Stronger to get the batter. But yeah, big opportunity. And yeah, Booth is going to be disappointed that he wasn't, well, not with that one, I don't think he can do anything about it, but the stumping opportunity to try and get Freeman and get him before he gets going.
That's just more frustration knowing that, all right, it's another one. Well, this is just the point where Johnson's got to be one of the most frustrated men in England now, albeit some tough competition in the context of this country at the moment, but nevertheless, another edge, this time a little finer one, but still gets enough of it.
Yeah, he's unlucky. First, the slower delivery that's moving away, gets the edge, and then he goes to the quicker one. Same outcome, 4 runs, courtesy of the edge.
Oh, there you go.
We've seen both lots of stumps being knocked
yeah.
over with the ball coming back there.
Impressive that, by the way. Okay, well, you've got a feel for him. He's gone for 2 fours, 8 off the over. And now he's going to, looks a little bit pushed through with this one. Can't quite turn it around the corner. It'll be a dot. Good comeback, though, from Troy Johnson. He'll go for 1 for 20 off his 2. It's the end of the power play, 37 for 1.
Yeah, 37 for 1. And if you are a cat lover and you do have a cat, we'll give your cat a hug, because it is International Hug Your Cat Day today. So give a cat a hug. But you know, if you're walking down the street, don't just go hugging any stray, because it may not work that well for you. But certainly a day to give your cats a little hug.
Sure. It's not really much more I can add to that, is there?
Well, we're sort of both more dog people. But are you a cat person?
No.
No, like cats.
Not especially after recent history. Anyway, this is going to be Philip Miller, and this is going to get pulled into the onside, but it's a great catch. And well, the man, he wasn't having any luck with the ball, now takes a good catch. That's good, that. Grant's trying to claim that as if he's passed that on to him, but that will go down as a catch for Troy Johnson. And, well, this going to be a good wicket to get, as that's going to be, of course, Mr. Webb, who will go 2 down now, 37 for 2.
Yeah, well, Zach Webb, he hits it. He thinks well enough, but he gets caught there. So, nice catch. Catching, I think we've seen more taken than dropped, haven't we, by far. I think the ratio's I think we've got to be saying we've seen about 98% of all catches being taken. It's been just the standard in the field has been brilliant. And Zach will go, and it's a good time to get a wicket.
There's just a bit of conversation here. It's absolutely fine. I don't know what they're waiting around for here. I have no idea what they're looking for. Yeah, there you go. Finger goes. I don't know what they were waiting for. It's about 5 metres in for the boundary. So it will be the second wicket, and it is 37 for 2.
There wicket goes. Umpires out there in the middle. Umpire Anthony and Ben. Todd is the third umpire. Of course, the umpires have been very well led by the tournament referee. And Ian Rummage doing a great job. As a new batter has to make his way out there, and it's going to be Ian McLean.
Yeah, McLean comes in. Good start for Miller. First ball, bit of a loosener, but gets a wicket. So he won't be too disheartened with this one. But you just have a feeling. Well, I tell you what, for Savills, good time for them with sponsors of both Spencer and Tunbridge Wells on their shirt. They'll be happy with that, because they're getting good airtime here this morning.
Miller, good start. Couple of dots to start off with. Takes the wicket off. We know it can be dangerous. Zach Webb. So now they're going to have to really find somebody else to get in. Of course, Freeman's still there. And can you imagine if that stumping was taken and he was sent back already? Then I would have said then maybe Spencer probably on top for me. They need to go at around about 12s here.
Yeah, it's not exactly over yet. Again, another delivery that spins nicely, but this time he's equal to it, straight out at Johnson again, and ones aren't really going to be enough at the moment.
Now, with a couple of balls left in the over, I think already you'll feel that Freddie Freeman knows that he's got to try and find, well, ideally, a couple of boundaries here.
Yeah, they need to get some out of the middle here. That's not going to be one of them. That's an inside edge onto the pad. You just feel here that Tunbridge Wells just batting themselves into a little bit of a rut here at the moment. Delivery to go in this over. It's only gone for 1 with a wicket as well. Comes down, lost this over the top. Thinks he's got enough on this, and he has. So that does just release the pressure valve slightly. They'll get 6 to finish. It will be 44 for 2.
Yeah, needed that hit. I was saying that he really ideally, in the last 2 balls, who's in there to face, he needed 2 boundaries, misses 1. He gets 6 of the last, so it's kind of a win for them really. But that rate, it's starting to just creep upwards at exactly 11.5 at the moment. But it's one of those though, one good over. And we haven't seen a magical over yet this morning. We've seen a couple of 19s and 18s, but nothing magical. One magical over puts Tunbridge Wells well in front. And we know that Freeman is a batter that is someone who can do it. Harry Stothard to bowl the next over, bowling over number 5.
One of the best tape jobs on the back of the shirt is this one is going to run away into the offside. McLean looking to, oh, hang on a second. That's a good bit of work in the end, isn't it? They'll get 2, but that's a good bit of work out there in the deep.
I love this. I mean, talking about flicking the ball back, but flicking it back into the hands of the fielder. This is just brilliantly done. Watch this. There's a flick. Nicely done by Deeks. And a great throw back. And the man that he throws it to now has a more straightforward pickup.
Evans. Martel Evans, by the way, got some of the biggest feet you'll ever see. If you walk round and you walk past those shoes are like boats, honestly. It's ridiculous. Stothard yet again then. Oh, this is swept and swept firmly, and that's going to be 6 again, and this one's going to go a long old way as Freeman, well, that drop proving to just be so crucial now, and of course the missed chance of the stumping. Look at this, really firmly struck, but gets it out of the middle.
Yeah, one thing about Freeman is when he scores quickly. So you just get the feeling that if he stays out there another, I'm going to say 10 deliveries, that he takes his match away from Spencer. They've got to remove him. And they've got to do it in a hurry. Can Harry be the man to do it?
I'll be hoping that he can get a couple more here. And this one again into the onside. Can he get round and cut it off? He can. Johnson, very good out there. Very efficient in his boundary protecting out there, isn't he? Covers a lot of ground. 51 for 3 for Italy at the moment. It's a bit of a comeback out there for them.
A bit of width and gone. Well bowled, clever bowling there from Stothard. He's bowling to McLean, who's only just come out there, and he knows that after there's a couple of dots in the last over, Ian McLean would be keen to try and get hold of one, so he drifts this outside the off. It's the right length. The batter's drawn into the shot, doesn't get it right, and offers a simple catch to the man who is short third. He holds on to it. It's another one that bites the dust.
Yeah, and McLean will go and just making a bit of a mare of this. What should be a pretty regular chase. Don't need to take too many risks. They're just finding ways of making life difficult for themselves. So McLean will go. It is going to be 54 for 3 with a delivery to go in the 5th.
Yeah, straightforward catch taken. New batter will come out. And we'll know that at the moment, the key is to just help to get this partnership going and keep Freeman out there.
I'll tell you what, that's a really good delivery from Stothard up against the skipper for Tunbridge Wells, of course, in Michael Waller. That's going to be the end of the 5th. It is 54 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, that one almost squeaked through, but what a good over that is. So they're winning the battle at the moment, Spencer. They're winning these overs. They're just keeping Tunbridge Wells from not getting the runs they need. That means that the rate starts to go up. Action coming in Portugal tonight as well at the Miranda Corbo Cricket Ground. The Coimbra Knights, the home side, are in action against the powerful Awaris side.
Yeah, the Swans taking on the Knights in that one. Keep an eye out for some new faces for the Coimbra Knights. But yeah, the Swans, of course, they'll be looking to continue their good form. Conrad in the runs. And, well, speaking of runs, Freeman is hitting them at ease at the moment after being a missed opportunity to get him out early on. He's making them pay at the moment. Moves on to 28. That is a lovely shot to start the over with a 6.
Yeah, he's in that slot though, isn't it? You look at he's got a big long stride that gets him to a position to crunch this. So you've got to go a bit fuller. And also, if you have a look at Freeman's shot, all of them have been on the onside. I think you've got to try and push the ball a little bit quicker, a little bit wider, getting playing outside the off.
He loves it in that arc, doesn't he? But they are just bowling in that area. You can't really, question the hitting. What he's doing is he's just going up against what's coming up to him. And this is a wide, and this is very unlucky for Grant, because I don't think this misses the stumps by much here.
No, he goes a bit. He does go fuller, but he tries to. I mean, you're right. That doesn't miss by a lot. You can tell from the reaction from Booth, the captain behind the stumps, and that's probably why it's not taking this. So that's going to be a minimal, and that's 5 runs for nothing.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help proceedings. And again, it is Fuller, but this is just punched down the ground. Will just be caught up by Mansfield.
Right, an opportunity now to get back into trying to win this over. Yes, you're bowling now here to Waller. I'm saying Waller. How do you say it?
Waller.
Waller.
Yeah,
it is Waller.
Michael Waller, yeah. Again, gets on the sweep. Can't be out. Pitch well outside the leg stump. So, again, they'll come through for a leg bye. And this is a better comeback from Gus Grant after going for 6 and then a minimo. He's pegging them back slightly.
Yeah, but now he's got it back to Freeman. Freeman doesn't look like a batter's going to miss anything. That's drifting down on the pads.
And again, this is pulled firmly into the onside, but once more, just straight to the fielder. So, well, I have a feeling at the moment. Well, he's been here pretty much. He's always fielding it long on or long off, depending on if the batter's left or right-handed. But there's Mansfield, and I reckon he's going to come on and get a bowl here because he's changing into his trainers, taking the old spikes off. Well, this is flicked nicely around the corner. Would be an outrageous catch, and it just gets through. And that's going to go all the way, 6 runs. It can't be stopped by the fielder out there in Jamie Soanes. It would have been probably the best catch maybe all week. We've had a few rippers and snorters, to be honest, but this one's going to go all the way. Not far away. Look at the ground he covers here. Yeah,
I was going to say we get a good look at this, but he's moved. Yeah, you mentioned it. He's covered so much ground. And, yeah, if he took that catch, that would have just been, it'd be a miracle catch. It really would have been.
Yeah, at the moment, though, just these extra runs helping them get this rate down now. Just need to go at 9s. Got him, gone, and Waller will go. Grant gives him the old on your bike, son. Thank you very much for coming. So the skipper for Tunbridge Wells will go, and that is going to be the end of Waller, and that's going to be the end of him, and his little innings will come to an end. It's the end of the over. It is 74 for 4.
That over had a bit of everything, didn't it? It was a magical over. It went for 20. There was opportunities, and there was 2 sixes. There was a minimal, and then right at the end, a wicket just for good measure. So Waller, he does finally. Well, he looked suspect in that area, didn't he? The first ball he played almost sneaked through, gets it through. It means that Freeman, he becomes the key here for Tunbridge Wells. He's on 30 of 14, and he's joined out there now by Kane Hornwell.
Yeah, that's a big moment though. But they've still got Freeman at the other end, haven't they? So he is the one that we call it time and time again. He holds the key. It is going to be David Mansfield who's going to come on then here. He's changed the spikes to the trainers, and he's going to come on and bring a bit of a right arm off spin here.
Yeah, what you're seeing here, and I mentioned this the last day I was here, you're seeing a lot of players that instead of having bottles of water on the other side of the boundary rope, that's not a good delivery, but it gets away with this, Charlie. Yeah, instead of having water, they leave the shoes there, so when they're in the field and nowhere near the artificial, they've got the spikes on, and when they're bowling, they change over to the trainers. Should be gone, will be gone, no mistakes this time, and that is a huge wicket. That is a huge wicket. So finally, we know that Chris Booth missed one earlier when Freeman was on strike. This time he gets his man. That there means that this match comes back to life. They still need 39, and they need him off, 22 deliveries. That's a huge wicket.
Yeah, I'm afraid you just, it was the old, I think Freeman just trying to play mind games, maybe just thinking, I'm not too worried about you behind the stumps, but he makes no mistake of this time. And they just going to want to have to go. Well, now you just sort of feel that with that wicket, now 5 down, so losing wickets in quick succession, Spencer just dragging themselves back here at the moment.
I'm just looking at the frustration from Freeman, because if you see here and watch him here, he knows he punches the ground, then he's punching his bat here. He knows that wicket there is crucial. It could be the difference between winning or losing.
Yeah, 2 fresh batters in. Smith and Horwell now joining each other out there, and Mansfield is, wow, you just feel Mansfield. This is a great little over. We saw a double wicket maiden yesterday. Could we see another one here? Well, this is up in the air, and it's going to be stopped straight to the fielder. This one will be a nice bit of fielding yet again from Troy Johnson out there.
What a match this is. Remember, Spencer, they are currently in 3rd spot. Tunbridge Wells a point behind them. Top 3 we will see again tomorrow.
Little press, and might have just put Mansfield off his line of length there slightly, as it will go over the top yet again. I'll tell you what, I wonder if we can get the stats on the percentage of all total runs that have been scored behind square, because I reckon there's a fair few. Yet again, gets down on one knee. This time does Horwell, and that will be that'll be a 4 to bring up his first runs. Well, now looks to go up and over the top, but no one there. It's going to fall into no man's land, and it'll just be a single to end the over. Great over from Mansfield though. He goes for just 6. It is 80 for 5, And with 3 overs to go, it's 33 needed off 18.
It's the over they needed after that last one went magical. Now look what we've got coming up next. The Hornchurch are taking on Spencer. Spencer, well, we don't know if they're going to be in third or not, but we know that Hornchurch, we know where they are. They're right at the bottom at the moment. They've lost 4, and the only points they've got to show for is the 2 they got from an abandoned game. But the big news in there, Pavel Florin, where we've seen him wandering around the ground. Well, he's going to get himself a game. He's signed up, and he's going to be playing for Hornchurch.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Elliot Deeks comes in, Jens Wagstaff as well for Spencer yet again, so they'll continue on. And yeah, James Palmer, of course, for Hornchurch. He's going to take the gloves, so no Muzzer for Horn. Oh, Muzzer is there. He's just not taking the gloves. That's interesting. Mervyn Westwood, though, will come in as well. Pavel Florin. And, well, looking forward to seeing what happens there. Anyway, as Miller is going to... Miller's going to go. He's going to come back. And this is lofted up, and not quite far enough, is it? Oh, it is. Only just, though. And, well, this one's going to be an interesting one because I feel like he just loses this. I think the wind just moves it away from him because he looked pretty comfortable. I didn't think this was going to go all the way. And then all of a sudden, just gets a bit of a boost.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed that I think the catch was probably never on. It would have taken him over the rope, but he's disappointed he wasn't able to let it on. That was the plan because he had a quick look at the fielder who was coming his way, so he knew where he was, he knew what he wanted to do, but he wasn't able to do it. Gets a valuable 6 runs though.
Yeah, it's a big help. And they just go for a single. He's going to be gone. And once again, it's slightly tricky for Chris Booth. He didn't quite take that one cleanly the first time, but it's going to be 1 for Smith. And he'll go for a disappointing way of it, I'm afraid, is Henry Smith. And he'll go for just 1. So 87 for 6 now. And Rico, 26, by the way, off 15 now.
This is getting interesting. They're losing wickets. That's rounded and just finally gets hold of it. Does the keeper and says, I'll do the rest from here. So another one gone, another victim for Booth. Certainly he is getting his numbers up on the fantasy dashboard. Miller as well.
Oh, this one is going to be close here. Umpire turns it down.
Well, maybe just the umpire deciding it's going to go on and miss the stunts, but this is definitely umpire's call. I reckon that's a good shout there. I think it's a really good shot. I could see all the stumps here. The only thing the umpire could be thinking maybe it's going to go over the stumps, but I reckon he gets away with that one. But he's not going to get away with this one because that is going to go a long way. So the leg by helps Mark McLean get off strike, and Kane Hornwell, well, he horns it big.
Yeah, I think that one, for me, probably just go maybe a bit high. I think he was quite far down. He stretches all the way down. But anyway, it's gone. Tell you what has gone the Grizzly. That's gone a long old way. What a shot that is for Horwell. So 19 now needed off of 13 with a ball to go left in the 8th here. This is looking like it could come down to the wire, Rico. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th. It could be interesting, couldn't it? Well, this one up in the air should be taken. Booth makes no mistake, and he will take this one. So 6 and out for Horwell. We say it all happens in the 9th. What about the 8th? Look at that. 6-1 wicket, 1 leg by, 6 wicket. So Horwell will go. It is 8 overs gone, and it's 94 for 7 now.
Oh, well, that was not the shot to be playing. And he's given his wicket away. I think Freeman does as well. You can see the disappointment from his striker as well. This is going to be a real gutsy finish here now. Spencer will feel that they've got a chance. 94, 7 wickets have been lost. They still need 19 of 2 overs. I reckon we could be in for a real sizzler here. Maybe a little bit of a tingle going around here.
Well, we've certainly had a few, I'm afraid. We've had a few tingles. Nothing has come of it, though. Look at that. That's how close it is, though. Look, they've been up and at it at the rate pretty much consistently. They fell behind it once. That was back in the 5th. As it looks as if they're going to go back to Harry Stothard here. Spencer. This would be a big one. Has to be gone, and is. It's a horrid shot. It really is a horrid shot from McLean. And that's going to be the end of him. We'll go for a 2-baller. And, well, now they're running the risks of just pretty simply being bowled out here. I don't even know if they're going to get into that last over, because you look at what's left to come. It could be interesting. Well, there he is. There's the first sight of a Derek this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Derek. It's a long, slow walk back. see what he was trying to do here. All he wanted to do was just get bat on it and take a single. He was trying to just paddle it. But, oh, well, yeah, watch here. He's just trying to paddle this, just saying, right, I'll just push it over there. I'll get you on strike. You can see that Charlie Grant was keen to try and get there. Not going to happen. They lose another 8 down, as is Raj Gupta, the young 15-year-old, that comes out.
Yeah, I'm afraid that just was not the right shot. Doesn't commit to it. He just tries to sort of paddle it onto the onside, but it's not really a confident shot. Anyway, he'll go, and it is the 15-year-old. Took 3 wickets in an over in the last innings. Can he do something magical here with the bat? Well, he's going to start into the onside here. Fielder takes it. And has he here? I think he's just done enough. We're going to have a look here.
That's out for me. This is out for me. There's no doubt. No doubt at all. So Gupta wants to be a hero and clobber this for 6. The catch has been taken. The 9th wicket goes down. And all of a sudden, Spencer are going to defend this 113. That's brilliantly done. Gupta will go first ball. So we've seen 1 Derek. Now we're going to see golden Derek. And we're also going to see number 11 come out. Well, let's just have a look at this. It's the landing. Do we see the rope move at all? And then we see a little shuffle when he comes back onto the field of play. It's a close one. They're looking at it. But I reckon for me it's curtains. There's nothing there that I see that suggests that is not out. The batter waits Gupta, but I think he knows his fate. He's going to have to go and cross the line and go sit in the shed and wait to see what happens here. Gupta will go. He's going to go for a golden, courtesy of that great catch. Catching has been brilliant, and that's what, I mean, when you want to know why fielding is so important, well, if Spencer win this match, they win it because of their fielding.
Yeah. Great
catching, started off straight away with that one from Mansfield to get rid of Smith, and since then, only 1 error, and that was that missed-stumping.
Yeah, absolutely, but that missed-stumping made it. Oh, this is going to be a dot, and straight away, you just feel the game's probably gone here. Strothard, what a little spell, though. He's picked up 3 for. And he was, of course, that was a hat-trick ball, by the way. Hat-trick ball up against the number 11 is never really one you want to miss out on. Oh, the quicker one. This one's up in the air. Could be game. No, just out of the outstretched arm of the fielder. That was David Mansfield. He couldn't quite get there. Was that David Mansfield? No, it wasn't. It was Elliot Deeks. The 7s are confusing me. Too many going on.
It's all happening out there at the moment. All happening. All right. Well, he was keen to try and get on strike. Was Grant. Hasn't even faced the ball yet, but he's keen. Let's see what he can do.
Come on, Charlie. Oh, it's a wide ball. I think there's something just behind the line. Oh, dear. Let's have a look here. Oh, this is hit nicely. What a shot that is. Just offered a bit of width from Strothard, and that's going to go to the rope. So, Charlie Grant gets a nice little start here. Can throw the hands at it. He's got the license to. They need runs here, so that's going to be 4, and that's going to be now. Okay, well, it's going to be a nervy one if we get to the last here, because it's going to be 13 needed off 7 now.
I think he needs a single here.
Yeah,
what do you reckon?
Feel like he does. Well, he could get 4. This is a really nice shot, and it will go to the rope then. So Charlie Grant just keeping hopes alive here for Tunbridge Wells. And it would be a huge last wicket partnership if they're going to get this one here. It's all going to come down to the last. It's going to be 104 for 9. 9 needed.
Oh, 9 needed. I just think, I mean, look, great shot. But now he's relying, for me, on trying to get back on strike. And can he get the strike to him? So this becomes a really big, important over.
Yeah, it does. Mansfield only went for 1 off 6 in that last one. So you just feel, well, I'd bring the field in here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let them get a single.
Yeah, tingle, 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 Charlie. We could have a golden ball if the scores are tied. We could have a golden ball. We'll give you an update. I don't think that's we've had a few since, but yeah, if the scores are tied, then we settle it with 1 ball. So the team stay as they are. There we go. This is the golden ball. So in the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball. Batting team needs 2 to win, otherwise fielding team wins. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go then. Well, Sadhu in the chat has said the low scoring is always interesting, and that's right. What do I always say? Low scores often cause the biggest issues. 9 needed off 6. Well, I guess just got to get a single here. Oh, hang on a second. This could be interesting.
Umpire's shaking his head, but we'll have a look at it. Well, that's a run, but now on field.
Right, though. So it will be Grant, look at him. He wants to get down there. He's just got to get some bat on it and go.
Yeah.
That's what he has to do here. It's just got to be something. He's going to go for it here. Oh, I could get it. The number 11, Wadage's come out and he's hit 6. That's outrageous. Oh, what a pickup that is. We were saying get something on it and take the single, but he goes, nah, don't worry, I'll do it myself. He goes large.
2 of 4. So you've got to be thinking just get the single to tie it. Then you know you can't lose the game from here.
What a shot. Come on, let's go back to live. Drop, and they're going to run here. Oh, no, he's going to be stranded. Oh, no,
it's all happened. Charlie, it's all happened. It could have been and should have been run out, but Evans comes in, loses his footing, can't pick up the ball. It's like a bar of soap, and they get away with it. Drama here. Drama.
After all that, it's a dot ball. But Grant, you've got to take it on. Oh, I can't believe this. We'll come back to live. We can't even go through it once more. Oh, well, again, now he's going to look here. I think he's okay.
Oh, well, he goes for the other big shot. Is this foot down or not here? Keep an eye on that toe.
He's
fine.
He
keeps it down. He's got long toes, isn't he?
Dot. It's another dot. 2 needed off of 2. Oh, the number 11 hit a 6 out of nowhere.
He's got to try. I mean, thing is,
he's trying to win it with
nobody
a
has
4.
to come in, so they can't take a risk.
Oh, but Rico, they can't. He's trying to win it with the big hit. Up, and this is going to run away. Is it going to go to the boundary? I don't think it will, but they've got to turn and go.
They've got to go. What are they doing?
It doesn't matter. It's gone for 4. It's gone for 4, and that will be the game. It's the number 11 who hits a 6 and a 4, and Tunbridge Wells, by the skin of their teeth, and, well, I've got to say it, by the barest of margins, get the victory here by just 1 wicket.
Oh, well, we saw a run chase fall apart at the end of yesterday, but here at the start of match day 4, it's a run chase that they achieved, but only just. The number 11, Budage, can you believe what he's done here? These two, remember, they came together when the score was on 95. They had a fair bit to do, but I have to say, and it's got to be said, that the shots that we saw there from Grant, there's no way he's a number 9.
No, not at all, but I have to say, credit to the number 11 in the main man himself. Aaron Wadage does superbly well to just keep this game alive. The 6 into the onside and then the outside edge. And look at this, rightfully so as well. As this one, rightfully so, the Tunbridge Wells watching all the way as they know they have somehow, well, we thought they were just going to fall short here, but credit to them, and glad to see that they're clapping each other off, because that was a classic here this morning.
Yeah, it was an absolute thriller, and it started with some good shots from Sam Smith, and then he found the unbelievably good hands of Mansfield, who took a cracking catch. What a great catch that was, and really, that's how they stayed in this match, and they will feel at one point they should have won it, but they got to try and also see the positives there. Zach Webby played some good shots, and when he and Freddie Freeman were out, that you thought they were gonna race to victory, but then, well, first there was this missed stumping, and that was Freeman that was missed there, and he was only on 1 at that time.
Oh, that was a big miss. Then it really was, and you thought, okay, and that ends up realistically costing them the game, because without him, they wouldn't even have got near this total. And you can just see here, this was, and listen, credit to Spencer. They gave it everything out there. They were able to really get things going in the field. They didn't put much down. And it was just, as Rico was saying, that one error with the gloves that ended up being the issue, as it was good moments of team fielding out there. This one was a simple catch, as that was Ian McLean who went. And, well, you've just got to imagine, when that wicket fell and Freeman was just left stranded, you kind of was thinking, there's just not really too much to come here. But they kept on going, they kept on fighting, and they did a great bit of work in those final overs. To just get it down to the last over was pretty sensational from Spencer, but they'll be so bitterly disappointed to lose out by just the 1 wicket here.
Yeah, they will be. I mean, that was another big wicket, wasn't it? That was Michael Waller, and the captain when he was bowled. So important wickets falling at the right time. Gus Grant, he bowled well, and then, yeah, that was a big one, wasn't it? That was when we thought that maybe that's a match. I think Freeman knew that as well. A big wicket going at the wrong time for them. This one was so close, wasn't it? It was hanging up there for a while, but Hornwell, he would survive. He also put a very important 18 on the board before he would finally go. There was Booth back in the action behind the stumps, getting another wicket. And this one, well, this was a close call, but in the end, I think the umpire made the call to say maybe the ball has too much to do, too far to go. Maybe it's going to go on and go over. Maybe it's just going to miss. So he did survive, but not for long enough. That, though, was absolutely plumb.
Yeah, it was a nothing shot. That was the end of Mark McLean of Tunbridge Wells. He went, well, out came the number in number 11. And, well, this wasn't number 11 yet. This was a good catch, though, out in the deep. Once again, Troy Johnson doing a superb job. Just protecting the boundary out there. But this last over of Mansfield, it was the shorter delivery that got pumped into the onside. And I tell you what, Aaron Wadige, remember the name. First ever appearance on the network for Tunbridge Wells. And he has got himself off to a flyer. I reckon he's already confirmed legendary status. Look at this here. Should have been gone, but the big man, he's got boats for feet in Martin Evans. Couldn't find his feet. And, well, this one, it's an outside edge, and it went all the way to the rope. The number 11 hits the winning runs with just one ball to spare.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that was before, I mean, you saw how it ended up, but they were actually, after running one, they were saying, no, we'll just take one. And I'm thinking, what are you doing? You got to be running hard for two. It didn't matter in the end. The last pair putting 19 on together to win the match. Oh, what a fantastic match it was. And I think that sort of sets the standard for the day. I think we're going to get a cracker here. Spencer, they'll be disappointed because Tunbridge Wells now have pipped them into third spot. And Tunbridge Wells, remember, they still have 2 matches to play here. And so a big day for them, as I said already. But Spencer, it means the next one coming up for them is vitally important as they take on Hornchurch. What a good match that was. And just a quick look at that scorecard. 30 from Freddie Freeman. But yeah, again, if Chris Booth had him stumped the first opportunity he had, it could have been very different because he was only on 1 at the time. Then, as I said, contributions came lower down from Kane Horwell. That 18 of 16 was very important. And then right there at the end, well, how about Wadage? That was quite sensational. Him and Charlie Grant, the 2 non-out batters, putting 19 on for the last wicket, getting the win for Tunbridge Wells. Crazy start, cracking start. Next match coming up in about just over up just yet. Are they about to do it in the next match? Well, they've got Pavel with them, so let's wait and see. Join me and Charlie back in about half an hour's time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. One thing that I've started to say is that England certainly is a place where a lot of the sexy cricket is being played, but one team that's known for its sexy cricket, in fact a lot of teams and a lot of people refer them as Hornchurch. Well, they haven't played any sexy cricket at the moment. Hornchurch, a team that we know very well on the European Cricket Network, they were runners up in the European Cricket League, and they are actually the current champions, having won this time around. Well, they're having a bad time here in Wimbledon. They have lost all their matches so far, and the only points that they've got to show for is the 2 points they got from an abandoned match. So can they come good this time around? They're up against Spencer. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Hornchurch, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Spencer, the away team, you're going to call, yeah? Here you go.
Cheers. Tails.
Tails has been called. It's come down. Tails. So you've won the toss.
We're gonna have a bowl.
Okay, toss won by Spencer. Who's going to bowl first?
So the news for this match number 17 on match day 4 is that Spencer this time round will have a field first, taking on Hornchurch. Remember, they beat Hornchurch quite comfortably yesterday, putting almost 150 on the board, and Hornchurch, it was not a good reply from them. Their batting just hasn't clicked. Spencer, though, they've had some issues with their batting as well in that last match. Daniel Adams was brilliant, but the other batters weren't really able to come good to help them get to a big score against Tunbridge Wells. I think the captain Booth has to go big this time around. I think he's got the ability, but some of the shot selection wasn't the right ones there. So I know they can go bigger, and that's what they need to try and do. But they're trying something different this time around. They know that Hornchurch have had so many issues trying to get runs on the board, so they're putting Hornchurch in. Hornchurch, we know from them, the likes of Murray, when he's played, has been good for them. George Hankins, it hasn't clicked. He's not playing this time around. Harry Hankins comes into the side as he did late yesterday. Can he make a difference, or could it be a big in for them as well? Pavel Florin in the side for Hornchurch. Can he make a difference? He certainly could do, maybe with the ball. But the news here is that Spencer putting Hornchurch in, hoping to keep them to a low score, maybe about 110, and this time chasing not those runs off. I know that Charlie Hunt is in the queue. Charlie, this one could be an exciting one. Watch out for Pavel and watch out for his celebrations. If he takes a wicket, he could be joining me and you, Charlie, in the box. The news from the middle, then this time around, Spencer will have a bowl first.
Thank you very much, Rico. And yeah, it is all about Pavel at the moment, but we won't see him with the ball. We'll have to wait. Of course, Spencer winning the toss and bowling first. And they'll be looking to right some wrongs after that disappointing loss this morning in that first game of the day. That's where we are then here in Rains Park. It is a glorious, glorious place to be playing our cricket here throughout this week. And it is an honour to be calling these next couple of games, as we'll see Hornchurch yet again take on Spencer. Hornchurch, look at that, by the way, yet to get a single victory on the board. There he is, though, the main man himself at the bottom of your screens. It is, of course, Pavel Florin comes in for his first involvement. He's in there everywhere. He's the old cricket badger, isn't he? He loves the game, and it is a pleasure to have him back on our screens after what feels like quite a long time. Spencer, no real changes for them. Deeks comes continuing on, of course. Spencer looking to, as I said, go one better compared to what they did in the first game this morning. It is a little bit chilly here today, 15 degrees, highs of 18, not quite reaching the highs of 20 that we got to yesterday. Overcast conditions expected pretty much for the entirety of today. Jack Hogarth is going to open up here with Arthur George, of course. No Lesbon Edwards, no George Hankins, so it's a real reshuffle of the pack with the likes of Tommy Fletcher coming in as well. So it's certainly set to be an interesting one. You've got, of course, Tafel Zaida. Mervyn Westfield is in there as well. 34% to 66%. I think that's probably a fair call. Well, listen, the lads at Intelligent Cricket were certainly a little bit hydrated yesterday afternoon. They were just causing a few issues with the supercomputer and its guesses, but in fairness, they've come back and they've started nicely here this morning. Got the first one right. Second one, what will be, as it looks as if it's going to be Troy Johnson who's going to start us off here as the umpire calls play, and we're ready to get things going, as it's going to be Troy Johnson. Bit of off spin up against Hogarth. Hogarth turns this round the corner, and this one's going to run away. Zakarilla Orakil is the fielder. Well, it doesn't quite get to him, but they'll come through for a 1 to start. And a very warm welcome to everybody all around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, to Birdie, who of course will be watching on with his side in Hornchurch, to Trip, to Mesnil as well. To everyone in between. A lot of people will be catching up here, and yeah, you are not mistaken. Pavel Florin in the side for Hornchurch. He gets everywhere. George into the onside. This will just be in for 1. Once again, just a little bit on Hornchurch. Disappointing is the word really for them. They haven't clicked, I'm afraid. Openers have not really done the job. They've left too much work to the middle order, which is never going to help, but I'm afraid you can't just be doing that. Once again, Hogarth, this one is up in the air, and another disappointing start for yet again the Scottish import, trying to get going, but he just can't. And again, he's just going to go for 1. That's going to be a good catch for Martel Evans, as he will pick up some points on the old fantasy dashboard. And unfortunately, though, that is not a good way to go. It's another interesting shot from Hogarth. He can't get the middle of the bat. And bucket hands himself in Martel Evans. Makes no mistake, I know a lot of people tuning in from his home country of Jamaica tuning in. And, well, a warm welcome to you. And a good start for him in this game. Hornchurch, though, 2 for 1. And it's a very good time to welcome. You saw a little glimpse of Pavel there. A warm welcome to Rico Full, who joins me back in the box.
Good to be back, and well, not to be good to be a Hornchurch supporter at the moment as Hogarth goes, and he was the only batter yesterday. Really, he scored any runs. He scored a fine 35 in that well, low scoring 82 to 87. Yeah. But batter's just not clicking.
Lesmond Edwards sort of got going, but of course not featuring here this time, as Westfield is going to come out, and first look at him for Hornchurch at 3. Nice push into the offside. Get off the mark with just a single.
Yeah, so can Hornchurch get at least a good finish to this? What has been, as you said, quite a miserable campaign for them this time around. Got 3 matches. This is the first of 3, so they've got a big afternoon here. Can they get some wins?
I do know that they are going to get a couple of ins for the last couple of games, so there are some changes that are expected after this one. So that will hopefully boost them, and they'll be just wanting to get a win, really.
Yeah, definitely. This one's short, and it gets creamed away. That's a lovely looking shot. And, well, Arthur George hooks this one for 6. A nice shot. It was, well, let's just say the bowler made his intentions clear very early. The batter picks it and says, boom, shakalagia, thank you very much.
Yeah, that one, a little bit of the old, if you want to bowl that to me, then I'm going to hit you for 6. A little bit of the old quicker short ball from the spinner. Often does get deployed more and more nowadays in the short format, so it's an interesting one that comes down.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's got the field set, the fielder's back there, but it just gets hit too well. And now this one is more into the body, which I think George will be a bit disappointed that he's not been able to just tickle this one around, at least rotate the strike or get a single. It's not to be. It will be the end of the first. 9 of the over, but they have lost the important wicket of Jack Hogarth.
Yeah, this is what's coming up later on tonight, though. The Coimbra Knights, they take on the Swans in that one. That starts at 4:30 GMT, 6:30 Central European time, and 10 o'clock out in India. That's 5:30 here local time, so make sure you tune into that. Phil G will be taking you through that one. And well, on Saturday, Vinny will be making his way out there. And 4 game day on Saturday, by the way, so not quite the night series charm of that one on Saturday, but after that we'll continue on with the night series format, of course. But yeah, at the moment, just on those ends, we haven't seen Jalpis Vijay, of course, for Hornchurch. Lesmond Edwards came yesterday, but not here this morning. I believe they're looking to be in and around the squad later on this afternoon. Of course, Jalpis Vijay, he'll want to meet Butchie, of course, with the because Jalpis Vijay is a Portuguese passport holder and does qualify.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't latched onto him yet, actually, because he has played a fair bit on the network. All right, this guy bowled very well yesterday, but he gets batted over the top, and it's going to be a great save. Brilliantly done. Fantastic chase, and a little bit of rock and roll. It's just going to be a couple. He saves too. Oh, yeah, Orakil. Took a nice bowling spell from him a couple of times yesterday. I think he picked up 3, didn't he? But look at this.
He's covered so much ground there because he's in the ring there at point, and he's had to turn around and chase that one down. That's a good stop from Troy Johnson. Yeah, I spoke a little bit to Martin Evans in the break.
Yeah.
So a lot of friends and family from Jamaica watching. So a very well welcome to them.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, one of the good things about being back in England is the bakeries. I love the bakeries. All of them.
Come on, then.
And I had some of the I had to have a proper sausage roll, and then also had a Jamaican patty. So it's interesting. You're just mentioning there, Evans, of course, his family and his roots back in Jamaica. Yeah, a nice beef patty, and it was nice as well, I have to say. Slower delivery, but latched onto. That's gone a long way. Bolle, kinna, sona, shuka, lugya. That is big from Westfield. Well, Westfield, maybe he's going to make a difference just examining the bottom of his bat. Well, you know that I like to always give you some, info about on this day in history, and I can tell you that back in 2016, Alistair Cook became the first Englishman to make 10,000 test runs, and the youngest at 31 and 157 days. And that reminds me to remind you that we haven't had Hunt the Answer yet.
Not sure if we're going to get one today.
Oh, why is that then?
Because I'm not on for the last couple of games, so I think we'll give it a miss. And
no. No. You were day off when I did one. Come on, get one in there. The people want it now. The people want it. You can't. There's people all over the world that are waiting for Hunt the Answer.
All right, maybe I'll have a look then.
Yeah, have a look. Well, I'll tell you who's having a look.
Are you going to give me an over off here then, just to have a look?
Go on then.
Go on
Done.
then.
Done. You can do your homework. Do your research. So Westfield, he's done with having a look. He's ready to dispatch. And Orkil, nice rhythm to his run up. And yeah, good comeback. No runs this time. And loving the way. Look, runs back behind the stumps and makes a stop. Does take one on his finger, which he examines now. He examines that fingernail. Yeah, Alistair Cook. Alistair Cook is just a fascinating person. Great personality. Obviously, into farming, which took his mind away from the cricket, and it served him well. Another good delivery. Another dot ball. And of course, well, we are in England, so I'll remind you that it was back on this day in 1999, the day England were asked to leave their own World Cup party. About 20 hours before the official World Cup song was released, England slid to a fatal 63-run defeat to India at Edgbaston. Yeah, they got a bit of a rollicking about that. I remember it well. Too short, but doesn't really pick this one. He's already shown that he's a pretty good puller and hooker of the ball, so George and Westfield trying to get a good partnership going here. Right, needs to be a change now of angle to the left-hander. Yeah, welcome to everybody. A lot of people in the chat. Hello to Birdie. Of course, was great to see you on the field of play the other day. Steve McVeigh. Shohag joining in. Hello, Dave. Dave says he's on his way to the ground. He's probably just tucking into another egg in the hole. And, yeah, always great to see Dave here. We've really had a great time, and a lot of our family have come here and joined us. But Dave, wrap up warm. That's all I'm going to say, because it is pretty nippy. Hi to Helix as well. End of the over. And, not a bad one. One big 6 hit from it. But other than that, kept it quite tidy. It's a 20 for 1. This is how it's looking. So Tunbridge Wells have leapfrogged Spencer into that all-important third spot. So Spencer here playing the last match. They're hoping to get a good big win over Hornchurch. Maybe they can take all the points again from them. And if they can, well, they're hoping that Tunbridge Wells will slip up in the last 2 matches that they're playing. So they have to get a win here, do Spencer, to still be in the reckoning of coming back here tomorrow. This one doesn't really come up. Now, asking the question, the umpire, the on-field umpire, says no. But it's worth having a look at this side on, see how close it was. But one thing I noticed, the ball certainly this time around didn't really come up. And, well, we've seen plenty of this. We've seen so much of it that Well, normally I get all excited and say, there we go, a bit of sexy cricket, but we've seen a lot of it. The only thing, though, we haven't, and I mentioned this a little bit already, we haven't seen too much sexy cricket from Hornchurch. So maybe Hornchurch are starting to get a little bit horny now. Horny Church, a lot of people refer to them as Horny Church because of the cricket that, the scintillating cricket that they have played at the Khartoum Oval on the European Cricket League. Of course, they are the current and reigning champions. Now this could be out, you know, and the umpire, well, has a look and says, no, this is really close. Let's have a look at this again. So no bat, it's called leg by. Let's have a look. This is a really good shout, I think, for me. And, well, Spencer will be happy to haul her back in the side. Well, I suppose the height, the umpire decides is going over, which is fair enough. Huge call, though. Goes right across the line. And the umpire says not out. They can't believe it, can they? They can't believe it. Let's watch this one more time. Is it going over or is it going to clip the bails? Umpire says not out. That's launched. Oh, that is big. That is mammoth. That is a Bizaway Super 6 as it sails a long, long way. Has been absolutely crunched by Westfield. Oh, that is probably ended up at the main ground at Wimbledon. That has gone a long way. And look, he's given everything into this. Holds the pose as well. Says, come on, take a picture of me as well. Why not? Click, click, click. Thank you very much. Oh, that's a monster strike. As the rain just starts to fall here now, which is not a good sign. And the wind just blowing it into the cube a little bit. And this is going to be 6 more. Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Westfield starting to show us what he can do. And maybe that Tunbridge Wells definitely have been missing him. Nicely done. Good moments. Back to the drawing board then for the bowler. This is not what Freddie Haller was expecting. Freddie Haller, I think I mentioned this before, he certainly for me was one of the performers of the day yesterday. Put good performances in with bat and with ball. But just here is, well, see that Westfield has taken a liking to him. Right, this one just skids this one through. Finishes the over. 16 come from it, and the score is 37 for 1 after 3 overs. So that's the power play complete. And the 2 umpires cross over. Charlie is back with me, and that means that he's probably sourced and found a question for the day.
I've got one. I do have one for you. In 2000, the year 2000, who was the only specialist bowler selected by a panel of cricket experts as one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the century? That is your question of the day. It's probably one of the harder ones that we've had. And if you have any idea, then do, of course, get your answers in. I reckon, because I'm not here for 4 and 5, we're going to do it at the second half of Game 3. So you've only got an innings or 2 to get your thoughts in and get your answers in, but that is the question of
Good question.
the day.
You could think of a lot, couldn't you?
This rain's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's the fine rain that soaks you through. That's what they always say. The left arm spin again.
He goes for it and gets it. Lovely shot. Hits clean through this as Arthur George. So encouraging signs, probably I would say, for the first time with the bat here from Hornchurch. As 2 batters, George and Westfield, are going well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a bit of a change in the old scenery for Hornchurch at the moment. No one really sort of thinking that this was going to be the start they were going to get, but they'll be happy to see that it is the case. Going at just under 14s at the moment, which is certainly helpful.
Goes again, but this time, oh, fingertips to it, but can't keep hold of it, can't keep it in the field of play. It's a good effort from the fielder out there, but it's going to be 6 more. 2 out of 2. Good hitting. And he's not running for him. He says, nah, he's going all the way. Trust me. And it does. Great effort from the fielder. But it still finds its way over the boundary rope.
Strothard gone for 2 6s to start the over.
This one along the deck. And, oh, well, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Well, that's probably the first glaring, I think, that we've seen, and it comes on match day 4. It's Jamie Scones. I like some scones. I like some scones, but it's Sones. I know. Charlie's just giggling. Yeah, Sones. Well, he probably... Ooh, that tucks him up a little bit. Yeah. A scone would be good now, actually. Proper scone. Don't you?
No. Scone or scone? It's a scone.
Said this to you before.
It's a scone, by the way.
Okay, it's scone. Because I said scones, because I always like more than one.
Scones.
Jam and... I've got the cream. I could be curtains. Oh, well, lobs one fielder. The other one flies across. And this would have been a grab and a half. I guess, if you're really harsh, you'd have to say that's a chance, really, that George gives a chance, but he doesn't get taken. Watch this again. So, lobs one fielder perfectly. Then another fielder comes across to see if he can get in the act and take the catch. It is not to be. Gets away from him.
Yeah, it's one of those half chances that you'd like to see taken realistically. Good couple of answers coming in already. Love to see it. Yeah, we'll give you the answer in the next game. I won't leave it to Rico and Vinny to tell you because I might get it wrong.
That's going to be a wide. Yeah, I mean, names that come to mind that sort of year. I mean, Shane Warne has to be in there, I suppose. You'd have to be talking about the likes of Actor, maybe it was an Actor. That's been played beautifully. What a lovely shot this is. Wonderful timed. And that's going to be 4 runs. So we've seen some big slogs, and then we see a little bit of class here as well.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot into the offside. I'll tell you one thing, though, by the way, what I want to see and I want to hope for. I don't want to see rain. I want to see Pavel open the bowling for Hornchurch. That's what I want to see. End of the over, 59 for 1 after 4.
Going well. It's probably the best little partnership that we've seen from Hornchurch in this series so far. These two are playing their shots, being brave, but getting a little bit of the rub of the green as well. Maybe Hornchurch needed that.
Yeah, potentially. You just kind of think that, yeah, drizzle just settling in a little bit here, but kind of just feel that's just going to be the story of the day, really. Rico's getting nervy with all of his screens. He's taken after Vinny. He's doubling up on the screens.
I've got 2. I have 2. You have 2. I have 2.
Yeah, but you've got 2 big ones. I've got 1 big one, 1 small one.
That's the norm, they say. By the way, Hornchurch, of course, we know they and a lot of clubs here are always raising awareness about prostate cancer. Oddballs is the charity.
Absolutely.
We've talked about that as well.
Mansfield.
Down the ground, and this time the long barrier comes out. Not making the same mistake is Sones.
Love to see, by the way, 2 ground staff just walking behind us. They've been gifted a European cricket hat. It suits them, doesn't it?
And they deserve it.
Yeah,
as well. They've been quality.
If it wasn't for them, I think we wouldn't have had half the games we've had, if I'm being honest with you. They've been splendid. They said they've loved the quiet day yesterday, and they wanted more of the same. But I think this afternoon is supposed to be a bit tricky. But we will wait and see.
Okay.
I do love it. It is brilliant. There are definitely some people that aren't cheating, which is good.
Well, there's good, and there's big, and there's enormous, and that is what Westfield is doing at the moment.
Yeah, that's really nice. There you go. Look, I think that's Mark. I think get the old European cricket hat there. This is a lovely pickup, isn't it? Just brutal, just strong. Bit of Chris Gale about it, isn't it? Just sort of, there's just not really much to it, but just power.
Yeah, powerful stroke. If it's in the slot, he's going for it. So David Mansfield, you see the rag now comes out as the Grizzly does start to get a little bit slippery because of the weather. Oh, he's absolutely clobbered it. That has gone a long, long way. Just look at it. It's still going. It's still going. There it is. It almost ends up in the middle of the other square. This has been crunched. This is enormous. Look at this. He doesn't hold anything back. What a biggie. What a biggie.
Yeah, that was pumped. And I tell you what, these lads are certainly enjoying it, who are sat watching on at the moment. The Hornchurch fellas, they're certainly enjoying what they're witnessing here. 38, now just off 12. And this that's the second 6 in a row. Could be seeing a few on Mansfield. Well, he was sort of hanging. There you go. Look, there's Pavel. Get Pavel, give us a wave. Come. No, he wasn't looking. I thought he was. But Pavel's there. Looks good in red, by the way.
Okay, now this is an opportunity. Will it get taken? Yeah, it will get taken. And I like the way that Harry comes across and takes responsibility of this one. Probably because he feels that Jamie Soanes is maybe just a little bit underconfident after one that goes through him. He says, don't worry, I'll come over, I'll take it. And Harry takes the catch. And that is the end of Westfield. But after he entertained us with 38 of just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, but similar story again, though. Batters getting in and getting out, Rico. It's frustrating for Hornchurch because you don't want to see wickets starting to tumble left, right and centre now, as it will be Harry Hankins who comes then in at 4, scores 72 for 2. Got a bit of a smile on his face there, and rightfully so, has old Mervyn.
Yeah, Harry Hankins now comes out, is captaining the side, so it's hoping that he can do better than what he fared yesterday with the bat. It's got a better start though for him this time, 72. Remember last time round when they played Spencer scored 149, and Hornchurch, they just got into the 80s, didn't they? Didn't pick up a point, and well, that has come right off the toe end of the bat. That really is. That's like Charlie's giving us the older snooker impersonating. That is, you couldn't play if you tried. Watch this.
Right off the QN, there you go. What do you reckon? He's potted the 8 ball there, I reckon.
He needs a bit of chalk, that's what I reckon.
Yeah, he definitely needs to chalk that one up. There you go, look, boing.
Oh, that's well bowled, a slightly quicker one. Gets this one through the swing there of George. It's the end of the over, the end of 5. Hornchurch, a better start from them, 73 on the board at his halfway point. I'm Rico Full, and Charlie Hunt is in the cube with me.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I've just noticed as well that my face is looking the similar colour to your shirt. I still haven't recovered from Estonia, it seems. But
yeah.
A very good morning to everyone, and welcome, of course. And yeah, pleasure to have your company here. And yeah, again, one more little time, good shout out to all of our viewers out in Jamaica. I know that that Martel was telling me all about you.
Yeah, well, Jamaica's a lovely place. Never quite got there. I'd love
Nope.
to go.
Yeah.
I'd love to go. One day.
It's on the bucket list.
Oh, well, that one is big. It's there. Slot bowling, really, has to be said. And Harry Hankins says, thank you very much. As, well, Harry Strothard, who comes on to bowl, gets smashed straight back over his head. Boom. Shakalagia.
This weather's horrible. This is just a horrible. This is the fine rain that soaks you through. Oh, everything's getting wet now. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Yeah, well, it's weather that you should know all about.
No,
really.
but I hate it, Rico. If there's any rain, I don't leave the house. I generally don't leave the flat. I just sort of sit there and watch everything on the TV. That's all I do. Oh, outside edge. This is going to run away, and it is going to be another boundary, 4 more. So Hankins going off nicely this time around. Yeah, that's right. It's just the rain's coming.
Just runs flowing, and they keep on flowing. But they're good. I think this is the thing. I think Hornchurch, they probably decided after yesterday, you know what, we've got 3 matches tomorrow. Let's just forget what's happened already. Go out there, be brave, try to score runs, try to score plenty of runs. That's the plan. That's what they're looking to do. Well, this one is the nutmeg as a batter. This is Harry Hankins. Lets this go through, but it's going to go all the way through, and it's going to end up being 4 bites.
Well, sometimes it's just the way that it goes, and it's the way the cookie crumbles. And again, similar fashion to at the no ball, it ends up going for buys as well. I feel like it's just a bit harsh sometimes, but never the. I like this. Rico Full is not full looking. That's good, as in fool. It's play on words there, Rico. Oh, into the pads. That's from Khan.
Who's that from then?
Khan.
Hello, Khan.
Hello, Khan.
Yeah. Oh, look, even the spiders are getting in here. Look.
I mean,
They're thinking we get in. You get out there.
I saw
They
something.
ain't got room for you as well.
I saw something that, they were doing something. I can't remember where it was, but they were doing something like 600 new species of insects were like discovered in a park somewhere, like a tiny little things, but like they're like jumping spiders that have been discovered, like a new species of them.
Yeah, because they're the spiders we have in Spain, don't they? All the spiders in Spain, they
something
jump
like that. But
yeah.
it's very true. It is very true. Rule 1: always protect the equipment. Hey, I protected the scorer's hut. Protected it. I mean, it went through and hit some stuff, but everything's fine. All okay. I took the sting out of it. That's all I did. Oh, wow.
It's going to be more buys, you know, and it's probably going to be 4 of them as well. So even if they're not coming off the bat, they're still ending up the right side of the rope as far as Hornchurch are concerned. That's going to be 4 more.
Watch the reaction of the keeper here. Look, you can see, look, he just sort of hangs his head.
Goes and goes and goes.
It's just fuming, isn't it? What can I do? It's a great ball. Turn and bounce, and not too much you can really argue against that one, realistically. That's the end of the over. 92 for 2 after 6. This is the story that's played out so far. Hogarth, yet again, Hoggy can't get going. He's only got 1 on the board, but Arthur George, nice little start. He needs to convert. Hankins 12 off 6 as well, but Mervyn Westwood 38 off 13.
Yep. Hankins has played some nice shots. I think his role is just to support, but a lot of it is all about the set batter here now. Gets going. That's a good length delivery, and nicely. He goes pretty wide here this time, David Mansfield, but gets it in the right spot.
Yeah. Talking of weather, though, I think I'd rather rain today than tomorrow, really, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. Well, definitely, you wouldn't want tomorrow to be affected by weather. Got a lot of good matches coming up. And it's another biggie. Oh, he gets well underneath this, does Hankins. That is big. And where's that? Well, there it is. We'll follow the ball. I thought for a moment I was going to go all the way into the bushes,
got a bit of mud
into
on
the
that
trees.
There's a bit of mud on that, you feel. Mansfield not having a great time of it in the slot, and just helps it on its way. And watch your next, folks. I believe, by the way, some of those are part of the walking cricketers that in and around the local area. I believe that's what I'm looking at on social media.
All right.
All right.
All right. More
Right.
people coming in, by the way.
Yeah, the rain's coming in as well. It's horrible.
That gets clipped away, and that's going to be just a single. Gets taken this time. Yeah, I mean, one thing I obviously realised yesterday, only a bit too late really, I was already on the underground, is that it was also half term, so there was loads of kids around as well. This wind is now getting a little bit nasty. David just said it's raining. Yes, Dave, that would be why I'm getting wet. And this is another swing and a miss, but it's nicely. I like Mansfield when he gets there in the right areas.
This rain's just picked up big time here. Dave was just telling us. Came, looked at us, went rain. Went, yeah, I can tell you that for free.
And it's getting worse. Can I just say with this wind, it is really getting worse. It's time to start to, I think, put some of the electrical equipment way out of the way.
Undercover.
Because this rain is going to be
interesting. You just sort of feel as if this settles in, it could be a tricky hour or so. But at the moment, we're continuing on. But yeah, it's not heavy, but it's just drizzle, and there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
And the rain and the wind's just making it a little bit more frustrating at the moment. We'll continue on. Oh, look at this. Look, I don't know if we can get a camera on here, but the ground staff are running. They had to get a scoot on.
Oh, that's no. It's in the marbles.
Uh-oh.
It is in the marbles. He's down. He's out.
Rub them.
He's in trouble.
Oh, don't rub it. Whatever you do, don't rub it. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, some people are running off, but I think I'll tell you who's not going to be running off. The batter. He's got this right in the goolies, and the furniture has been rattled. Look, he goes down. He's down. Now, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about this?
Look at the face. Oh no, that's horrible.
Look at it. Good news is he has started to move, but that is right. That's a bullseye. He's in the goolies, and there's no amount of free spread is going to help you with that.
Oh, you wouldn't want any free spread on that, I tell you, for
maybe
free.
WD-40 would be a better option. It's good for rusty nuts, they say. Well, Arthur George, he's moving. Only barely, but he's moving. Well, I'll tell you what, not that far away. In December, we will have, of course, the Women's European Cricket Championship, and that also, similar to the men's ECC, will have a Challenger Division and Premier Division. And you can see the Challenger Division, Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey, and Czechia will be playing in that one. And in the Premier, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, and Italy. So plenty of action to come. Back to the action. This one gets hit away. It will slither across the surface. And that's sensational, isn't it? Give him a clap. Well, he could even get a run out, but the throw's a little bit wild. It needs mid-wicket to come in and make the stop. But what a bit of fielding this is. This is from Mansfield. Sensational.
Yeah, it really is. Gets the old left boot out. Hey, Rafe, hang on a second. Yeah, well, tell you what.
Hey, what's happening
Dave,
there?
hey, that's a yellow card, mate. It's a yellow card.
You said the groundsman was...
it doesn't matter.
Big. Keep an eye on this. He's going in the bushes. He's going in the bushes. Now, well, after this, a good fielding, he's going to have to get into the stinging nettles. But, hey, I want to focus on the groundsman. You said they're getting ready to do something with the covers. They're eating chips, Charlie. They were eating chips.
Lucky them. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Matt, yeah. Dave, you're on a warning, by the way.
What's this?
Yellow card. Anything else and you're off, all right?
What's this? Look at this. They're sitting on a bench, munching on some chippies now.
Good on them, though. They've deserved
if they're eating chips, shouldn't we get some?
No. My body's a temple.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
All right. You were stood here with me the other day munching on some chips.
Yeah, you bet I was. Well, this is up in the air. Mansfield underneath it. Oh, fingertips. Very much fingertips, but just can't get there. Just gets over the top of him. And it will be 6 runs. And, well, the yellow card. And now that adds a little bit of extra salt into the wounds.
Yeah. We're going to have to stand here like this, aren't we?
No,
Just one
we're
hand
okay
holding.
for now. We're all right for now.
One
Come on,
hand
we're
holding.
okay. Relax. It's
Yeah.
not raining. Chill out. You can move
What do you
this.
mean it's not raining?
It's not raining. Settle down. Well, this is again going to be another edge. When it rains, it pours quite literally here in Rains Park. Unfortunately for Spencer, it's another boundary that goes against them. Hornchurch finally hitting the correct momentum.
They're hitting the right notes.
Don't know. Yeah, that's where I was going. I don't know where I was going with that. I really lost my train of thought. One of those ones. Anyway, look at that. Hankins finally gets into 37 off 13. George as well, 33 off 18. But he's still sore, by the way. Look, he's still chumpling around.
Well, this one is going to tease the fielder, Evans, who chases up with it. It plugs. It's only going to be a single.
Absolutely. So just the delivery to go then. Hauler. Hauler bowled a double wicket maiden yesterday and then didn't come on for a second over.
Didn't come on?
Didn't come on for a second over. How harsh is that? Whose horse is that? Last delivery of the over.
It's down the leg side. Ooh. Fielder has slipped in the process of going to this. It just goes to show that it is a bit slippery. That's Evans. So Evans, not the first time we've seen Evans on the deck.
No, it's not actually. That's a very, very, very good call. He's nowhere to be seen. It's on the floor. He's outie.
Yeah, picks himself up and gets after that one. So Hornchurch, 126 for 2. These two batting well. It was a good start from Arthur George, supported Westfield really well, but he's still there. Hankins has come out and he's clocked 38 or just 14, by the way.
Yeah, he's going pretty well at the moment, isn't he? And that'll do his confidence a wealth of good. Yeah, these clouds just starting to roll in, and the wind, we've actually normally be getting weather from behind us, but it's coming from the left of us. That don't look good.
Nah, it doesn't look very good, does it? It's very much on par with what the forecast was here today. That rain, it came and now stopped. It's come back again. A bit of drizzle, which has been blown around by the wind. As it will be Troy Johnson to bowl the 9th. And good start from him.
That was a weird one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Looks
all about the length.
Yeah.
All about the length.
Get the old tea towel out. There we go. That's how we go. The old tea towel. That was just from around the corner, by the way. Served a purpose.
Smashed. And it's high. And great catch. Oh, that's a superb catch. In these conditions, Charlie, I mean, that's Harry Strothard. In these conditions, it's still raining, it's drizzling, the ball is wet. You just saw it had to be wiped, well clean and dry before it's bowled. This has got hang time on it. It goes hugely high. What a good catch this is.
Yeah, bat just twists in the hands, doesn't quite find the middle. And a bit of the old rain maybe playing its effect there, but still great catch out there once more by Stothard, and that's going to be the end of Hankins. He will go for a very well-made, finally gets something going, does Hankins, 38 off 16. Doesn't waste too many deliveries, but the score, not a bad one at the moment, 126 for 3.
Yeah, you'll take that, considering the troubles that they've had. The thing is, though, they won't want to stumble here now. They're on the cards for close to 150, and they want to be certainly getting a push on and try to get to that 140s and aim to get to the expected 145 at the moment. But let's see if they can keep this going. For Troy, though, just getting the ball in the right areas. Once again, that's really well bowled. And, oh, it's been called a wide. Let's have a look at this again. I think that's a bit of a tight call. And I'd like to see this again. I do think I'm with the bowler here. I think he gets this in the right area. We might not have a chance to see it again. But I thought he sneaks that one in. That's a tough call. Very tough call. And that just been softly played out to the fielder. Once again, it's David Mansfield will do the fielding. Just a single, but he rotates the strike, the Zelichin. So that means that Arthur George needs to get back to finding the boundaries.
Oh, Shark has got it right. Bring in Florin. We want Pavel, absolutely. Pavel was whacking it in sixes yesterday, by the way. So I want to see him with the pads on. That's what I want to see. Come on, Pavel. I hope he opens the bowling. I hope it'd be so good. Oh, dear. And at the moment, this is an interesting. This is pretty evenly poised at the moment here.
If it doesn't go to the boundary, it's a win, and it won't go to the boundary. This is, once again, an observation by the fielder saying, I'm not going to get hands onto this, Mansfield. So he just throws whatever part of his body he can to make the stop.
At least he's wearing the. At least he got the change into the spikes. Otherwise, I don't know if he would have maybe slipped on that one on the wet outfields. But the spikes proving a purpose. He knows it as well. Oh dear. Yet again, though, at the moment, it's a good stop. Certainly saves a boundary.
And could take the I like the way that Troy Johnson looks back at the umpire this time and says, you're not going to call this a wide, surely. And, yeah, just a little bit of play time with the umpire and the bowler.
On that last one, Birdie's gone, good call. Yeah, no shock you calling a good call. Again, just push for one. And that'll be the close of the over then. It is. What's going on there? I can hear someone in our camera. Elmars is over.
What's going on there? It's like...
What's that? Elmars is trying to send a code in Morse code or something, is it?
Sounds like somebody changing a light bulb, doesn't it?
How many Spring Media crew does it take to change a light bulb? The answer, just an Elmars. Thank you. 1:30 for 3 after 9. There's the bowling figures. Oriakil is going to come back here for his second over. Just the wickets for one or two of the 5 at the moment. So. But the quick lefty is an interesting choice here.
Yeah,
Pace on.
Yeah, I must admit, this is not one that I would have gone with. These conditions going to find it difficult to grip the ball, and I think the batters certainly would prefer perhaps the pace coming on. But he is bowling to Bryce Ellichin to start off with, so if you can keep, they do put a bit of a squeeze on. Look, you just see straight away that long off comes inside the circle. And he has a swing and a miss, and that's why they make that move. They don't want him getting the single, so they're making him try and go for the big shot. First one is the dot ball, good start. Yeah, the squeeze is put on, so they've still got mid-wicket, and square leg and long on back. But long off came in, and that allows them to push back the third for an edge, which might go that way. So I think this is good field placing. Just, yeah, that's the way to do it. Just get a little bat onto it, takes a single and says, there you go. George, give us a big finisher. Can they get into the 140s here? At one point we were talking about 148. Is now going down, expected to go around 140. But a lot of it depends on how the left-hander George deals with it. And straight away that field changes.
George has been there since the start, Riku. He's only faced 20 deliveries. That's not a lot considering you opened the batting. So 38 off 20 is not bad. But considering he's been there since the start, he'll hope that he's seeing it a little bit easier, especially with the extra pace of Oriakil.
It's going to be a wide. He's trying to keep this one just inside that line to make it do. You can see what the bowler's trying to do here, and I think it's the right thing. Go with that the corridor outside the off, try to sneak it in, not put it in the arc really that the left-hander wants it, even though he's got all the men back here. Square, mid-wicket, long on. Third man stays back, and nobody at long off. And he tries to go in that area, but he's only going to have to settle for a single. It's once again a guy that's been superb in the field. David Mansfield comes along.
Bad arm.
You've got it in for. What have you got? Why have you got it in for David?
No, because Dave's been here at long on pretty much the entire time he's fielding. So Funnily enough, we ended up having a bit of bants. It's good fun. And at one point, Yoz being the scouser, he has almost stole his shoes that are on the side. That's going to upset a few people.
Edge, gets away from the keeper. But looking at this ball,
so much better, more patience, not taking everything on. They're not trying to hit every ball for 6. Just felt as if there was a bit of, I don't know, just uncertainty. Anyway, last ball then.
And he's going to get a wide, so it gets another opportunity. Just strays onto the leg side, and it's missed out on by George, but he knows he's going to get another one. So Harkio has gone into the 20s in his spell here, but a good delivery here. If he does go for the boundary, it'll be a pretty decent spell. But can he stop George getting his 50? And yeah, he can, because he's going to finish with a dot, and that one doesn't quite come up. George is having a look around and said, what happened there? It just skidded past me, he says. I'll tell you what happened. It was a dot ball, and that means that we're going to have a chase of around about 142. And all right, I know that the weather will play a part on maybe how the pitch behaves slightly here, but I think 142, you'll take that. Going with that one, I think the door's been left open. They don't get to the 150. Though, you'd have to say, Spencer, we're going to have to be at their best. But having someone like Haller coming to the side, this game definitely is on.
Yeah, big time. It really is. And you've also got to feel that Hornchurch will be very, very happy here, because off the top of my memory, that is the first time here in this entire tournament they've reached a triple-figure score, and that really is saying something. That the batting has certainly been a miss and gone astray really for Hornchurch, but they'll be happy. They finally get into the 100 territory. 140, of course, 141 is what is what they end up finishing on, and it was mostly due to a really good partnership between George and Westfield. Westfield doing most of the damage at that early part of the innings. Of course, they lost Hogarth, but relatively quickly. Asking the question here, not ended up being given. And George, though, ended up going on to score big, and he'll be happy that he was able to finally get going. And a lot of the players here for Hornchurch will be feeling in that exact same manner. Some beautiful shots, though, really was. There were some good efforts out in the field, but sometimes when it's just going over your head, there's not much you can do. This one, though, was flat and hard, and the fielder was a little bit misjudged this time around. And you can just see that he kept on going, did Mervyn Westfield. Unfortunately, though, he went for one too many. It was a good catch. He's taken a couple, as Harry Stothard. He ended up taking a good couple of high clangers earlier on. And then this one was the one off Mansfield. And, well, we had a break in play. Man down. After George was down. And those that know his nickname will know that is certainly one that he won't want to watch back. Well, that meant that Harry Hankins came out again. Nice to see that the Hankins this time around coming out and going well. Mansfield got the old boot out on this one. The old yellow card was given, and then very next couple of deliveries, this was just over his head, out of his reach. But it does mean that they will finish on 141 for 3, and it is going to be an interesting chase. Spencer, well, could they be bottling their position at number 3 in the table? Of course, losing this morning. Now looks as if Hornchurch certainly up for this one. Well, they've got the big man in Pavel Florin waiting to come on the field and get involved in the action. Before we get there, let's have a look there. You can see he's at the bottom of your screen there. But yeah, good to see the top 4 finally clicking. Not Jack Hogarth, the less said about that innings, the better. But yeah, good to see that George, Westfield and Hankins finally getting runs. No need for Paul Murray either. So that's always a positive for him. But as for the bowlers, Johnson bowled well yet again, fielded superbly as well. 2 for 13 off of his 2 overs. Mansfield the next best at 1 for 25. So it is going to be interesting. Of course, folks, it is going to be Pavel Florin time in around about 10 to 15 minutes here on the network. It's been a long time since we last saw him. It was last summer out in Romania. I was there. Rico was there. And, well, we're going to do it all again. It is going to be Pavel Florin time. He's going to be coming up very, very soon as we'll see the second half of this innings. Spencer, looking forward to this one. Pleasure to have your company here as you're watching the England European Cricket Series with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Fool, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the European Cricket Series here in England, and typically, as you'd expect, the weather is playing its part as well. We've currently a little bit of drizzle around the ground and some dark clouds which have brought some of this rain, but the umpires and the teams are back out for the innings now of Spencer, but they've got to go some here. They're needing 143 for victory. You can see the bonus point equation there, 98. So if Hornchurch can contain and keep Spencer to under that 98 mark, 98 or under, they pick up all the points, and that would be a turnaround, and that would also be their first victory. Searching for their first victory here at Hornchurch. It's been a disappointing campaign for them so far, but they can end it on a high with 3 matches that they're playing here. This is the first of the 3 that they're playing, and they've done well by giving themselves something, certainly at least to try and defend. And we saw some good hitting there from Arthur George, and also from Marvin Westfield, who scored a fine 38-13. Arthur George gets into the 40s as well. So we're ready to go. And we're going to start off with Zada, who's going to bowl this one. So Tufel Zada with the ball. An opportunity for some of these players to shine on the big stage. And the cameras are watching. Let's see how Zada starts. There seems to be some brighter weather in the distance. Hopefully that comes this way and gets rid of some of this rain. So Zada with the first, and he's played that beautifully. That's going to be 4 runs straight away. What a lovely shot. But we're trying to keep things dry here, and every time we see him to sort them out, the wind comes and blows everything out of the way again. But that's a really nice start from Daniel Adams. Remember, Daniel Adams was the one batter earlier today who really did perform for Spencer. Scored some good valuable runs, got himself into the 70s. Now that's a full toss down leg side. That's going to be 4 more. Just straying. I suppose difficult for a bowler like Zada. What he's bowling here now has got to get a good grip on the ball. Doesn't do so, and that's been turned into a full toss. That gets whipped away as well. So Adams off and running once more. As I said, Adams certainly pick up the batters, not just for his size, but maybe the bigger the batters so far. He scored a fine 72 of just 30 deliveries, but even that, with all the other batters not performing, only got them to 112, and it wasn't enough. That's going to be a no ball. I reckon this is too high. The 2 umpires are on the walkie-talkies. They'll be having a chat with umpire Ben, and I think Ben will say, yeah, you've got to call this. Have a look at this side. I know he does come a long way down the pitch, but that ball is never going to come down, and there you go. Just as I suspected, that is a no. So free hit to come, and it'll be Daniel Adams to go after it, and he will try and go after it. Here we go. In comes Zada. And it's a loose full toss. This will plug just to the left of us. That's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras. And that's the way to deal with the free hit. Not the best of starts here. Zada obviously having a few issues holding on to the Grizzly as it's sliding around. That one's also full, and that's time. It's been beautifully played out on the offside. And just lovely timing. Not those chairs. Those chairs always tell you a story. When there's nobody sitting on them, you know it's raining because they're all under the shelter of some of the marquees that have been put up in the gazebos. But that one, they're just not getting the ball to pitch here at the moment. So Zada has gone for 19, still 2 balls to go. Can he get it to pitch? And he does. And this one gets dragged out into the onside. 20 come off the over as Jack Hogarth does the fielding. I think he's bowling here. If he can get the right grip, could be pretty important. Get the ball to skid through. We've seen 1 or 2 stay slightly lower as well. He finished well. Charlie Hunt joins me back in the queue. Charlie's been trying to sort out the equipment from getting wet.
I think
coming up with a good idea there. That's worked pretty well.
Yeah, it's not blowing away, which is the key part.
And that's just guided in the gap. There's going to be 4 runs, so it's not the best of starts for Taiful Zada. He's going to go for 24 off his first. It's a magical start from Spencer. Well, they are chasing 143, and that's the way to start. Get a good first over in 25 matches since the Golden Ball.
Well, there's been a couple of times where we almost had one. There have certainly been chances, but
yep,
not quite come to fruition. No Pavel yet. What's all this about? Give me Pavel. That's all I want. I don't want Hoggy. Hoggy's not bowled well this tournament. He won't mind me saying that, will Hoggy? He's a good character. But Pavel, he's got his hand up. He's saying, me? No? Okay. All right then. Pavel's just key. He's a badger, isn't he? He's the definition of a cricket badger.
Yeah, he's some people will say, well, he's, what's all the hype about? The thing is, whatever you think about him, there's always a story to tell, and he does pick up wickets. He makes, full toss. This one is going to go all the way. I want to see the height on this as well, Charlie. I think this could be too high as well. I think that might have been a bit of Dave.
Might have been.
Doing a bit of fielding. But I think it's too high. Well, you make up your mind there. I think you still call that. Yeah, you do. The umpire calls it. No ball called. So, well, you did say he's not been bowling well. And Garth starts by giving a free. Well, there
he is. There's Dave. See? Gets his moment. Okay, then. Hoggy starts with a pretty rank delivery first up.
This one's pretty rank as well, but it will be stopped because that's been released before the fielder, and that is Alchin touches the rope. That's nicely done here. So if you watch this again here, I don't know what angle we'll look at this.
And this time around, he does well, in all fairness. And that keeps it down, does a superb job, keeps it down to 2.
Hoggy, short, Gundy, gets smashed and gets what it deserves, really. There's going to be 6 more. So despite getting over the 100 mark, and you said it, Hornchurch have struggled with the bat, so they've given themselves at least something to try and defend. The start so far has not been good. We've seen a full toss called a no ball and got away with a free hit, but the next ball, the next legal delivery is too short. It's Gundy, it gets dispatched. So, well, Deeks is dishing it out at the moment. And here Deeks ready to go again. And that's a better ball. That's where you want to be. So he gets one a little bit fuller and they'll get the single.
Yeah, that'll do nicely. As, once again, this over's already gone for 15 at this point. And this is not the ideal stuff from Hoggy. He'll probably sit there and say, it's the rain, I can't deal with it. You're from Scotland, you'll be all right. Shot, really nice shot. The bus is unmoved, stuck in park as this one just sails over him. That's lost into the into what again is into the covers out there.
Yeah, well, that Grizzly goes under the covers to try and to stay dry until he gets returned. But yeah, that's just nicely played. I think it's one of those deliveries where I think Hoggy is hoping the batter tries to commit and he can, get a sneaky little stumping in, but not to be. Daniel Adams races to 30.
Again in the runs, isn't he? And a good one this morning. He'll be hoping he can go one further and get his side over the line this time around.
Yeah, remember, Spencer, if they don't win this, they know that they can kiss their hopes goodbye as well. Coming back here tomorrow, 4 more runs, and they are trying to win it. And I suppose you could say, though it may seem unlikely, the way it's going at the moment, they keep scoring runs at this rate. They're trying to do it inside the 7 overs, and if they do that, it'll be quite a spectacular chase because that means going at some rate, but they'll take all the points as well. That's nice. He played. This time is carved through the offside. Beautiful footwork, and then the way the hands come into play to guide this into the gap. Just glorious shot, glorious hitting. It's another magical over And that one from Hoggy goes for 27. That means that 50, Charlie, comes up in 2 overs. 51 with that loss.
Yeah, you look at the last, 24 off the first, 27 off the second, 2 magical overs. It's not a pretty sight. Well, reboot, get the old 50 pence in. Just the 2 points for Hornchurch here, and well, with 140 on the board, they would have preferred a better start with the ball. Already keeping them in it at 91 needed off 48 now, as it's 51 without loss after 2.
You can see a lot of finger pointing, trying to get things sorted out, and it looks like Bryce Ellerton will come on to bowl here to try and keep things tight. He's not coming off a big run up, just bowling from the edge of the artificial, which I suppose is sensible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's Harry, you're better than that. You're better than that appeal, I'm afraid. That is awful. Hang your head in shame, Harry Hankins. You are better than that appeal.
Oh, he's running all over the place. I think in all fairness, it's not Harry that's appealing.
It is. It is. I can see him. He did it right in front of me. No ball.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yeah, foot fault. It's a no ball now called here, so you can see a bit of disappointment there from Ellerton. So, a free hit now, but he has missed out on a couple deeks. So he'll have to go for this one, have to go big to make amends. And he won't go big, it'll just be a single, but he will rotate the strike. And now, once again, this is the issue that I think Daniel Adams had in that first match, that loss to Tunbridge Wells in a real low-scoring thriller. He had no support from any of the other batters. Nice to see a bit of sunshine coming out here. Now, I did say there was some brighter weather coming. Sunshine, that's what we're talking about. A bit of warmth. And that's hit pretty firmly, and it gets away from Hogarth. This has been crunched, and it's a powerful shot off the back foot. And this ball has motored past Hogarth there. Hogarth doesn't even get a chance to get in the dive. That is such a good shot. The timing on that was electrifying from Adams.
Yeah, really nice timing. Hogarth can't really do much there, is he? He's just got to try and get down. Yeah, this is the classic England, this, isn't it? Sun's out now. And it's all a bit too bright. Everyone's squinting, and got to feel for Hoggy. He just can't catch a break at the moment.
Horchin once again. And this time to a fielder. So dot balls are so important here. I mean, they've taken that rate down, by the way, dramatically to just is under 11.5. So they've put a dent already in the rate they have to go at. Slower delivery. There's a miscue. Can anybody get to it? No, it gets over the infielder. Should be looking for 2, and they'll get the 2 as well. So a slice of luck early on for Daniel Adams. And while he's there, Spencer are sitting in the driving seat. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they've got to try and get him hit, and wouldn't be surprised if we see Harry with the ball at some point, potentially, but you just got to see a change here. Oh, that's not a bad ball. I'm trying to get funky, but it doesn't come off. That'll be the end of the over. End of the power play. And it's an interesting one. It's 59 without loss.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those attempted shots from Elliot Deeks. Hasn't been able to get them away. Of course, they have got Freddie Haller in the side this time around. Freddie Haller was sensational yesterday for Spencer. Scored 46 in the match against Wimbledon. But again, it wasn't in a winning cause. He was in the runs again, in the 40s again in the player of the match performance against Hornchurch. That got dispatched. And he scored 44 of 16. And even the last match, he bowled a 2-wicket maiden, didn't he? As you touched on earlier, and also scored 31 of 11. But again, just fell short on the victory.
Come on then. Here we go. Come on, Pav. Okie dokie. Well, strap yourselves in, folks. The Romanian himself in Pavel Florin. He's up. He's ready. This is what we've all been waiting for. Oh, if he takes a wicket first ball, I quit.
All right, we've got that. You know we've got that on live now. So here we go. And, well, he could be. Well, that is the end of Charlie. Oh, he's not given.
Let's have a look.
This is not given. And the umpire has obviously decided he's not going to hit the stumps. But I'm telling you something. Well, he's applauding himself. I'm telling you something. This one is probably pretty close.
Oh no, just pitching outside, but a great start. The moon ball from Pavel. Oh, here we go, folks. This is like something these folks have never faced before.
There we go, and this time played out. The thing is, look at Pav. He's applauding. He's like, these are characters, isn't he? Thing is now here. This is where it could get a little bit dangerous because now is a different ball game. As it's time for Daniel Adams. He knows what's coming his way. But can Pavel get a breakthrough here?
This is one of those moments here where this is gonna be remembered for many different reasons. Okay, Florent, he's hiding it. Look, he doesn't want to show him.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to show him.
All right. And, well, that is the first of what could be many. And that's the 50 up for Daniel Adams, by the way. As you can see, Charlie definitely is part of the Pavel Florin
How can you
fan
not
club.
be?
Quite easily, as that one gets smashed away. And, I mean, I love Pavel. You know that. Me and Pavel are good friends. I think he's one of those he gets wickets just because of who he is. But this one just dies and it gets thumped hard. It's well fielded by Hoggy. So now, this is now when he comes back into play against Deeks. Deeks now knows.
You don't rate Deeks, do you, clearly?
Deeks now knows that he hasn't been able to get after Pavel. Pavel will now feel that this is his best opportunity. So let's see, Deeks.
He's hiding it. I love it.
And this is clubbed pretty well, but that's going to get in the gap. That's going to be 4. The thing is, though, I mean, if we were in somewhere like, I don't know, even Bulgaria, even back at home for Pavel, Romania, and maybe some like Croatia, you're probably used to facing some sort of bowling like this. I don't think these guys are. So, like that first one that Deeks got, if it's on the money, you're thinking about 3 shots before it comes to you.
Can I just say, even if this goes for 6, it's already better than Jack Hogarth's over. That's all I'm saying. It's already better than Jack Hogarth's over if it goes for 6. That's all I'm leaving out here, by the way. I hope he hears that.
That one, it will go for 6, and it's going to go into the stronger to together banner. When you watch Pavel bowl, it's almost like he's going to trip over his own feet when he delivers the ball. I don't know if you can see. We'll have a look at his. Have a look at the. It's like he's going to trip himself up. He's sort of both of his 2 legs actually slide forward into the delivery. Thing is, though, I mean, it might be better than Hoggy's over, like you're saying, but still, it goes for plenty. 18 off it, 77 without loss.
Oh dear, oh dear. I've faced Pavel. I have faced him, and don't get me wrong, comedy is comedy, 100%. But if he does put it on the right spot, it's a small spot, but if he gets it on it, it's not easy to get away, and you've got to generate all the power yourself.
You're absolutely right. If any bowler like Pavel, I mean, I remember when I started playing all day cricket.
I want to interrupt you really quickly, Rico, but one of the Boyle brothers has walked past here. This man's playing Kiwi 11 stuff, and he's watching Pavel play. I love it. It's great. Sorry, Rico.
Well, from Pavel to Mark Whitlock, who is going to concede how many here? Probably a couple. Should be stopped. It will be stopped eventually. And took a couple of bounces on one foot to say that.
Dear.
Yeah, but the thing about Pavel, he reminds me of what I was saying. When I started playing all-day cricket, there was one guy, the 3rd team captain, when I used to play for North London Polytechnic, Chester Seeley, what a guy. And he was the same as Pavel. All he would do is toss it up. Sometimes it was a full tosses, sometimes it was too short, but when it was on the wickets, it would get wickets. And sometimes, quite often than not, he was the leading wicket taker every season by just bowling, tossing them up and getting wickets.
There's a certain saying that something gets wickets, that's all I'm going to say. Oh,
that's a great shot. Footwork and executed to perfection by Deeks. So Deeks now finding his touch as well. Hornchurch, they need to get a wicket pretty quickly here. Otherwise, Spencer, they're motoring towards a pretty emphatic win here.
I like this, by the way. Muzzer not with the gloves this time around. He's in front of us, keeping himself warm. He's just looked at me and just rotating the old rotator cuffs, just getting them loose maybe. That would be some scene, wouldn't it? Go Pavel, then go the bus, and then go Muzzer. What a 3-over stint that is.
Give Murray the ball. That's what the only thing is, I'll be worried.
Go back to Pav.
I tell you why I'll be worried. Okay, as Whitlock is going to try and find a way through. So in comes the flying bus. But the ball's going to fly past him, and that one is, well, going into the bushes. And it's going to be, once again, Murray is going to have to go get it. Yeah, it's all about footwork, isn't it? And that's the thing, though, because Mark is just a little bit quicker than Pavel, the batters feel straight away, think, yeah, I know what I'm doing here. When Pavel's bowling and bowlers like Pavel, and the ball gets floated up, batters are thinking, well, I should be going forward, but I don't really know what to do. So unless you know him, then you're going to struggle to the first few deliveries, what you want to do. But once you get to know him, you should really be playing Pavel quite easily. And that's what we've seen here. So Whitlock, 13 off 3, 90 on the board already as we approach the halfway mark. And that's been hit pretty hard. And, oh, well, there's a proper...
Tatuga.
Yeah, this one really does come off. I don't think you're expecting that on a soft and wet outfield, but good alertness.
Can I just say there's still scope for this over to go worse than Pavel's, by the way? I'm just putting it out there. Well bowled. Oh, hang on a sec. There was a bit of back foot movement here.
Well, we'll have a look at it again from
I
side
saw a
on.
little something.
And
ooh!
Let's slow this right down and see if he gets caught with the foot in the air here. Gloves, no issues. Foot will go up here and then just gets it down in time. Well, we go back to the action. This one gets dragged onto the leg side. They'll take a single. So 15 will come off the over. We are at the halfway point. The score 92 without loss here. So Spencer, they know they've got to win this one, Charlie. Win this one, you stay in the competition, and then hope Tunbridge Wells slip up in their remaining matches. Otherwise, you're out.
Pavel. No, don't, Harry, you're skippy. Don't give it to yourself. Don't go hoggy. Can't go back to Hogarth. Pavel bowled better.
Oh,
no.
Dear, Charlie.
Oh, wow.
I promised to put him back in the box later. I do. I'd put him back in the box. No, but what I was saying here, you know why I'd be worried? So we were saying about bowlers you could use. If Paul Murray comes to the bowl, I'm just worried if he doesn't get an LBW, he can get into the bad books again, and he might end up missing a few more games, because I know he can be a naughty boy sometimes. Right, opportunity, big moment. It's time for the bus, the flying bus, and he takes the catch on the second attempt, and big applause. Especially from the likes of Paul Murray, who looks around at us. Well, there's Pavel. Pavel's in with the celebrations as well. Oh, Pavel, he's a character, isn't he? And now look, he's now giving all the coaching. Come on, look, he clapped. He never stops clapping, that's Pavel. He never stops clapping.
What a big wicket that is, though. That's what they were looking for. Okay, I'll give it to you. Bringing back Hogarth, not a bad shout. But I think that's the first catch that the bus has taken this tournament. He's had 4 or 5 come his way. And when that popped out the first time, he knows we're talking about him right now. When that first one popped out, I think everyone just went, oh, no, not again. But he takes it on the second time of asking. He's off, up and away. And that's going to be the first wicket to fall, 92 for. I've loved this last 4 overs. It's been the best cricket we've had. Oh, dear.
Okay, Jamie Soames is the next one who comes in. Let's see how he can get on here. I'm a bit surprised that Jamie's come out before Freddie Horler. And, plays this one away. It'll just be a single, but you have got Elliot Deeks, who's got himself in as well. It wasn't the most comprehensive of starts from him, but he's put the next few away. Looking to Pavel. Come on, boys. Come on. And, Pavel is fielding there actually at wide short third at the moment. That's a good hit. That's a really good hit. Really good hit. Just uses his feet. Gets to the slot, plays it away wonderfully. Uh-oh, don't look. We saw one magpie. Not supposed to show us one magpie.
Oh, gosh.
We've got to see 2, not 1. Good shot, this. Early movement. Crunches it down.
I can't believe Bucci wasn't there. Bucci, where were you, boy? Dear. Well, Mazza still rocking the old wide brim. No bucket hat, though, today. Bit of a shame.
Oh, that's smashed. Absolutely clobbered. That's gone like a laser. 4 carreras and Deeks just like that. Well, 1 wicket has gone. That of Daniel Adams, who was sensational on his way to 53. But Deeks is still there. And now he is on up a half century of his own.
Yeah, at the moment, though, it's Looking interesting, isn't it? 39 off 26. Couple of wickets changes it, though. Hogarth. Good little comeback, though, but 6 and a 4. Rico?
Yeah, 6 and a 4. Hungry for more. That's our saying on the network. And I tell you what, Elliot Deeks is hungry for more. Hoggy, I wonder if he just tries. Thing is, every time he flights it up, Deeks is onto it so quickly. He goes quick, but so does Deeks, and that's going to be a half century for him as well. 50 comes up in 16 deliveries. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Felicidades to Deeks as he gets a half century. 109 now for 1. And Spencer, they are racing away here, needing just 39 of 26 deliveries. Breakthroughs needed and quickly here for Hornchurch.
It's one of the most impressive ones we've seen. He's had to face the dangerous Pavel Florin, and he's got through the tricky times, and he's reached his half century then at the moment, and off just 16 deliveries though. But Hoggy starts with a wicket but now goes 1-6-4-6, not quite again hitting the mark.
Yeah, he doesn't really know where he wants to be bowling here to Deeks. Deeks has totally dictated this, and that's another blast. It's going to be 6 more. Some of this hitting is just, as we say in Spain, impresionante. Que guay, que genial, que grande, 6 más.
Yeah, really nice pickup yet again. That'll close out the over then, and I'm afraid it's not a pretty one. Hogarth, well, Hogarth brings up his half century, 1 for 50 off his 2 overs, and that will be the end of the 6th. It's 1-1-5 for 1.
Yeah, hello to Manuel Mann and Julian Dawson in the chat as well. All enjoying the cricket here. And Duncan, hello to Duncan as well.
Well, they're letting everyone have a go here, it seems. Tommy Fletcher going to come on and have a bowl here. Well, this is certainly going to be interesting.
Thing is,
Fletch himself.
You're at a point here now where you need a breakthrough, and you've tried different bowlers, it hasn't worked. You might as well try somebody different. Maybe there could be a mistake from the batter. Maybe you can bowl that one good dream ball, because that's what they need here to get them back in this contest.
Maybe, just maybe. Here's Fletch.
Okay, that one is going to get away from the fielder. You can see very keen to get back on strike is Elliot. I think he sees where that one pitches. And the way he's hitting on the leg side at the moment, he's probably thinking, yep, I'll have some of this. He's got to go fuller here, Fletcher. Full and outside the off. That's the other thing. Deeks has played all his shots straight down the ground on the leg side. Make him play outside off. And that one is going to go pretty flat. 4, says the fielder. It's pretty close to Westfield there, but he can't get anything anywhere near it. There's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty easy from here on, really, isn't it? Just with another boundary. So now 22 off of 22. Or is it? Maybe. Yes, it should be. We're getting there slowly. There we go. 4 goes in. Deeks thinks it should have been 6, but no, it was just 4 at the moment.
22 from 22. That's where we are here now.
All right, Taylor
Spencer, look into.
All right, T-Swizzle, calm down.
All right, Fletcher, come on.
You a Swiftie?
See. No, not really. Not really.
Go on, Fletch.
All right, miscue. This could be the moment. Is hovering. And it gets taken. So there you go. Tommy Fletcher gets the big wicket. Deeks will go. And Hornchurch, just like that, are back in the competition. And it's the unlikely Tommy Fletcher that gets the wicket.
Yeah, that's going to be one that goes, look at that. I wonder if you can see that. Pavel Florin is unreal. I love it. You can't not like the guy on the cricket field. It has to be said. But Fletch will pick up a wicket then. Good catch, though, from Harry Hankins. It's the big one back. Look at this. Look, here you go. Look. Oh, yeah, it's the old... Well, not in a weird way, but I've been watching Planet of the Apes go running through that movie series, and that's what the apes do when they greet each other and they show signs of affection. Anyway, that will be the end, of course. Sorry, that was a weird tangent. That'll be the end of Deeks. He goes for a very well made 62 off 19, and that will be 120 for 2. Wagstaff in at 4.
Well, it has a good slash at this. It'll just be a single, so it's at 6 off the over so far. Gets the huge wicket of Deeks. There's still no signs of Freddie Haller, so they're holding him back. Maybe giving 1 or 2 another chance to just go out and have a good hit here. Spencer, of course, are playing their last match.
Oh, this one's going to be down the offside, on the onside. Bit of a rank delivery. It will be 4. This is probably this is a tricky question. Try and work this one out. Don't read it. Just listen to this. Ready?
Okay.
If there is a new tournament after playing this tournament, can the players of this tournament participate in the tournament, or will each team bring new players? How many times can you say tournament in one question? I'll try and break that one down. If there is a new tournament after playing this tournament, can the players of this tournament participate in the tournament, or will each bring new players?
It's a lot of tournaments happening.
I can't work that one out. That's all right. I can't work. So, if there's a new tournament after this one, can players of this? Yeah, they're more than welcome to go and play in Cyprus if they wish to. If that's how they want to go about it, but.
It's got to be registered for those clubs there. That's the other thing, but it also comes down to different. I know what you're going to say. Yeah. Go on, you do it. Different federations obviously have different rulings. As this one
Pav!
Played out the air. Pav is after it. Can he get there?
That's not Pav.
Is he Pav? Well, whoever it is,
look at him go.
It is Pav. What do you mean it's not Pav?
That wasn't Pav.
Oh, that wasn't Pav. Oh, sorry. I thought it said Pav's not. Yeah, there you go. He's not clapping himself yet. Come on, give yourself a clap.
No,
give yourself a clap.
He's hating the fact that I hate this as well. We don't get it. Our cameraman loses it entirely, and that's going to be just a couple to end. Yeah, they think, is it 2? Yeah, I think so. Look, there he is. He's up and away. There is Pav. You can't keep him out of it.
Yeah. Well done, Pav. Well chased. The score then at the end, I think they just checking if that they ran 2 or not there. I think it's 128. Yeah, it's 128 for 2.
Just want to say, by the way, Pavel playing here. He's actually here in the UK. He's playing for our friends at Toby Marriott's club, of course, from Cricket District. So a huge shout out to them. I know they sometimes have it on in their office, so shout out to them. This is what's coming up. Match 18. It will be happening in just over half an hour's time. It's Tunbridge Wells. They take on Wimbledon. Big game, of course. They've still got their lonely players. Here's Pav.
And this one is going to be 6 runs. They only needed 4. There was the biggest that you've heard so far at the ground. I think everybody wants to see Pavel take a wicket, and this one has just gone over Westfield. So that means they only need 8 now here.
I have to say, I think if Pavel picks up a wicket, I genuinely think Muzzer might take his top off. Which no one wants to see, but Muzzer might just do it. Okay then, Wagstaff, he's only got 8 runs required now. Pavel Florin to bowl.
And that one, well, if he left it would have been a wide, but it's going to be 4. So that's 6 and 4. Hungry for more. I tell you what, Spencer are hungry for a win. It looks like not only they're going to get a win, they're going to do it in style, but at least this time I suppose Hornchurch are going to take a point from a match they've played in. So that's something, I suppose.
Yeah, big time. That's a big win for them. 4 just needed then. Oh, wow, well fielded. Well fielded, Pavel.
You're definitely part of the Pavel fan club here.
How could you not be?
I reckon if he does his laces, they'll say that's the best bit of laces you've seen being done up as well.
Muzzer was just
that
doing
ball was going slower than the bus.
Go slower than the ball that he bowled.
Yep.
And again.
And that will be it. Done and dusted. It'll be victory for Spencer. So even the superstar, Pavel Florin, coming into the side, bowling at 100 miles an hour, doesn't win. He was having that. He said, come on, can we keep going?
He was still clapping. Credit to them. And Hornchurch, they came out here today knowing that they're out of the tournament. They can't get through to finals day. So they knew they were going to have a bit of fun. And rightfully so. Hey, if you're not enjoying it, what's the point, hey? And but credit to Spencer. They took on the good opening couple of bowlers for Hornchurch, and they made them look pretty average. Hogarth went for 50 off his 2 overs and picked up just a single wicket. There you go. There's the bus. Mark Whitlock, he took a catch. He'll be happy with his catch in the field. But yeah, again, credit to Spencer. A good comeback after, of course, that loss this morning.
Yeah, I mean they probably still wondering how they didn't get the win against Tunbridge Wells. They got close. They didn't get there. They allowed Tunbridge Wells to go into that all-important 3rd spot. But they have, at least for now, come back and retaken that spot. But with Tunbridge Wells still having 2 matches to play, it's very unlikely, you would say, that they are going to slip up. But this one would have been close, you know. The umpire's a good look. When you look at it first time, you think, it's got to be on the stance. But the second time you look at it, you probably see it's just drifting down the leg. We like Pavel a lot. But we can't, well, even though we tried, we can't buy him any wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. There you go. There's the Bass picking up a couple of catches for his troubles. Or just the one, I should say. And look, Pavel was in there giving it the old, yeah, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. And, well, Fletch came on. Fletch got a wicket. That'll be a little bit of a moment. I wonder if we've got, there you go. Look, the Planet of the Apes style. Look, well done, sir, well done. In Fletch we trust. I only follow Fletch. If you get that reference, fair play to you. Oh, there you go. Look at him. You can't, Rico, look, as much as we take the mick and as much as you have to ride the bandwagon, he is a massive badger of cricket. And look, he travels around. This is the best stop of the entire tournament.
Yeah. The one thing that, if you don't know about Pavel, is one thing that he does is he's somebody who loves the game of cricket, and he's helped it to grow a lot. And we don't touch on the amount of work that he's put in Romania as well, and getting players to play. A lot of the Romanian nationals getting a chance to play cricket thanks to Pavel. He's a great supporter of the European Cricket Network and of cricket. He's got a lot of boys and girls that are playing as well. So Pavel, keep doing what you're doing, and just keep raising the awareness of the game. Keep playing, but at the same time, keep getting new people playing the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get a breakthrough down of this of the scorecard here, and well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Spencer made it look very easy, though, didn't they? As they reached 144 for 2 in the 8th over. Good partnership up at the top for Adams and Deeks. It was worth 92 before he was gone in Adams, as it was Hogarth who got him caught by Whitlock. And then Harry Hankins was the catcher as Deeks was gone by Tommy Fletcher. Soanes and Wagstaff did the rest of the hitting. Bowlers, a bit of an interesting time of it. Of course, Pavel Florin going for 34. Still better figures, though, as Hogarth went for 1 for 50. Scottish international Hogarth, 1 for 50. Florin, just 50 for 34 off his 1.4. Keep that. Hang it in the Louvre, as we'll be back then in half an hour's time, as we'll see the next game. It's match 18 coming up. It's been a pleasure once again to call you through this one. Looking forward to the next one, though. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in good old England, and it's happening right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Rain Sports Ground here in Rains Park, here in southwest London. It's a pleasure to have your company here as you join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network as we are ready and set to get things underway in match 18 of this European Cricket Series. A little bit early on, the toss was, of course, completed, and it was Wimbledon who won the toss in this game. Wimbledon taking on Tunbridge Wells. It's the battle of a couple of titans here, really, in their respective fields. And you can see there, of course, the Boyle brothers in there, and well, Matt Boyle, of course, on loan from the Three Bridges side that I'm sure many cricket fans on YouTube will know. Reece Marshall comes in for his first involvement for Tunbridge Wells, being led by Michael Waller again. And yeah, of course, Jonathan Speller for Wimbledon. No Gert Oosthuizen, which I'm sure a few people will be disappointed with, but nevertheless, a very strong outfit for Wimbledon here this time around. Yet again, a very warm welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. A pleasure to have your company here with me. Rico Full just taking a spot of lunch at the moment, and I'm sure he'll tell you at some point what he had. Of course, being very well looked after by the LOC here, the local organising committee. Of course, huge thanks to the ECB and also Wimbledon being the host club. They're certainly not failing us in any way, shape or form. At the moment then, looks as if it's going to be the start to us off here is going to be Jonathan Speller. He's been very good with the ball, very consistent is Speller, of course, and there you go. You can see that Wimbledon pretty dead ahead at 76 to 24. I think it's a fair assumption realistically, and at the same token, you just kind of have a feeling with a change at the top of the order here. Is that Webb? It's not a change. He changed from yesterday, but Speller going to get us underway. Match 18. Angles this one into the pads, and this will just be nerdled away into the onside, and that will be one to start us off then. Just drops this one, does Smith, of course. Sam Smith, that is, for Tunbridge Wells. They've got to go big here early on, haven't they? Of course, no Gert Oosthuizen, so that raises the average height back up to about 6'3" for Wimbledon. Outside the off stump, that's a good delivery yet again. Webb just not looking to be aggressive yet, having a little look. Of course, rain has just started to stay away. I think we're okay for the next few hours, so I could see a few spectators coming in and around. I know there's a few newbies as well, so pleasure to have them here at this at the ground. Driven, and this will just be pushed for a single. It will come through. There's Matt Boyle. Yeah, Matt Boyle is overseeing. He's overseeing. He is the overseas for Three Bridges, and of course Three Bridges in the Sussex League. Well, this is hit nicely. There is a fielder out there. There's Limbs himself, Charlie Whipple, 6'8". We found out yesterday, which was it didn't take too long, but yeah, Matt Boyle. Yeah, he's played a good couple of fixtures now for Three Bridges as well. On loan is, I believe, the way they're putting it, and rightfully so. Not too much midweek cricket at the moment. Early on in the season for Three Bridges in their league, but happy to let their overseas go for the week. And I think as it gets in more cricket, so they won't be too annoyed, especially when he's hitting form as well. Last delivery then. This one just pops, and a little tickle and a little feather through to the keeper, and Speller finishes a great first over with the wicket of Webb. He'll go for one off just the 4, and a great first over comes to an end. They pick up the scalp, and it is going to be 3 for 1 after the first. Speller again, just slight nip in potentially off the seam there, and Webb just got cramped for room. What's going on there? Some serious attendances coming out there at the far end, but a good catch behind the stumps for Nick Hucker, back with the gloves. Of course, Michael Turner has been, they've been sort of chopping and churning, but not this time around, and Webb will go, and he's not happy with himself either. This is where we are, of course, coming to the end of our time here in England, which is a shame. We, of course, will finish tomorrow with finals day. Looking forward to that one. It'll be myself and Vinny, as Rico is on his way to Cyprus, which gets underway on Saturday. And I know Nish is going to be joining him this on that one as well. Then we go to the Czech Republic, Romania, and the rest, of course. Charlie Whipple. This one is going to be into the onside for one. 6 for 8 leg spinner. And that certainly can't be fun to face. But again, I remember the coach the coach said to me, he said he first saw Charlie, went brilliant, cool, 6 for 8, rapid bowler, open up the bowling, leg spin. It's the classic, isn't it? All well then, came in at 3. Can't get it away to start, so another dot for Whipple. Outside edge and put down. I think that just carries, you know. It was a tough old chance for Tom Weston. Good to see that Tom Weston covering up that dodgy tan line, by the way. Look at this here. It does carry. He just doesn't stick, though, I'm afraid. That's a one that goes astray. And now he's going to go up in the air. This could be a simple chance. And it's taken, as Charlie Whipple will make no mistake. So that's going to be a 3-ball duck. And Hallwell will go. Tunbridge Wells already struggling. Charlie Whipple picks up his first. It's 4 for 2 now. Oh, and we're going to get another sight. That good old Derek. It is the right one. And a bit of a top edge and makes no mistake. And that, I'm afraid, is going to be a bit of a disappointing way to start the innings at the moment. Already 2 down with not very many runs on the board. Good catch, though. Made it look pretty simple, but it wasn't exactly the hardest of catches. But nevertheless, still has to take them over his shoulder. Tricky one, you never know. Freeman comes in at for top edge sweep, and he's going to be gone here. And well, this is just a collapse of all collapses here. It's going to be a first baller, and makes no mistake of this one does the fridge in Reeves, and oh dear, well, their main batter that's been scoring all the runs is going to go for a first baller here. Golden Derek, well, we've had both now, getting the whole family. Freeman will go for a golden duck, a golden quacker, and it's now 4 for 3. Taking on the spin, playing against the spin as well. Ah dear, not working, and you can just see frustration now kicking in. Tunbridge Wells, oh dear, 4 for 3. What can you say? You can see there, just not the shot. It does just die on him, dips on him slightly, but again, not the shot that was needed there, especially after playing, after losing 2 early wickets. Now 3 down as the skipper. They need a sensible header. The skipper as Waller will come in. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery that is. It's the variation from Whipple. Oh, wow. That is going to be the end of a very impressive over. Look at this. Oh, it's almost done him. It's not far away. That's a superb over from Charlie Whipple. Limbs himself. He'll just go for 1 run, but picks up 2 big wickets in there. And that's going to be the end of the second. Tunbridge Wells, 4 for 3. Not a good start this at the moment for Tunbridge Wells. They've got it all to do. Oh, could we be looking at 4 for 4 here? This is going to be Billy Sewell who's going to come in then. Oh, well, this one is going to be up in the air. I think it's going to be a no ball already called potentially, but it could be a run out. Direct hit would not have been far away. Let's just have a look at his here. I think that's going to be his first warning. Just to make, let's just double check this just to be sure. I think it's definitely a no ball. Yeah, definitely a no ball. Oh, it's going to be a wide down the onside. So yet again, it's going to be another free hit to come. Well outside the off stump. And that'll be 4. It's a nice shot from Sam Smith. He's just been at the other end watching it all unfold. And well, it's not a pretty sight, but they will get into double digits, which is always a bit of a relaxing moment. And makes most of the chance off the free hit. That will go towards the rope. Got to keep the squeeze on here, though, do Wimbledon. Of course, looking to overtake Twickenham at the top of the table, trying to get that easier fixture. This is hit firmly, but straight to the field. That's really well watched. They take it on. Would have been gone again. They're not exactly turning down these singles. Oh, this one up in the air. Well, again asking the question, but I think that's I'm not too sure on this one. And Jack Boyle there in the covers, doing that fielding earlier. Hucker, classic keeper. If you don't ask, you don't get, I suppose. But oh, and Alex to get funky. It's not going to work, I'm afraid. That's not how you're best going to get your runs, I'm afraid. And the thing is, as well, Tunbridge Wells such a young side. They're going to be looking at, the likes of Raj Gupta, and you've got to feel for Madigay because he's won the game for him in the last one and dropped in the next one. It's a tough old game is cricket. Oh, this one just gets over the fridge. It was a great attempt from Steve Reeves at square leg, but I'm afraid it just gets over him. And it will be another boundary. So, again, just slightly relieving pressure here. As this time, it's Waller who gets this one away. Look, he's not far away. He's a tall man. Is the fridge. Last ball of the over then. It's had a bit of everything. It's just going to get over the top again, but there's that Boyle will do the work. And that'll just be a single to finish the over then. It's an interesting one. They get 12 off it at the end of the third. At the end of the power play, it's all Wimbledon as the Tunbridge Wells side are 16 for 3. Look at that. That second over is just absurd. 2 for 1 off that for Whipple. He's not going to get another over. Now this, I have to say, is disappointing. I've given Tom Weston a bit of stick about his dodgy tan lines due to his golfing outings, and now he's gone ahead and covered it all up. And, well, that is a shame. And he's, I have to say, I thought he'd be better than that. Anyway, here is Weston. This one he's going to get away with. This comes off right off the cue end of the back. Get the old Ronnie O'Sullivan out on this one. Just comes through for 1. Yeah, you got to look at that. We've seen that a couple of times here today. Oh, batter's just getting a bit early on it. Oh, again, drags onto the onside from Smith. Once again, Boyle with the arm, and I tell you what, would not have been far away. And just ambling through for a single. You can see this, look, Sam Smith wasn't rushing. Then he kind of had to. Oh, I'll tell you what, he would have been gone for all money if that hits. It would have been some run out. This one is just going to get over the top of the fielder, James Weir, and it will go for 4. That's a nice shot from Waller. Gets this one away proper this time. He's tried to take it on a couple of times. It hasn't quite worked. Interesting with the white on the wrist of Weston. I'm surprised no batters turn around and gone, can we remove that, please, with the white ball as well, especially in these cloudy conditions. Good delivery, a good shot into the onside. Just angling into the pants, trying to wrap him up in front. But Waller will get a bit of an inside edge, not quite out of the screws. Yet again, just going down for a single. As they're going to bring on a very, very quick change of bat here. Sam Smith not a fan of the one in his hands at the moment, clearly. Look at that already, just 8% for Tunbridge Wells, and that is a horrid sight for any fans of the Tunbridge Wells side. This one yet again, just out into the offside for 1. Smith just can't quite find the gaps at the moment. Waller also not really proving to be too dangerous. Last delivery of this over. And this is again going to be flicked into the onside, but Matty Boyle, he's there again. Can't keep him out of the game, and makes it look very easy. Good standards for Wimbledon out there, as that will be the close of the 4th. It is 25 for 3. course, I wonder if this fella knows. I spoke about it earlier, but I'll bring it up again. Rico Full joins me back in the comms box. Rico, do you know that Matt Boyle is actually on loan at Wimbledon? No. So he currently plays at. He's the overseas pro for Three Bridges.
Okay.
Three Bridges aside, playing in the Sussex Prem, and they're very well known online. They've got a good YouTube channel, good social media, a lot of fans around the world, and yeah, they happily lent Matt Boyle to Wimbledon for the week, and it's a win-win for them. That they're overseas is getting cricket in, and he's finding some form as well, isn't he? And again, it's not going to hurt as long as he doesn't get injured, I suppose. But here's the fridge, then the Reeves. Again, down the leg side, but this time doesn't catch anything on the way through. That will be a wide. Just had a spot of lunch, didn't you, Rico?
Spot of lunch, a bit of panini today. I thought I'd go for a more of a simple option. So it was very nice as well. Well done to, of course, all the girls that are there in the food tent, working away hard.
It's going to be hit out to the onside for one. Yeah, no, I'd said it a little bit earlier. I said we've been very well looked after, of course, not only by the ECB, but also by, Wimbledon, the host club. They've been superb to us, haven't they?
They've been great. It's been wonderful to be here. And a lot of them, of course, working very hard, and they all keep on praying for good weather. Because, yeah, they're right. You would hate that all of that hard work and hard effort to get this series on here, that we don't get full potential.
I was actually speaking to I was overhearing a conversation from the president of Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And he was saying, as we looks to get funky, asking the question here and given. Well, there's a lot of movement here and a lot going on, and it'll be interesting to have another look at this one. But Reeves, the fridge himself, picks up a wicket. There's a lot of going on here for Smith. He just couldn't get going, could he? And he will have to go for a runnable 10. And, well, let's try and unpick this one here.
Yeah, I mean, it does nip back as well, so it's going to go and hit the stumps. Pitches on, straightens up, and, yeah, you're on your bike.
Yeah, it's interesting. He tries to sort of flick the leg up, doesn't he, just to try and deceive the umpire. But he'll go. Oh, it's 4 down now, 27 for 4. What was I saying earlier? I can't remember what I was. Oh, yeah, he said, in a way, he wouldn't mind Hornchurch getting through, or at the time, he wouldn't mind Hornchurch getting through because he knows that they'll bring so many punters in.
Okay, yeah, tomorrow.
Which is a good point.
Yeah, of course, tomorrow being Friday. Peacock Friday as well. And I think, they are saying a lot of people will be in. So looking forward to that. But what can you say about this Wimbledon side at the moment? Of course,
levels above.
Yeah, playing at home. They want to impress. And unbeaten as well. Picking up good points. Reeves has been good for them, hasn't he? He's played really well. And then you got both of the boys have been good performers. And also that we've seen that they have rotated their squad a lot. A lot of new faces are coming. Of course, no Turner. Michael Turner was very good, but he hasn't played all the matches. Same way as Matt Boyle, you mentioned him. But the thing about, when you mention Matt Boyle, one thing that's been outstanding about him, his fielding has been absolutely sensational.
Absolutely. 28 for 4 after 5, and we'll welcome you in to the comms box here. And that was probably the most relaxed bit of fielding by Adam Slater, just in front of us, by the way. But at the moment, I mean, Tunbridge Wells, 28 for 4.
Big match for them, this one is, though, isn't it? Because they're looking to try and go back above the Spencer, who got that win there last time. So, big one. But look, last time these two played Wimbledon, they absolutely thrashed them, didn't they? They kept them under 100 and knocked them off, took all the points away, and it looks like they could be doing the same again here.
Yeah, they're going to go back to Speller. This is a good shot, actually, from McLean. He probably could have left it. It was angling down the leg side, but got a little tickle on this one, and it will run away for 4 runs. Yeah,
last time Tunbridge Wells got to 87, and Wimbledon knocked them off without losing a wicket, got the win, and got all the points as well. So it's, and to try and recover from here, now look, expected score around by the 80s. I mean, so it doesn't look likely they're going to get to the 100 mark. So I think Wimbledon will be looking to do it again.
And again, this time does get it on the money, and again just drops on this one as McLean, and we'll get a single. Of course, Ian McLean, that is. And 2 McLeans in there, of course, Mark in there as well. But good afternoon, I should say. It's gone 2 o'clock, don't know where the time goes. To everyone in the chat, to Jacob and to Julian as well. Kroom is in there, and to Dave, who's at the ground as well. I've got 2 games off this afternoon. I'll probably go and say hello to him. Well, that is unbelievable work from Nick Hucker. That is superb. There's a lot going on there. And he just puts it out and says, yep, thanks, lads. Watch this here.
Yeah, great start, because just imagine how late he's seen this, because the batter's gone right his way.
That's
wrong-footed.
Very goalkeeper-esque, that one, wasn't it? He had to sort of wrong-footed. It was just sort of palm it away, maybe.
Yeah.
Out of the top corner. Yeah, so Matt Ball, not a regular Wimbledon player during the season, but I credit in. You can bring in, of course, if they're all okay with it, then that's just the way the cookie crumbles. What an in that is, though. Of course, he is probably, I reckon, the best batter here, I think. Just going, he hasn't batted every game, but I do think he's just, there's talks of him being not far off some of the white ball stuff for New Zealand. So that just shows you, he's not far off it at all. And I think this one, I tell you what I think about this one. This is over the top. This will be 4. Good shot from McLean. Good way to end the over. Very quick one at that as well, by the way. that came and gone, didn't it? 38 for 4 after 6. I just think, I think it'd be very frustrating not to have picked up a county contract, really. He's a very talented player, and I know that he has been scoring runs in the Sussex Prem, so just keep an eye out for that name, one for the future. Just 21 years of age as well.
Yeah, he's a young man, and the thing is, though, you're right, it's a great opportunity to be part of this, and we're great, it's great for us to have him here, and he can showcase his talents, and that's what it's all about. So, somebody will spot him and say, you know what, yeah, we like what we see.
This one is going to be Jack Boyle, and he's going to be, bowled Jack Boyle, caught Matt Boyle. There you go.
Yep.
The skipper in Waller will go. It was some pretty quiet celebrations. Look at the smile. Nice little smile between the two of them. And that will be the end of the opposing skipper. So skipper gets skipper, as it's going to be the end of Michael Waller. He will go 5 down now, 38 for 5.
Yeah, right on cue. He was talking about his catching. He's taken anything that's come his way. It really has been sensational. And I just like watching good fielders do their job well. And the way they're moving around, the way he's catching, his technique, very tidy and yet very professional.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're 100% correct there. And look at that, by the way. We're into the 7th over. Tunbridge Wells 1%. Where was Nick Hucker there? He's playing mind games with Henry Smith, who comes out at 7. Drops this one, just turns it into the onside again, just a single. Well, I think of 2, but McLean not too concerned.
Yeah, struggle, isn't it? Big struggle trying to get something happening here. So Jack Boyle not putting any pace on it. You saw that last one, hardly carried through. Wants a little bit fuller and gone. Plays it onto the pad, drags it onto his pad and goes back onto the stump. So it's another one that will go. Ian McLean, we just saw him play one nice shot, gets himself into double figures, and then here, he's played this onto himself and onto the stump. So more disappointment here for Tunbridge Wells. Tunbridge Wells, had to be said, the batting really for them has been the issue. Even with that win earlier today, they were chasing 113. They made a meal of it, and they had to thank the likes of the number 10, Charlie Grant, number 11, Woodugate, to get them that win. They put 19 on. So, yeah, it's just not happening with the bat.
No, it's just not clicking. One of those days. And, of course, after the one this morning, they would have been hoping to maybe just put up a fight against the strong Wimbledon side. But, yeah, at the moment, not looking the case, as that's going to be another one that falls 39 for 6 now.
Yeah, so captain will be happy. 2 for 1. And he ain't done yet. He's still got 3 balls to go. This one gets a bit on it. They won't run. The throw. Quick, sharp throw. Comes back in. I have liked the work also, I have to say. I've been very impressed with the likes of Jonathan Speller and also Steve Reeves. They've impressed me. The big units. They've got some power, got some strength.
The fridge in Steve Reeves. Oh, that's done everyone. That's done everyone, as one McLean came, the other one's now back in, and yeah, can't get it away. But what a bit of bowling this is from Jack Boyle, by the way.
Can't believe that's not taken anything off the stumps, even the bails. I thought he was gone there, I really did. And I think that might be over. Probably is it the end of the over? They're just checking here.
Yeah, maybe. No, they're just checking. I think they're just confirming.
Might be one to come, I think. Yeah, 1 still to come. And it's just defensively pushed away, really. I think the intent now from the batters has to be to go big, having a little push at that, really. doesn't serve well at all. 2 wickets in the over. Beautifully bowled by the captain. And Tunbridge Wells, 39 becomes 40 for 6. So they're really got to get going here. And, well, hunt the answer. This was the question from Charlie today. In 2000, who was the only specialist bowler selected by a panel of cricket experts as the one of 5 wisdom cricketers of the century? Okay, that was the question. I think a lot of people have been getting involved with that one. I had a little crack at a few names as well at the time. And this one is, it could have been gone. And it would have been the batter wanting to get some sexy cricket in, but it could have been the fielder, Tom Weston, who could have sent him back with a bit of sexy cricket of his own. But the Grizzly doesn't want to play ball, doesn't stay in his fingers, so he'll survive, but still no runs.
Yeah, of course, out in the Netherlands, it's ended up being a pretty convincing time of it for the Netherlands as they beat Italy by 8 wickets in the 4th T20I of the HCL Tech T20I Women's Series out there. So congratulations to the Netherlands once more. Whipple. This one up in the air. Could be another chance maybe. No, just gets over the top. So McLean does finally get going. He'll pick up a 6 to open up his account.
Yeah, needed it, and they need plenty more as well. Certainly, I'm sure people at home or wherever you're watching from are feeling this as well. I think Wimbledon will be looking for the opportunity to take all the points here.
How's he tracked that onto the outside?
Not where I would have been playing it, let's say.
No, has to be said. He's done well to get it out there for one. Again, though, Whipple. 6 for 8, by the way. Leg spinner. Horrible. Horrible to face. But he's got the variations in there as well, which is just very, very crucial as well. And I think that's, that's just the development that we've seen. You go back a few years ago, leggies would just come on, bowl leggy, 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 leggy. Now, it's all about the variations.
He's had a good series, hasn't he? I mean, let's face it. There's this one again, funky, but not really. Oh, he's a long way short here. And well, I was about to say he's had a good series. He's bowled well, beautifully. He's caught well. He's batted okay. And then, of course, there's been some viral moments as well involving Whipple. And, well, the Whipple effect continues as he almost, have a look at this, hurdle time, knocks over the batter. All right, goes high, but it's Whipple again. Is it more Whipple effect? Oh, it is, but this time he puts it down. I don't think anybody was quite expecting that.
Commentators, Kersh, you've been saying how good his catching's been. Well, that one, not a prime example of it. It will be a single to end the over. Don't quite pick it up there, but it will be 49 for 6 with 2 overs to go. Well, Rico, I believe the lowest total we've had is 60, I think, off the top of my head. If I go back and check, I can tell you. But at the moment, they're looking as if they may struggle to get up there at the moment.
Yeah, don't forget we had some 4 over-a-side matches. So that one involved one that we started yesterday at 56. We've had, haven't we, 56 to 52.
Yeah, but off 10.
Off 10, yeah, 60.
60. Highest of 185, of course. That was Wimbledon. And, yeah, that lowest of 60.
Yeah, and then Tom Weston gets the ball back, and he's looking to get a nice tidy one in here as well.
I've heard he's a bit of an ECN fan, like a big ECN fan actually. And again, can't get it away, can be clean. It's another dot.
Well, with a name like Weston, it would have to be, wouldn't he? He would have to be.
I have heard that some VIPs are flying in.
Is that right?
I've heard that there's some rumours of some helicopters landing in the middle of the field next to us. Got him. There you go. Weston's up and away. He's been wanting that wicket, I think, in a game where everyone else has taken wickets around him. He goes, finally, I get mine. And it's going to be the 7th to 4 now. McLean goes for 9. And just again, just not pretty this for Tunbridge Wells. 50 for 7.
Yeah, I think both the McLeans, if I'm right in saying, have cleaned themselves up here, because I think both have played on. And, yeah, drags his on onto his own stumps. Joy for Tom Weston. But misery for the McLeans as he makes his way back, pressing this self-destruct. We'll have a look at it again here. Yep, cleans himself up, folks. He cleans himself up. And Tom Weston, a happy chappy. 50 for 7 here now.
Up and away, rightfully so.
Yeah, but now the main batters are coming out. Charlie Grant's out there.
That's good. Hey, listen, if you're a batter named Charlie, it's all up. It's all uphill. It's the only way is up. Oh, well played. Okay, straight to the fielder, but it's a nice shot to come in, play up early on, to open the face.
Yeah, first ball, he sees this one coming back into him, so Charlie Grant just plays it out. And, yeah, Charlie Grant, of course, was involved in that 19, came in at the same time, number 8.
Yeah.
It was a 19-run partnership.
Shots. Oh, there you go. Well, we talk about it. You're right, Rika. You're completely right. That's going to be a 6 into the onside. What a lovely shot. Just rotates on it. Just picks the length early, does Grant.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to watch. Look, he knows where his areas are. After blocking the first, he gets a swivel on this, gets it away. Well, the crow back there is having a bit of lunch. Is not moving, even though that grizzly's coming its way. Mind you, it's a big old crow.
Listen, this is the last time I'm going to be with you for a while, because I've got all of June off.
Yeah.
And you're, of course, going away tomorrow. I just want to say, always a pleasure. Genuinely is. It genuinely is a pleasure working with you. I've spent a lot of time with you over the last year now, or last summer, looking as if we're going to spend quite a lot more this summer as well. Yeah. It's always a pleasure, and it's never a chore.
Likewise, we have some fun, don't we? We love watching it. Listen, we love watching the cricket and talking the cricket, and, well, we talk about a few things as well, as this one is hit high up in the air, and it goes a long way. And the thing is, we know our cricket too, Charlie. And I said to you,
sometimes.
I said, Charlie Grant, he is not somebody who should be coming at number 9. This kid can bat.
What a pickup that is, by the way. That even Adam Slater even gave it the old nod of approval. He said, yeah, not bad. Not a bad pickup. End of the over. That's going to be the end of the 9th. It is 62 for 7. Good figures, though. Look at that, by the way. 2 for 2 off Boyle's single over. Steve Reeves 1 for 3. 2 for 10 for Charlie Whipple. So not exactly struggling. And they're going to go to the fridge in Steve Reeves.
Yeah. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, Charlie, working with you. And I think we're Romania, right?
I believe so.
Is that when we see each other again?
I believe so.
I believe that lovely ground.
Oh, I can't wait. Mauro Valesi. This is a top edge over the top. It's going to get over Mr. Jonathan Speller. And it will just be... Oh, they're going to come back for 2. It's a pretty interesting throw. Puts the hand up, says, sorry, lads. But no, it generally is. It's been. I tell you what, it's also been nice to catch up with Vinny as well. I did an innings with him in that when I came down to Cartama for that ECL last year.
Yeah.
Did an innings with him. Did an innings with you. But since we didn't do any series together. That's going to be a wide, by the way. And the chase is on for Weir. He is just going to get there. I think covered a lot of ground. Done very well. Doesn't give it up. I think that's the difference as well. It's a good throw as well. That no one gives it up. It's always consistently chasing it down. But, yeah, it's been really good to catch up with Vinny. I know we're doing finals day tomorrow together. Of course, touchwood on the old weather side of things. But, yeah, it's been a nice week, hasn't it? It's been, of course, a weird one where we're just, of course, we're just going to check this maybe just to confirm. But I think he's actually done okay here. They're going to come back and they're happy to continue. But it's been a bit of a break in the regular schedule, of course, with the 1 week in between. Yeah,
it has been, but I suppose it's allowed us to, for 3 of us, like you're right, 3 of us to be here, and we'll celebrate a bit later with some strawberries, cream, and pins.
Have I got to stick around for that?
Yeah, you got to.
Okay.
I went specially to get it. Specially, I told you we're going to have some. We're in Wimbledon. We've got to have some strawberries and cream, so. You know, I reckon at an appropriate time we'll just set it all up here and we just munch away.
Voice went then. This is clubbed into the onside, hasn't quite got all of it, and it's a simple catch for Tom Weston. Makes no mistake, and it's going to be another one to fall then. So yet again, Tunbridge Wells lose another one. Smith will go, and it will be 67 now for 8. And, well, I was going to plan on sticking around, but I was going to sit here for maybe the start of that next game and do a bit of work, but I probably will. And as long as it's not raining. I mean, what am I going to go do? Sit in my hotel room? It's like I'll stay in the fresh air.
Yeah, and why would you do that when you've got this great cricket happening here? So, yeah, Weston takes the catch. It's disappointment there, really, for Smith. He'll have to depart. So, let's see who comes in next.
Of course, in the context of this one, looks as if Wimbledon will probably chase this relatively in a pretty quick manner, but you probably would say that for the next game, which is of course Tunbridge Wells take on Hornchurch, right? Spencer will be thinking, come on Hornchurch, pull your fingers out, because depending on what happens, they're probably going to chase this in the 7, which means no points for Tunbridge Wells. Does look a little bit, you know, if they go pointless, if Hornchurch somehow pick up all 4 points in the next one, it's going to be interesting, because Spencer, they're done in terms of their games, so the last thing you want to do is always leave it to someone else to do it for you, but that's the situation they find themselves in at the moment. Anyway, last delivery coming up, of course. Get your answer in for the Hunt the Answer today. This is, I tell you what, he is wasted down at number 8. You are completely right, Rico.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be there. That will be the end of the innings. They do get up to 70. 72 for 8 is what they'll finish off. Charlie Grant finished on 16 not out off of 5. Get him in the top 4 at least.
Yeah, he's got, I reckon, on top of my head, he's the highest scorer here. I think previously it was Michael Waller. He's the highest scorer.
Yes,
and
correct.
This kid can bat. And I think he's got the confidence as well. He goes, and I remember even in that last match when he just come in, he hadn't scored yet. He was charging to try and get on strike. So he's got confidence, he's got the ability, he's got the potential. He's got to bat high up.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pretty rough start as Webb went just a little feather behind to Nick Hucker. Nick Hucker again had a pretty good time of it with the gloves. He's been very impressive in all honesty. Whipple though, what a good over this was. This one was a tough chance for Western, but you can see there the old expression of the all very near, but not near enough. But next time around, he made no mistake. He made sure of this one. Didn't take the other one that he got the offering of. But nevertheless, Whipple started off with a really good over. And again, this was the big one. Getting Freddie Freeman out for a golden. It's very rare you see that.
And he was so close to completing the hat-trick, wasn't he? Because this next ball, I don't know if we have in the highlights, was so close. And everybody thought he was going to pull off the hat-trick there, but he only just missed the stumps. But then, as I said before, Steve Reeves, I liking his bowling, Jonathan Spellett as well. And even the captain, Jack Ball, came in and put a good spell in. Wimbledon, I said this the other day when I saw them, they're looking good. They're playing some good cricket, and they're backing up the good work the bowlers are doing with some sensational fielding. And that's another example of that.
Yeah, it's just standards. That's all it is. It's just keeping your standards up. And in the field, they don't let much go. This was bowled Boyle, caught Boyle. As that was Matt Boyle out in the deep, of course. The loanee, I'm going to keep mentioning it, as that was the end of Michael Waller. Well, Jack Boyle got another one, 2 for 2 off his single over. And this is realistically, as it came out, try and had a bit of fun, but that one just got put down. And once more, though, just see a bit of a giggle and a bit of a smile. But Whipple then came on, and that was a nice shot into the onside. That went for 6. There was one again in the very next over, as this one was a chance here. And you can see there, Whipple. He can't stay out of it, can he? He's always in the action. You can't keep him out of it, I'm afraid. And, well, that was, of course, the end of McLean as well, as Weston picked up a wicket. Of course, that was the end of Mark McLean. He was really happy with this one. He was thrilled with it, wasn't he? He was off. He was going to give it the old big uns, and then he kind of realised that it was the 7th wicket and probably should just calm down a little bit, was Tom Weston. But it's a tough pill to swallow, that, for the young Tunbridge Wells side. And they know that defending 72 is pretty much near impossible against the strong Wimbledon side. Rico's just sprayed again, and it is a lovely spray. I have to say, I'm a big fan of this one. Keep this one going. This is better than the one you had in Estonia. I'm telling you that for free. But that will be the end of it. And got to say, Charlie Grant, he's got to be up there. 16 not out of 5. 2 6s and a 4, striking at 320. Best batter of them all. You see there at the bottom of your screen. Not a good day. 2 ducks in there, and 11 coming off your top 2. 14 was the second highest score. Extras at 7, which was an interesting one for Wimbledon, but they won't be too concerned about that one. And, well, as for the bowlers, there's quite a lot to talk about, really, for them. Of course, pick of them probably is going to be Boyle, 2 for 2 off just 1 over. Whipple, 2 for 10 off his. 2 for 13 for Reeves as well. Just the only bowler not to pick up one was Billy Seal, who went for 12 off his single over, and he didn't get another one after that then. So it will be 73 runs for victory, as Wimbledon looking to close the gap, maybe take that #1 spot. They're certainly hoping to. Looking forward to this one. Could be a relatively quick one. Hey, we're going to have to get the Hunt the Answer in at some point, are we? Looking forward to that one. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in England with me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Fool, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good to have you back, cricket lovers, as Wimbledon look to win this one in style and take a top spot in the standings. And that's with still a game to go. So Twickenham holding top spot at the moment on 21 points. Wimbledon are on 18, so they're looking to wrap things up here. And if the thing is for them here, if they can get this win and they pick up all the points, which they're looking to do here, then it means that the last match that they play then against Hornchurch, because they're next up again, they can really just decide to really mix it up. They can give everybody, not that they haven't anyway, they can give it a good go, change things up. There'll be no pressure on them at all. It's going to be a big wide to start off with. And a nice take behind the stumps there from Horwell, who gets his opportunity to show what he can do with the gloves. Deals with that nicely. So yeah, a big win here. Take all the points. You're finishing top. Done and dusted. Nobody can touch it. And then you can really mix things up in the last match. That one, a good effort once again from the keeper, but he gets a little bit of the glove here. And though he does eventually react, it's too far out of his reach. It's going to be 4 runs. So perfect start, 5 off the first ball, if you like, with that wide. So they will go with Turner. Now Turner, remember this is the day that Vinny took the afternoon off, and we saw the best of Michael Turner then. Well, Vinny was watching Tina Turner. We were watching Michael Turner, and Turner, he played some lovely shots, and he's a stylish player. And he's looking to give them a good start here, and he's got Nick Hucker out there with him as well. And don't forget, you still got the talented Matt Doyle to come out and have a hit as well. So Turner, you would not want to be losing out on the opportunity, and there's no ball call. So how about this? We've had a wide and 4, and now we've seen a wide and a genuine minimal. It's going to be 5 because no ball because of a football, and then it just clipped away. It's a disastrous start, really, if you think about it, because that means that they've scored 11 of 1 legal delivery. 11 of 1 legal delivery. So when you're only trying to defend a score of 72, it's not the start you want. And well, this one is taken off. Now, what was the call there from the umpire? Wide ball called. So that's going to be another minimal. Oh dear. Hey folks, that's 16 of 1 ball so far. 16 of 1 ball. Oh dear. This is just not good. It's terrible, actually. And Freddie Freeman, who up until now has probably been the pick of the players for Tunbridge Wells, having trouble. Now he goes short. Fielder, can he make the stop? Yes, does well, because that one just deviates at the last moment. So good work. I think that's Sam Smith that's patrolling the boundary over there. Well, let's just say we're, when it's somebody's birthday coming up and you put like the balloons up and banners and stuff. Well, we're getting ready for Mr. Maidenow to come in, because remember the guys went out to the 6s yesterday, and well, Maximo, let's just say the 6 balls that he faced, he got it was a maiden, and he didn't like it. But facts are facts. Look in the book, and he'll come up with a load of chat about it. He'll say, yeah, but this, that. He'll come up with everything. And when he's on, everyone, look, I want the chat involved here as well. When you first hear Maximo's voice, I want you all to say, good afternoon, Mr. Maidenow. All right? I want you all to say, every one of you, one by one, Mr. Maidenow, hello, Maidenow, hello, Maidenow. And don't forget now, don't let myself and Charlie down. We're on the network, we're Cricketainment. We like to see good cricket, and we like to have a little bit of fun as well. Freeman, it's still the same over, by the way. It will come to an end somehow, after just 16 coming off 1 ball with the wides, the no balls, etc. Somehow, this over's only gone for 18. So, 26 matches since the golden ball, as Charlie joins me back. Good work, Charlie. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I'm just making some renovations.
Yeah, I like it.
At the moment, I'm trying to think about where to put them without it. I mean, I want to do a couple of obvious ones, but I also you know, it'd be really good.
Yeah.
And I probably couldn't. I don't think we've.
So what do you think?
Should we talk about this? You know, right now. He might be watching.
Yeah.
He might be watching though.
That's okay. He ain't watching.
Look,
He's
turn
on
around,
his way.
by the way, turn around.
Well, what's happened?
There you go. You got a spider on you.
Spider? Yeah.
Little tiny spider. 18 off the first though. Somehow only 18 off the first.
Yeah.
I want to try and
He
put one
recovered
here.
really well.
Put one there.
We got production has some tape. Get some tape in production.
That's such a good point. Well, I tell you what, this could be close here.
They're liking it.
I have a feeling Michael Turner could be struggling.
They're liking it here. This could be out. And so here's Michael Turner. He knows he has to run hard. For me, I don't think he makes it. I don't think he makes it. That is gone. Oh, that's a huge wicket. Michael Turner has to go. Well, that's a turnaround, isn't it? Michael Turner is on his way for just 9.
Yeah, that's gonna. Yeah, nice one by the way. Sorry, yeah, take your pen back. Sorry, you need that at some point. But yeah, that's going to be a disappointing way to go. Run out then. So first wicket falls. Score is going to be 18 for 1, and it's going to be Mr. Jonathan Speller coming in at number 3.
Okay, so they're not going with Matt Boyle straight away.
No, he's got his pads on, but to be honest with you, I think this is a great chance to maybe just for, up until maybe 3. If they're not motoring along, then they'll probably put him in because realistically, you want to get those bonus points, but you also could use it as a chance to give some others a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. I just think go hard here, get the win, and then you can make as many changes as you want in the next match because they've all already have secured themselves. Mind you, I tell you what, a Speller says, hey guys, don't worry about talking about other batters. I can do this. Well, Jonathan Speller, that's a hit and a half.
Yeah, it really is. That certainly is a nice way to start the the innings for him. 6 to start. Good answer to the wicket ball or the wicket that went the previous ball. Yeah, you are right. I think I need some tape, and I just need to put it on just on one of the corners. That's what I need. That's what I need. Oh, I tell you, I know who has tape. I'm going to be busy.
And it could be out here, and it will be out here. So goes for the same shot. This is cleverly bowled, actually, because he sort of holds the ball back slightly, does Waller, because he knows that Speller's going to go for another big shot. He's a little bit wider and a little bit shorter as well, so he's not quite in the arc. Goes for the same shot, doesn't get it, gets caught, and now normal batting lineup will resume as Matt Boyle comes in.
Yeah, nice catch and the deep by Freddie. And Waller will pick up a wicket then. This time does go to his name in the book. So wicket 6 and out for Speller. It is 24 for 2, just 49 needed though now. And yeah, it is going to be Matt Boyle that comes in then. And you just feel that this could be where we're going to... I mean, listen though, by the way, imagine if they get him. Imagine if they get him early. Would be interesting, wouldn't it?
It will be.
Can't count it out.
They can't get him out, but Wimbledon have shown they've got depth. So, and plays it hard into the ground. No run.
Yeah, but I mean, we spoke about it at length in that first innings. This guy is destined for seriously high levels of cricket. He really is.
Oh, well, high level, high shot, big 6. And Matt Boyle smashes this one away. Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, Matt Boyle, we know all about him, but the last time it was the 2 Boyles that were causing all the trouble with the bat, because Jack Boyle, the captain, he's pretty decent as well. But this one, yeah, look, down the leg side, is trying to get him to commit, and maybe wants a cheeky leg side stumping, but well, Boyle's not going to fall for that.
No, not at all. So that'll be a dot and then a 6. Waller is gone for 12. Picked up a wicket though. 2 wickets have fallen in the over.
Oh, that's a good victory there for the bowler. Weller gets one through. So don't look like they're hanging around, do they? End of the over, goes for 12. 30 for 2.
Yeah, Hucker will be on strike for the end. That's taken me about 30 for 2. 30 for 2.
Why is it taking you so? What happened there? Delayed. It just clicked in. Delayed reaction.
There you go, this situation. So 4 points would put them at the top of the table here for Wimbledon. That just shows you. And, well, if they do that, then that will set us up for what we know. But it's just that battle there. This is what I'm saying here. No points for Tunbridge Wells. They then take on Hornchurch. If they of course, need to They need to just take 3 points.
Yeah.
But if they lose,
If they
upset.
yeah, Spencer will find themselves playing here tomorrow on final day. So Tunbridge Wells is a massive match coming up for them, and they will be hoping that their batting can click. And that's going to be unfortunate. It's not the worst of deliveries for Ian McLean, but finds the edge of Hugger, and Hugger finally does get off the mark, and he will get 4 for it. So 4 balls, 4 runs.
That'll help his strike rate. Ian McLean, of course, this is. Don't worry, Rika. There's 2 McLeans, so just be careful.
I know now, Marco. Hey, you're the one who got me last time. You said it was Ian McLean.
Oh, it's not my fault.
You did it on purpose. I know. You just wanted to get your own back.
Yeah, well, listen, there's a long day of play, and I am going to be sat back in that scorer's tent after this game, so I'll be paying attention. Anyway, as 39 off 29 for a bonus point. Could be looking to do this in a couple of overs here. Sensible shot, drops this and runs, and the chase is on for Raj Gupta. He thinks about diving, then sort of realises he probably needs to get down at some point. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, Charlie, tell me, do I want to be on that plane?
That plane.
Is it going anywhere nice?
No, that's landing.
Is it landing?
All these all these planes that are coming across here today,
yeah,
they're all landing. And any ones that you see going far in the distance that way, they're going. So these ones here are going to Heathrow, far in the distance going right. They're going to Luton.
Okay, and that's going to be straightforward, and that's going to be out. So, well, we know where Hugger's going.
He's back in the shed.
Back in the shed.
Back
Hugger.
in the shed.
So I suppose the only thing you can do here, Tunbridge Wells, is just say, look, yeah, we know what they want to do. They want to come out, they want to be super aggressive and try and get this win as quick as they can. But you know what? We could spoil the party. If we keep taking wickets, well, stranger things have happened, because that is the 3rd wicket to go down. We haven't got through the power play just yet. I always say, you always stand a chance if you take wickets in the power play. The thing is, though, Wimbledon, they've also scored 36, so they're not exactly struggling to score runs.
No, they've got the 2 Boyles out there, and these 2 can certainly take the attack to the bowlers. So just the fact of just working out a way. Look, there's another one coming in. Look, see, told you. Look, there you go.
Yeah,
they come in thick and fast. There is a stat. I know it's. I'm going to look at it.
Okay, you look at the stat. I can tell you.
Should have done that for me playing. I'll hunt the answer.
There's another wide, as it is the 2 balls that have come together. Finally, these 2 will be looking now maybe just to say, right, come on, we've fun's over. Let's try and just get this win now. That's nicely clipped away off the pads.
So on a very busy day, on a standard day, they'll probably look to land a plane every 45 seconds at London Heathrow.
Every 45 seconds?
Every 45 seconds.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Nuts.
Isn't it crazy?
It is nuts. I'm just going to leave that there. I'll leave that there for him. Both Boyles then in at the moment. This is a good chance, though, to get a couple of runs here. 2 deliveries left, of course, with the power play restrictions.
Well, it's a slight miscue. Can anyone get there? The wind's taking it away. Oh, that's outstanding. Absolutely brilliant. What a catch. And what an important catch. As I said, if Tunbridge Wells keep taking the wickets, they always will have a chance. Now, that's the 4th to go in the power play. And it's the huge wicket of Matt Boyle. Matt Boyle will go for 6. But what a catch. That is an amazing catch there taken by Freddie Freeman. We know he's a good player, Freddie, and he's shown it to us a number of times. That catch, huge moment, Charlie, huge moment.
Yeah, now there are just signs of potentially a bit of maybe quivers just in the Wimbledon cap. Not too concerned, I'd imagine, but you never know. We've seen crazier things. He might have done himself a bit of damage here as well. He's not looking too comfortable with that knee. You can see he's giving it a rub. Zach Webb just saying, "You right, mate? Everything okay?" No, okay, I'm fine. It's a great catch. It really is. And
yeah.
Well, I tell you what, we said that we had a great team catch, which Freddie was involved in again earlier on in the day. I said that's going to be player of the day, but we've had 2 more since then.
Yeah.
That are big calls. I tell you what, I'm glad I didn't make those decisions. Last ball then of the 3rd. It is going to be the end of the over. End of the power play, 38 for 4. Well, it's a quick turnaround here on the Hunt the Answer today. But here is the answer. Who was the bowler, the sole bowler, the specialist bowler selected by a panel of cricket experts as one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the century? It was, of course, the late, great Shane Warne.
Yeah, the legend himself, yeah. And I got that one as well.
You did. It was one of the easier ones. But I said it was tricky, but then at the same token, you never know sometimes.
There's a lot. I mean, because I said Shane, but at the same time I say, well, you know, somebody like Wasim Akhtar could be there. Imran Khan, you class him as an all-rounder, so I wasn't going to go for someone like Imran, but yeah, there was a few, possibly a few, but I think Shane Warne, the master of spin himself. You'd think it would be him. So yeah, well done to those that got it right. All for fun. Oh, fingertips, but probably takes pace off it.
Yeah, Raj Gupta is going to take this fourth and picked up 3 from the last game. Bowled well, did the young 15-year-old.
Yeah, he did, Gupta. And now let's see if he can spin his team to another victory.
Whipple.
That's just a beautiful pickup. It really is. It's just a little bit too full from Gupta, and that's been smashed away nicely. And well, Charlie Whipple, I mentioned before this. He's a classy little player, and he seems to do well in all the disciplines of the game, and just crunches that one away as well.
Yeah, 20 years of age, turns 21 in October.
And now uses a long handle to get this one over cow corner. Well, Timber, well, not the stumps, but some of the spectators. I don't know if the Hornchurch boys knew this was coming. Well, a little bit of horny action there, and I think that might be Arthur George that's won this one. Let's have a look. It has, you know. I reckon that has struck Arthur George. Now, I think Arthur George, wasn't he the batter that was struck somewhere else earlier in the day when he was in all sorts of concern? So,
got him, by the way.
We're looking at that. There's another wicket that's fallen.
Whipple goes 6 and out, and again another one goes, but now 5 down as Whipple will go for 12 off 4. 51 for 5 now, 22 needed. Well, now it's 5 down, Rico.
Yeah.
Raj Gupta. Good delivery, by the way.
And that one, I wonder if we can see that again. Where are the gloves here, Charlie? Where are the gloves, though? Where are the gloves?
They're not too concerned. I think he's fine. I don't think we've seen too many issues.
Just where the gloves here.
No, he's fine.
It's the thumps go backwards. Yeah, it's fine. No problem.
Settle down.
No problem. Good bowling. Good bowling.
Yeah, 15 years of age again. Another one for the future.
Okay, James Weir. It's a good stop. And you got to make these stops here now. You just find that Wimbledon are looking to do this in boundaries. Every batter that's come out wants to hit the ball hard. They only need 22. And of course, if you can save the boundaries, if you can pick up a few more wickets, who knows? Same fielder, same result. No runs. End of the over. Well bowled Gupta, 1 for 13. 51 for 5 at the end of 4.
Yeah, not plain sailing, is it? From Wimbledon, just sort of not really applying themselves, just sort of seeing ball, hit ball. But 51 for 5 after 4 then. This is the current state of affairs then. You can see they're well above the rate, but it's just those wickets that have been tumbling at the moment.
And it's, I think they want to just have a go. They want to get this win. They want to do it before the start, of course, of that 8th over. So they want to do it in 7. They want all the points. Get all the points here, then they know they're at the top. They're untouchable with a game to go, and they can really then mix it up if they wanted to against Hornchurch.
Absolutely. Reece Marshall.
It's a nice looking shot. Fielder's got work to do. Comes across, does nicely.
Charlie Grant.
Yeah, Charlie Grant. And
dodgy hair though.
Yeah. How old is Charlie Grant? Because I tell you what, he doesn't look. He looks to me he's definitely under 18, I think, and he looks like a very good player, Charlie Grant. And
can't tell yet. I can't find it.
Yeah,
I'm afraid. Wristy. Good shot though. Just be 1. They can do it in singles here. They don't really have to stress, but they do want that bonus point though. But 3 will get them up to level with Twickenham. Probably run rate will probably get them up and above them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just know that they want it. Another plane, by the way. Told you. Ooh.
Oh, what's this? Yeah.
That's a no-eat. That's horrible.
Yeah, watch this. I was going to say, watch this come in. This is why the no ball instantly. If you want to know why on artificials we call no ball to these, that's why. Because if you don't call a no ball, that ball can quite easily come back, hit the stumps, and it'll have to be given out. So, yeah, no ball, correct call. And that one is one that the wicketkeeper, Hallwell, has to wear. Free hit, gets played out into the infield. They partially stopped, but they will come back for 2.
Yeah, I want to just say a welcome to Toslim, who has been in the chat and he's watching from New York. A very warm welcome to you. Pleasure to have your company here. And he's been saying he's been enjoying the commentary. We appreciate that, Toslim. We really do, Toslim. So we appreciate that. Make sure you subscribe if you want to stick around, because there's plenty more coming up this year.
Play it out. Grant will chase this down, will he, if he can get there, but he can't. He's hit much finer. अपने ग्राउंड ने काफ़ी कोशिश की थी बच्चों का लग गया Toslim, yeah, great to have you with us, and spread the word, get your friends and your family involved as well. We're growing all the time, of course, and yeah, we've certainly got things to celebrate as we went past the 400,000 mark.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that we haven't done anything for that, by the way. I'm disappointed.
We got strawberry screams and pims.
Got
We're going to
by the way.
celebrate today.
Got in. That's both Boyles back in the shed now. Could we be seeing something slightly concerning here? I don't think so, but I've seen weirder things. That's going to be another one to full Boyle goes. Both Boyles back in the shed for not very many. That will be the next wicket to full, is the 6th. It's 60 for 6.
Yeah, Marshall on the money. So needing 13, a couple of big shots, the game is done. But wickets, 4 good balls, and it could be, well, a win here. Very unexpected win for Tunbridge Wells.
Would be bizarre, wouldn't it? But Boyle goes. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. You got to feel for young Mike. He's sat there with Wimbledon and he's just like, what have I done to deserve this one? As the fridge comes out then. This is Steve Reeves, who, well, we've seen him in the top of the order as well, so not exactly a stranger with the bat. What a delivery that is. That one swings in. Straight to point though in Webb. That'll be the close of the 5th. It is 60 for 6 after 5.
Yeah, so I suppose it should be a straightforward victory, but it's all a question really of if whether these wickets Tunbridge Wells can get 4 decent deliveries on. This is what's happening tonight, by the way. Awaris are going to be in action against the Coimbra Knights. That will be happening, of course, in Coimbra in Portugal at that beautiful Miranda de Corba cricket ground. So plenty of cricket there. I know we've seen some international action in the Netherlands as well. I think they'll be getting ready for the second match there, and a comfortable victory for Netherlands in the first.
I'm trying to do some maths.
Okay.
Which is quite concerning.
What are you trying to work out here?
16. Charlie Grant.
All right. Okay. This is going to be a good catch. Really good catch. Excellently done by Zach Webb. He's coming in from the boundary. He knows it's going to be low, and he scoops low and comes back up with the grizzly. James Weir now departs for just 1. And guess what? Wimbledon have lost another 60 for 7.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit concerning here, really. I mean, bonus point or not, the wickets are falling. They don't need to be hitting them for silly boundaries here. They can do them in singles if they wish, but it's the 7th down, 60 for 7. That's they've lost their last 3 deliveries have been 2 wickets for no runs at the moment. And well, as the new batter will be Sewell. He's the only the only bowler not to take a wicket in the last innings. Could he just have been saving it to turn around and hit the winning runs with the bat? It's only a couple of hits though. 13 off 11 for a bonus point. Oh, it's well fielded, straight to cover, and that saves 4. That's going to sting, that one.
That's going to sting, but I'll tell you what, Willer has stopped this one going to the boundary. That's a really good save, so keeps him in the match.
Turns this into the onside yet again. Can do it in just singles. It's not too stressful, but you just have to keep things ticking along here. Keep your fielders in play. Everyone's switched on. Chances could come. Another wicket here, and it's game on. Oh, this one sneaks through. And, well, the Crow has to get out of the way, as that's going to be Henry Smith. They'll again come through for 1, but you take another wicket, then it's just 2 for victory. And you're asking some tail enders to come in and you know, try and hit what, 11, 12 needed now.
Yeah, they were looking very confident before Wimbledon, even when wickets, you know, when 3 and 4 and 5 fell, there was still a smile on their faces. Right now, I don't see the same feeling in the camp. They want this job done now. 10 of 7. Reeves knows one big shot could seal it. He plays it cautiously along the deck to take a single. So end of the over. So we have now got to the end of the 6. So really you can see here now of 6 balls, they're looking to get the win, needing the 9 runs to do it. Otherwise, they don't pick up all the points. And basically what this means here, I mean, Wimbledon should finish top anyway, but if they can get the 9 runs of this over, it just means that they are definitely, well, not only did they win the match, but they definitely have finished top. And then they can go into their next match. They're straight up again, by the way, against Hornchurch. They can go into that match knowing whatever happens, win or lose, they're still going to finish top of the pack.
Yeah, of course.
And that means the big news about that is they get the second chance, don't they, going into the final tomorrow.
Exactly. Gupta. This is going to be 6 runs, and there you go. That just relieves that pressure. And it will just be 3 needed off this over then after that first 6. 3 needed off 5 for the bonus point.
Yeah, Gupta, young bowler, learning his trade. And of course, for most bowlers, particularly spinners, in the T10 format, especially with those shorter boundaries, probably not ideal, because in another format, that's catching opportunities, but not this time. So 1 boundary would finish the match here.
Absolutely. Gupta once more then. Short, up over the top, and there you go. Well, Reeves turns around and says, lads, there's no panic here. We're absolutely fine. And that is going to be all she wrote. And they will pick up, only just though, they pick up the 4 points. Tunbridge Wells, they're going to lose. Only by 3 wickets, though. It was one of those games where you just thought, surely not. And, well, that's going to be the end of match 18 as at Wimbledon, they beat Tunbridge Wells by 3 wickets. And, of course, the next game coming up in a good amount of time. Exact time, it escapes my memory, but...
Yeah, this is going to be big. I mean, I suppose the main thing here is, as handshakes all around, by the way, is that Wimbledon will be now confirmed as the team that will finish top of the standings. So they will get the double chance tomorrow. They'll play in the qualifier. So, and they deserve it the way they played as well. And they go into the next match against Hornchurch with really nothing to lose. So I'm expecting they might change things around a fair bit there to give a lot of the, maybe they'd put some more, give some more bat into some of the lower order there. That would be nice to see. But it means that the last match of the day, Charlie, Tunbridge Wells against Hornchurch, becomes hugely important. Tunbridge Wells at the moment are sitting in 4th spot, but if they can get a win, even 3 points, it'll take them above Spencer. That means that they come back tomorrow. Otherwise, if they lose and Hornchurch win their first match in this series, they will be knocking out Tunbridge Wells. So a lot to come, a lot of action to come. The next one really is all about, for me, it's all about Hornchurch just building on what they started in the last match when they finally did score some runs out there and trying to get a win and or trying to really contain Wimbledon, but setting themselves up for a biggie, their last match and the last one of the group stages against Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, that is going to be the end of my time on air today, as Vinny will come back into the queue for the next 2 games. And have to say, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you once again, Rico. We won't be together for about a month or so, but of course, enjoy Cyprus. And have you got a couple of weeks off, or are you going straight through?
I'll have about 5 days off.
Okay,
so I'll
we'll enjoy those 5 days off.
Have a break, then go back, and then, of course, then after Czechia, I'll be catching up with you in Romania. So you have a good time. I know you got a few administrative things to do as well now that you've finished uni. And by the way, once again, a huge congratulations to you for you know, getting through it with flying colours, and you deserve all of the praise. You've worked hard for it and you deserve it, and I know that your folks are very proud of you, and so are we on the network. So enjoy your break. I know you'll be tuning in from time to time, and we'll be always happy to hear from you as well. But yeah, I look forward to seeing you again in Romania as we see the end of this match. So as we suspected, it was done quite easily in the end by Wimbledon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have a little look at the scorecard here. And this one, of course, not a great pretty sight for either sides realistically, but just getting over the line and picking it up in that 7th over means they do get 4 points, and it will be an interesting one at that. Of course, next game coming up is at 4:15 local time, so an hour and 15 from this point on is where we'll then get the next game started. That is, of course, the big one, as that will be Wimbledon. They take on Hornchurch. Looking forward to that one. Been a pleasure to be here today. Good luck to the rest of the crew, of course, for the next couple of games. I'll be sticking around, possibly, maybe saying hello, and maybe just trying to get and rub in the fact that Vinny scored a maiden yesterday. I certainly will be rubbing that one in. Been a pleasure, and make sure you come back in an hour's time where the next game will be getting underway. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in England with me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Full, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Time for match number 19. We've seen Wimbledon in action already. They maintain their 100% record so far. Congratulations to them as well, because they, even though the group stages are not completed, they've already confirmed that they will finish top of the standings. So they will go straight into the qualifier tomorrow on finals day. And I think this is an opportunity really for them to go out there and show and cement that top position as well by showing their power. And they have been powerful. They played some good cricket. Their all-round game has been superb. They batted well and the fielding has been sensational. And with the ball, I think all the bowlers that have come on, they've made an impact straight away. So sometimes when the batting hasn't quite clicked, the bowling unit and the fielding unit has come out and brought them on top. Now there are against a side who would normally, a lot of people would say, get the better over them. That is Hornchurch, but Hornchurch in this series just haven't clicked. It's been better from them earlier today. We saw a bit more from them, a bit more fight from them. They got a bit more runs on the board, but they still did go down. So they haven't won a match so far. They've only picked up 1 point while playing a game. The other points, the 2 points they picked up, was when a match was abandoned. So this is really a team on top form against a team that are not at their best but coming up. Because Hornchurch, can they get a good finish in this one? First though, let's join the two captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Wimbledon, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Hornchurch, the away team, you'll call. There you are.
Tails.
Tails has been called. Oh, it's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball.
Okay, toss one by Hornchurch. Who's going to bowl first?
Arthur George winning the toss for Hornchurch and deciding that they will have a bowl first. That means putting Wimbledon into bat. One thing we have seen from Wimbledon, I know I've said that they have been batting really well, but in that last match, when their batters were going out there, they were losing their wickets quite quickly. And in fact, they were lucky that they weren't chasing too many against Tunbridge Wells. So I suppose there are some frailties there, but at the same time, I also do believe that the way that Wimbledon batted in that last match was that it just had confidence that they could go out there, have a swing, and that somebody would get them past the winning post. So it could be a bit of a dangerous move here because Wimbledon could put plenty of runs on the board. Some of the players that have been in very good form for them, I think Michael Turner has been in great form. Right at the top of the order, Matt Boyle has been sensational. The captain himself, Boyle, has been very good as well. So somebody from somewhere can always come in and put a good performance in there as well. And the likes of Reeves also has been pretty good as well. So they're a good team, they're playing good cricket, and everybody seems to be shining at the right time for them. Hornchurch, well, they're looking to at least end with a couple of wins here. They didn't get one earlier in the day, though the batting was better. Westfield coming into the side was a real big boost for them. He scored some runs, Arthur George as well did. But there's been disappointment there from Jack Hogarth. He hasn't quite found his form at the moment. But Jalpash Vijay coming into the side. Now, this guy is a classy player. The question is has he played a lot of cricket? Is he in good form? But he is somebody that certainly can add some depth to the batting, though there's no Hankins in the side this time round. I reckon we're going to have a real crunch match. Remember, these two teams, they had their battles in the European Cricket League, didn't they, at the Cardamom Oval? And it was Hornchurch that always had the upper hand over them. So Wimbledon here in their home ground, they want to make sure that they continue to have the upper hand over Hornchurch here in England. Vinny Sandhu has had the morning off and he is back, and I'm sure he'll tell you all about his side of the story of what happened yesterday when the crew went out. But at the moment, it's going to be over to you, Maiden-O.
Well, that's a very rough introduction, and I'm surprised that anyone's even watching the cricket here because there seems to be a lot of chat about sixes last night, in inverted commas. We'll talk about that in a moment, but there's some great aerial views of the Rains Park Sports Ground here in London. So far, the weather's been pretty kind to us today, I think, as well. Some blue sky to start match 4, Wimbledon Hornchurch. Well, they do have some ECN history, don't they? As Hornchurch ultimately were able to get the better of Wimbledon on finals day in Group B in the ECL this year. But it's been a very different story in this series. Wimbledon 5-0 and Hornchurch 0-5 so far. Hornchurch pretty much out of the running, but here's a big in. Jalpash Vijay coming in for them for this game. Jack Hogarth I don't know if he's now put his name together as one like Cher, but he's listed open the batting as well. Pavel Florin, wicketless in 10 balls earlier in the day. Tom Weston versus Pavel Florin could be a really good battle that I spotted when I saw these team sheets a little bit earlier on at Wimbledon. I suppose they've already locked up the top spot and passage to qualifier 1. This is their last game in the qualifying stage. Hornchurch will play both of the remaining games, this one and then the last one against Tunbridge Wells. Now, some shirt number news. Now, can we go in on Gert there, who's just walking to the non-strikers end? So he has been given the shirt number 0.5 for this game. You can see it there. I don't know if we can see it there, maybe the other camera now, but 0.5. And the reason is that he is apparently half the size of a normal full-grown man. So that's an interesting one. Hello to all his friends in Portugal, I'm sure will be watching. Very sad to hear Mr. Maximo. And coming back surprisingly quickly with a little grin on his face is Rico Full. Good afternoon, Rico. How are you?
Good afternoon, Vinny. First of all, I think that's legendary from Gert. And the team actually came over and said, look, it's not a mistake. Yeah. It is 0.5 because he is only half a man. Well, when you see him up against his batting partner, you can see he is, because Charlie Whipple, we know that he's 6.4 or whatever. And Gert, well, I want to see the two. We should have had the two of them standing next to each other before the start of this one. Anyway, how are you?
I'm good.
We've got a lot to talk about.
We will talk, but just give us a second. Here's Zada, which rhymes with nada, actually. He's going to start, and he's going to get a wicket first ball. So Whipple is going to have to go, and we won't get the side-by-side comparison just yet. It's well taken by Alchin in the circle, and a perfect start for Hornchurch. You know what? They're due to fire at some point when you look at some of the players they got in their team. I think VJ's a big in, but right now it's Zada who strikes off the very first rock in Wimbledon. None for one. There's Royal Derek.
There's the royalty. And Charlie Whipple will have to go. No Whipple effect really with the bat. Yeah, he hits it straight into the hands of Alchin. And what a start there is. Well, Zada this time for Whipple as he finds the hands of the fielders. The one thing we have learned here in England is the fielding is being brilliant. You're not dropping those.
Now, I know we have a special guest coming up after a couple of overs, so I'm going to try and get this out early. By the way, Whipple, very good player. Sometimes things don't go your way. That's a 0.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be ashamed of that, okay? Let's just make that very clear. All right?
I know where you're going with this.
I'm just saying that.
I know where you're going.
All right, here we go. Zada always has 2 into an expansive drive there.
So come on, I'm not beating around the bush. Right. What am I hearing that you, my commentary partner, the person I know so well, who smashes the ball all over the place, played out a maiden yesterday?
Well, here's the thing. When you say smashes it all over the place, there's the problem, right? The scoring zones are very specific. Why do I feel like I have to have a press conference about this?
Because your name is Maximo and you got nada.
So you got to understand it's sixes and look it up. It was. Oh, by the way, we had a great time. All right, but there are these scoring zones, and there's metal posts. There's screens. So if you hit the screen, then you get 4 or 6 or 3. Okay, that's kind of what it is. And it's all straight, so that's fine. If you hit the roof, for example, if you hit certain things, if you don't hit the screen, you get nothing.
Okay.
So you can hit the ball pretty well and get nothing. I would say, go as far to say it's unpredictable at best and unfair at the least. All right? Come back to that in a minute. Here's Mr. 0.5, which actually sounds like the legal drinking limit in some places, as Pavel Florin doing the fielding. What have I walked into here? Anyway, Pavel, I'm sure I'll get a bowl at some point in this innings. So I hit some good shots in that over. To be honest, it was like a normal over. So my overs in that game, it was a 3-over game, were 14, 0, and 17.
Okay.
Okay. But that middle over, when you're already on 4 dots, it's an uncomfortable place to be. It felt like one of the players here in the T10. You know when they're like on 4, and you're like, oh, what have I got to do here to get a run? As this goes upstairs on Slater, who misses. This is some first over from Zada. Yeah, so basically, I hit the post, seemed to hit everything, just couldn't. And everyone, of course, is behind going like kind of, oh no. And I'm like, I can see where this is going. And the last one, it hit the junction between the 4 and 6. Bow. Nothing. Walked out with the donut.
Oh dear.
So anyway, thanks for all the interest, everyone. I told you I batted number 10 for a reason as well. End of the first over. Pretty good one from Zada. Hornchurch, I just feel like this could be the game where they deliver. Wimbledon already on top of the table, 2 for 1 after 1.
They are getting better all the time. Last time we saw them out there with the bat, they certainly improved. 141, Arthur George and Westfield. Wait till you see him having Westfield hit the ball. He's a good hitter. And with the Japas Vijay coming to the side this time, I'm expecting better from them with the bat. But they still went and lost it. So really, they haven't won a match just yet. These are some of the upcoming events.
Yeah. Well, Portugal and England going on right now, but Cyprus starts I'm just working this out. In less than 48 hours, I'll be commentating from the Estadio Miranda de Corvo in Coimbra in Portugal. Looking forward to that. I'll be doing the weekend with Phil G. Okay, last point. And now, I've been a little bit tied up today doing some London things.
Yeah.
So in this 3-over game, where one of mine, I don't like the term played out a maiden because I was attacking. It just wasn't hitting the scoring zones, right?
Okay.
I finished on 31 off my 3 overs, which admittedly wasn't enough to win out of the 7 players. So I finished on 31. Do you know what Charlie finished on?
Tell me.
31.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't even beat.
Did he have a golden ball?
Heads up, it's in the air and out of here. Well, Mr. 0.5 comes alive and lifts it up over the leg side. Maximo says Carrera. He's lost his decimal point, Rico. He's lost his decimal point. So it's only last over. Maybe he's growing into a real boy.
Can somebody take one out? We've got to get him another point on the back of his shirt. Got it.
But anyway, Allchin, he's had a week to remember as well, hasn't he?
He batted well against Spencer, didn't he? Got them the win, 34-13. So we know he can be pretty effective. Oh, he should have put that one away. It's a full toss down the leg side. All right, he'll get the wipe, but he'll be disappointed. He got nothing on it. So why didn't you have a golden ball?
Because we ran out of money. Ran out of money.
Oh, I see. It's one of
It's
those.
actually very clever how when it runs out, it's like, you know how like if it was a person, like, come on, give us one more. Give us one more.
So
it's all computerized. It's like...
So let me get a picture here. So there were 7 off you said. Was it 7 off you?
There were 7 off.
You all had 3 overs?
Yeah, we had a 2-over game and a 3-over game.
All right.
So you bat for 1 over, then you switch.
All right, fine.
Great,
so
great hustle here.
Anybody else go for a maiden?
I think somebody... No, was it only me? Okay. There were definitely some close calls, right? There were definitely some close...
So
do you know who was a gun?
Who?
Yoz.
Yeah?
Yoz was racking it up. He seemed to be in the bowler's head a little bit, and the bowler was a computer. So, like, I don't know how Yoz...
He got one over the
Yoz
computer.
kind of broke the algorithm a bit. But it was lots of fun, I will say that. This is full toss, knocked out to the leg side for a single. Yeah, but I will say, thanks to everyone at Sixers for looking after us. They comped us the net higher.
Yeah.
So that cost us as much as I scored in that over. And they got us a couple of rounds of drinks as well.
That's really good.
And they were really looking after us. So big thanks. I know that Toby from Cricket District had a lot to do with that. And Pavel, he actually looked pretty good. Can I tell you a little bit of ECN after dark, though, at the end? I think I can.
Is it? We're coming up, unless we save it for the last match, that's a big wide.
Right,
it's
okay.
a good stop, really,
I'll tell you,
Palmer.
ECN after dark.
Yeah.
So when our time ran out, you still got all the balls in there, right? It just stops bowling at you.
Yeah.
And we'd probably had a couple of the drinks by then. So we started making up our own games. And one of them was the old game where you get someone that's about 4 or 5 meters, and they're not very hard balls. They're pretty soft. Like bowling machine balls, but about like a quarter of the weight.
Yeah.
That's it. Keep bowling those, Orchard. We'll get the story in. So I said, all right, Pav, why don't you stand there, bend over. I'm gonna throw on a hit one. Let's just say his haircut's especially short today. And then it was Charlie actually had Pavel and I there, and I just heard it rattle right between us, luckily. But I don't think they would have found that ball. So we got a little bit silly. Pavel bowled a couple at me. I charged him. But anyway, that's some good comeback there from Allchin.
It's a better delivery,
changes
isn't
his
it?
angle. Anyway, so thanks. If there's any more maiden questions, let me know. I'm happy to own it. A bit like ECN cricket. It's unpredictable.
Admittingly, I couldn't join you in the evening because I was having family time about in North London. But then also I turned up this morning, and actually I got a message this morning from Charlie. Rika, can you cover the morning intros for me? Because I'm trouserless. So you let me down, and then Charlie lets me down with taking a catch.
Well, that reminds me of the infamous Charlie incident yesterday, because that ball ended up in the tent as well.
Well, I got production to put it up there for us this morning.
Yeah.
So if you guys have still got it, queued up somewhere. We can see that again. So, and
You've got it again, have you?
We had it this morning because I thought, well, you know, I was hearing about your maiden, but I was also hearing about Charlie. So, yeah, both of you let me down, but I haven't let you guys down because, as that is the end of the over, it is 20-1. And remember, I've always been saying when I heard we were coming here, and we were going to be in Wimbledon. Wimbledon, of course, are playing. I kept on saying strawberries and cream. We've got to have strawberries, cream, and some pims. And as me, you, and Charlie are here, I actually do have some strawberries.
I noticed that in the back.
So we will have to, at one point, come on together. And, you know why we got to do it?
Charlie looks like he's heading home now. When we just mentioned that we're going to have to crack out the pims.
Yeah, he can't go yet. He's got to have a strawberry and a bit of pim. And you know why we got to do it, though? We've got to do it. Charlie's going to let's get Charlie in here.
Where do you think you're going?
You know why we got to do it? Because
the young Bradman here.
Of course, last week we hit the 400,000 mark, so we have to celebrate a little bit.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
okay. That's a good way to do it. That's very fitting.
I think so. Strawberries, cream, and a bit of pim. So,
all right.
Charlie's got to get some cups.
All right. No, Charlie, you're not going. Where do you think you're going? Yeah. Meanwhile, there's a cricket game out here. Zada's coming back for his third over. And just cut away. Well, I tell you what, if Charlie does have to go, we can share it. Maybe we'll do it second innings this game.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then I'll share with Charlie some tomorrow.
We've got to do it last game because it is proper pims. We don't want to be messing around.
Sounds good. That's going to be a wide, just misses the mark. Zada's been getting the ball to talk a little bit. But honestly, it's a real fun night at Sixers. It was really fun. But I can also understand how the scores do take a bit of a dive if you are what's the word? If you're keeping hydrated, I can understand how the scores can drop off a little bit towards the end. All right, top edge up in the air. Yeah, it should be taken. It is taken. And so, well, it's more Gert for Hurt here in match number 19 as he doesn't get the pull right. Pavel, as usual, the first one in to get involved in the celebrations. And the score's 21-2.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? Zada, I like the way that they've gone straight back to him. He caused some problems in his first over. They only got 2 off him, actually. And now he's taken another wicket. So 2 for 2. Fantastic stuff. And it just goes to show that he just needed to get that 1 over or a couple of overs under his belt in the last match. And now he's causing all sorts of trouble as Billy Sewell comes in.
So let's talk about yesterday. Well, Charlie, obviously...
You know why he's going?
Yeah.
He's going because he doesn't want us to show that catch again.
Yeah, I think I've brought up the fact that in the maiden game, I bet he didn't mention that he scored the same as me in that 3-over game. So Charlie's packed up and gone home.
Charlie's going.
We love Charlie. He'll be back with me tomorrow.
Hang on a minute.
You know, it's so good we can watch that again in a minute after this ball, which is going to be a wicket. It's nicked off and it's Sewell who's going to have to go for a golden. Zada is on fire here. He's on a hat-trick in Wimbledon in early trouble, 21 for 3.
Yeah, Palmer takes the catch and Adam Slater will have to go. So Wimbledon, look, we know one thing about Wimbledon. Whatever happens here, they're going to finish top. They're going to be playing in the qualifier. But they don't want to go down, especially the Hornchurch, especially the Hornchurch, because remember, Hornchurch are a team that gave them all sorts of trouble in the European Cricket League early this year. But yeah, gets an edge, good bowling, good heavy length, and gets the breakthrough.
He's a good player, isn't he, Zada? Look at that extra bounce he gets, and not too many paces have got much out of this pitch. Here's Tommy Fletcher in the foreground, by the way. He's been doing some great things, raising money for charity, going on runs this year. I saw he got a wicket earlier as well. Tommy. Anyway, hat-trick ball coming up. It's Weir to face up.
Yeah, we haven't had one as yet here, have we?
Slip going in?
Didn't have one in Estonia.
I'm going to go full-blooded cut shot. Pavel takes a one-hand catch on the edge of the circle. Okay. Hat-trick deliveries. Out of 3 for 2 off 9 balls bowled. Pretty good shot nonetheless. Springs off the bat, and that will not quite go to the boundary. Oh, Paul Murray is out from behind the stumps.
That's a great chase.
Recognised him without his Hannibal Lecter mask, and it's a turn of pace from Muzz. Yeah, I think seems fine. Knocks it back just in time.
Yeah, that's really well chased. Yeah, well done. Well, Murray showing signs of his youth there, isn't he?
I love... Okay, I know we've got a couple balls to go on this over. Yes. Weir gets 2. Now we'll get one down the ground. And you know, before we get on to my maiden again, how about we go and have a look at yesterday?
Yeah, this was it. So, I mean, you watched it properly, and Charlie's trying to make all sorts of excuses, but this was the best bit. He's down and out, and look at Polo coming in. He wants to spike it into it.
You can actually see the grass stains on his trousers there when he goes down.
Oh dear, he'll never live it down there because
He's
always been going on about wanting a
What's happening
cat.
in this tournament? Bowled him, and it's going to be 4 for Zada. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Zada. 4 for 5. What figures? And Wimbledon have lost 4 in the power play. 24 for 4.
Well, it's just exceptional bowling, and it's all about the variations, really. We've seen the heavy length being bowled short of a length and his head. Wimbledon batters in all sorts of trouble, and then he goes for the Yorker full and straight. Here we go. There's the stumps. Get knocked over. He steps all the way around this. And that's one thing. I know a lot of batters will want to be walking away from the stumps to get these little clips in, but if they pick the wrong ball, they're going to be in trouble. And maybe here, well, this is just great stuff. It is unfortunately the end of the over, so he won't get the opportunity for a Michelle Pfeiffer. But 4 for 5. What figures?
Giving it a perfect start, really. And we'll enter the power play. Keep your questions coming. I see that Tripp's in there saying it'll be a bit sad when we're off to Cyprus and that's all that's happening. But don't worry, the night series is still going on. So I know you're in America, so that'll keep the cricket going into a reasonable time zone for you, at least for another week. So Allchin is going to start the 4th over. And let's see if Hornchurch can turn this into something more. We've seen a lot of rearguard actions as well, don't forget, in this series. Also, I'd wager that Pavel's going to get at least an over somewhere in the middle, which is always a bit of a gamble. Right now, they're going to go back to Allchin. So he had some good moments in the first over that he bowled. Did go for 18, though. Bryce probably due a bit of luck. Over number 4. Wow, Pavel's got a chase on here. It's a big leading edge. That's going to run away to the boundary. Any sound of him, Mr. Maximo Rico stepping out for a second, but I want to welcome in one of our ECN super fans, Maya Patel. Maya, welcome.
Thank you, Vinny. Thank you for having me.
It's really nice to have you here. Now, you contacted me a little while ago because you've been following ECN for a little while, haven't you? And you've actually travelled a long way to come down to watch today, right?
From the famous Yorkshire. Took the train down, took a couple of hours, took a train down here to Rains Park as well. A few hours, but yeah, it's my sort of birthday celebration, really, so enjoyed to be here.
Yeah, so when is your birthday? Is it tomorrow?
It's tomorrow, yeah.
So happy birthday.
Thank you.
And I suppose it's nice to have you here. So I've got a few questions for you. And now, Maya, a lot of people in the chat will know Maya, of course, and also some of them are here, of course. But tell us what got you into ECN cricket in the first place.
It was actually funny because I just saw Pavel on Monday, actually, and I said to him that first time I saw ECN cricket was on BT Sports, and it was him bowling, actually.
Yeah.
And I just loved it because I've always played club cricket all my life, and grassroots cricket is my favourite, and you don't see anything like that in any other sort of sport. ECN sort of delivers that, and I just fell in love with it just to see, because cricket's for all, it's for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're good at it, bad at it, your background, your age, it's for everybody. I just fell in love from seeing that first match, just followed it ever since.
That's really good to hear. Outfielder well placed, it'll just be a single. And that's our philosophy as well. I think sometimes a certain segment thinks that cricket should be a certain thing and that's it. But that's not a philosophy we have here. We feel cricket's for everyone. Obviously, we've been working hard to improve the women's program on the network, and we're really excited the ECCW is going to 10 teams as well at the end of this year. So that's obviously something that we're thrilled about. Back of the hand slow ball here from Allchin, but it's picked and it's cracked through point by Weir. He's come out looking pretty good, as Wimbledon hope to pick up the tatters of this innings with Weir and Steve Reeves as well.
Yeah, that was a good shot. He just waited for that little slower ball there and just cut it through to point. Good shot.
So what are some of your memorable ECN moments then? Because I know you've watched a fair bit.
Oh man, there was one just recently, and I know Rico was laughing with this, and I can't remember if it was in Italy, but I've actually got it recorded.
Well, okay.
And well, that ball is actually booked its flight tickets and headed to France. However, that is a big six. Nice shot, nice pick up there from Weir.
Yeah, maximum time for Weir. Weir, he's come out saying, well, what 4 wickets? I could have easily been opening. I'm just going to go to town. Okay, so you think it's from Italy?
I think it's from Italy. I think Rico might actually remember this. Ball played over to deep extra cover. Fielder runs, gets there, tries not to trip over the rope, drops the ball, falls over the rope, basically. And then Rico was like, oh no, what's happened? He was laughing, he couldn't do it, I was laughing. My partner recorded me laughing, and it just seems like everyone was just laughing and crying on that thing.
We get some of those moments here, don't we? End of the 4th over here, 40 for 4 after 4. We had a few of those recently. But anyway, well, this is probably a little bit of serendipity for you, Myra, because Pavel Florin is coming on now. I've actually played a fair bit. I haven't played too much in the last 10 years, obviously. But Pavel's a guy, I reckon at least half the games I've played, he's played in as well. So I know the way he ticks. And he's going to bowl now. Now, one of the things Pavel will do, he will shout out numbers a bit like the NFL. But he actually only has 1 ball. He just does it to confuse the opposition. So he'll be like 63, 63. And let's see how he goes to Reeves. He's going to reach, and something well fielded by George in the infield. The other thing I know about keeping to Pavel, which I've done before, and I've played cricket at a reasonable level, I've never seen batters so scared to get out. So I've never seen people so frightened to get out to him because they know that they're going to probably cop it forever. This is one, again, probably could have taken the wide.
I think it's really funny because it's almost like when I played club cricket and if a girl was bowling to you sort of thing. And it just makes me think of that just with the pace. It's slow on TV. You watch it live and it's even slower.
Yeah. Most cricket, TV normally slows things down, but in this case, it's actually the speed you're watching it in real life. Goes after this in the air, but it's into the gap. Probably a catchable kind of length there. Well, no fetchy for that pup, but Reeves gets 4.
Yeah, good footwork. It's needed against Pavel's bowling. Sometimes the ball won't reach to you, so you have to reach the ball, and yeah, good shot straight in the gap.
Yeah, nice doggy. That was in the hitting zone. You mentioned you moved your partner a bit further away because that is the hitting zone.
It is.
Pavel with a comeback ball. Down the pitch from Murray. Panther-like will kick that to 1.
Yeah, nice fielding there. I mean, it's nice actually when you look at the pitch here and it makes fielding easier. Sometimes you see in other countries it's a bit difficult to field, but here it looks really nice and lush.
I mean, look, I've noticed this earlier as well. Pavel, look at the runs he's going for. Not too dissimilar to some others. This is a proper grenade this time. It's a full toss, but good placement there from Weir, who'll get 4. Brings up the 50 as well for Wimbledon.
That will catch many batsmen out with that a moon ball is that one, but yeah.
The moon balls are, I mean, you just can't let it go outside the legs. I think that's the problem here. I was always thinking outside the box. So he goes the proper grenade. I love the way that we actually got the moving camera following that up into the sky and back. Anyway, if Pavel gets a wicket, I can guarantee you he's thought of 3 or 4 blue ribbon celebrations to celebrate. Anyway, Weir will hit this down, probably smart. So just the one, look, 12 off the over, not so bad. End of the 5th over, and the score is 52 for 4. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here, one of our Bruce Spanners here, Myra Patel, who's travelled down to watch this afternoon. So look, happy birthday for tomorrow. I'm really happy to have you here in the commentary box with me, and you can see exactly how everything's working. It's pretty cool to have the series in England, isn't it?
It is, and actually we're looking with the weather. I've been looking at the weather apps yesterday thinking will Thursday go ahead or not, and luckily it has. Before the series started, I actually thought, looking at it, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday did look pretty bad, but luckily Wednesday went in our favour, Thursday's in our favour as well, and credit to the ground staff. They've really done a really good job of getting as much cricket on as we can.
Honestly, they are incredible. But Myra, fantastic to have you here. I know you're going to stick around a little bit longer before you get back to enjoying the fan zone, which, by the way, looks pretty nice when the sun comes out. This is Weir getting 2 on a sweep as Hogarth comes into the attack.
Did you hear the story from Pavel this morning, by the way? I
Which
don't
one
know
was
if
that?
you've seen it. So, because he played in the morning match.
Yeah.
And Charlie Hunt was on commentary, and he said...
First ball?
Yeah, first ball. But if
Charlie was going to retire.
He was going to retire. I think that was an LBW.
Yeah, well, if I was the umpire, I would have been sticking my finger up. Anyway, there's a little bit of foot fielding. That's naughty from Mervyn, who just tries to put the old size 47 there, blames the field. And Paul Murray rightly just yelling some instructions saying, hey, I'm as big as a 2-bedroom unit in central London, and if I can get down, you should be able to as well. Anyway, the next one is played off the back foot. For one.
That's a better ball from Hogarth. I've been watching him this series. I like watching him Forfeiture in Scotland, and I know control. It's not been easy at the start with the wet weather, but if he can just get the control and just get a few balls on the dot, force the batter to hit one of his good balls, he'll get some wickets here.
Yeah, Jack. This next excitement machine. That's a pitched up delivery that's hit straight by Reeves, who goes Superman out of the ground, Maximo.
And as they say in Germany, das ist enorm, and that was enormous. That was a big hit, and his 50-metre boundaries, that's going closer to 60.
Yeah, at least. So tell us about your language skills then. Do you have what languages do you speak?
I am what you call somebody who's very good at half speaking a lot of languages, whether it's half speaking German or Gujarati. But yeah, that was just past third man for 4 there. No, I mean English. But I like saying little phrases.
I like that you dabble though. I think that could be very useful actually, considering how many countries you get around to.
Definitely can't do Australian. I mean, that's
Australian can be a different language sometimes. It depends where you go. Anyway, Hogarth, I could point out at this point that he's gone for more than Pavel has in this over. 17-12, still with the ball to go. It's not a bad delivery really, but sets a task. A deep square, well knocked down there. They're going to come back for 2 on the slight fumble. The over doesn't go magical. Just the 19 off it, and after 6 overs, it's 71 for 4. Well, let's talk about, obviously, you know quite a lot about ECN. You've watched a lot of tournaments, a lot of players. You mentioned Pavel, and we've got someone like Jack there, the Bison. Any other characters that come to mind, or any other players that you like to watch on the network?
So my favourite team is Fresh Tropical. I mean, mad team, mad supporter, and a team who could score 200 or fail to chase 60. That sort of team. But they're my team. So all the players are Fresh Tropical. Every time they come on to play, I always get like a little glass of tropical juice.
Is that right?
Just to celebrate a little bit, yeah.
I'll mention that to the guys. They will love that. Speaking of characters, here's the flying bus coming in for over number 7. And this is hammered up and over the top. And that one is certainly going to test the fan zone. I think it's probably good that pole's in the way. I think you're smart to move your partner out. That might have gone very close to Dave B. Oh, well, it's rattled a chair. That means it... Well, I don't think it's gone through him. It must have gone around him. But Dave B's been talking about taking a catch. I advised him perhaps it wasn't the smartest move, considering how hard these balls are being hit.
The issue is that if you want to take a catch, you have to sit in the death zone, basically. So it's catch or busted, really.
You're right there. Anyway, bus comes in again. Good comeback. I mean, Mark's a really experienced character. He's been around the club for best part of 35 years. And isn't it great to see him playing with his brother and also Billy, his son?
Yeah, I was going to say he's
this week.
A proud father. I mean, I watched Billy on, I think it was Tuesday.
Yeah.
The control he was showing in wet conditions was remarkable.
Full toss, but this one is Adios Pelota Maximo. Just missing his length there slightly. Yeah, but you mentioned Billy. He's always out there. He's not the only one. He's probably out of his peers. He's a little bit... Oh, watch out. There's Rico. That is how you field, although that one was probably moving a little bit slower by the time you arrived than Charlie's yesterday.
Well, I was looking for the wombles. I was thinking for a second, was that a womble, but it wasn't.
Well, he's got a ball, and that's the main thing. Anyway, Whitlock's also gone for more than Pavel now, in only half the over. And this will be even more. Reeves muscles it up. And that was also 6 on the other ground. Maximo!
Yeah, if you want another definition of kapow, that's it there. Kapow with that one, right off the middle. Nice shot.
So, Fresh Tropical, I'll tell the guys about that. You get a bit of Fresh Tropical juice every time they play. There's a lot of characters in there as well. Zahid Chima's a guy I called in my first ever ECN series back in 2019. And, they've got some power, don't they? Ami Sharif, Zain Nakvi, 2 players that are in the Italian setup.
How about yourself, Vinny? Have you got any favourite players or favourite team?
Oh, look, I've got so many. I mean, everyone always talks about Nabi. I mean, Nabi is such an attention magnet. The ambulance incident in the French final, for example, you just couldn't make this stuff up. Yeah, well, often people say things like, oh, is this scripted? I'm thinking, if it was a script, it would be rejected for being too unrealistic.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Shahid Afridi Jr. of of Germany. There's another one, Mini Boom Boom. There's nothing mini about him. He's a beast. All right, in the air and should be caught, is caught. So the Flying Bus fights back with a wicket. 20 come off the over though. Wimbledon have that partnership silenced, although it did provide a bit of a rearguard action, didn't it? They came together at 24 for 4, but now they'll have to go to a new player. 67 put on for the 5th wicket. The score is 91 for 5. Good innings though by Weir, 38 off just 15 balls.
Yeah, good catch from Hoggy as well. Just watched that well, but very good innings there.
Now don't forget, maybe if you're on the train tonight, there's some entertainment for you. Coimbra Knights taking on Oerash. So there's a natural rivalry between those two. They're from different parts of the country. The Coimbra Knights are hosting that series at Miranda de Corvo. It starts at 4:30 p.m. GMT, 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India, which is only about 45 minutes away. And look, Phil G is doing a great job. I'm talking to him every day. Phil, I'm coming, my friend. Just 2 more nights, and I'll be there on Saturday.
Nice.
To do 4 game days, so actually 9 games of ECN. How about this, Maya? What do you think about the amount of cricket on ECN now? Because it started as just 3 days in a year, and now there's so much.
I mean, May madness. When you looked at the schedule for May, and it's like, all over. But that's the idea of ECN, to bring cricket all over the globe. And like you said, once you get the women's program, get more of them playing, it's just going to get bigger.
All right. I've got sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to say this is your last over with me, so I want you to call in this over, Maya. Okay?
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, I want you to call it in. I'll just back you up. This is Mervyn Westfield bowling to Reeves. Over number 8.
Shot. Oh, that's a nice pick-up shot there from Reeves. Yep, I think that's gone all the way. That's a Maximo. Well-weighted shot, a little bit wide, and he just guided it over to deep third.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Just kind of went with the line of it. Lean back. You've got to time that just right. Does it carry the line? And yes, it does. Geez, nothing wrong with your eyes, Meyer. Spotted that. That's the far bit of the field. They're going to send Pavel back to the boundary, potentially for a catch.
Well, when there's an emergency, you have to call Pavel.
He's given the thumbs up. And he just now they're going to switch him out of there. Yeah, they're going to put Tommy Fletcher back.
Yeah,
they're going to keep Pavel in the circle in the Jonty Rhodes position.
We always see third man being an expensive zone. Basically, the ball, any thick edge goes over there. But that was a really good shot, well weighted.
Really good by Reeves, who's been excellent here. Also been handy with the ball, hasn't he, Steve Reeves?
Wimbledon have been really good this series. Showed what a top quality side we are. We are the national champions, so you know. Do
We've got the national champions of the last 2 years doing battle here.
It is.
Here's Westfield again.
Just down the leg side, that's an easy shot really for Reeves. Clip off the legs, nice and easy 4 runs. Reeves is looking good, 42 off 13 balls. It's looking effortless as well. And Wimbledon, after a dodgy start, 101 for 5, are looking good.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a pattern of teams getting in early trouble but being able to fight back. Not always, but quite a lot of the time. I think it's just to do with the depth you'd see at this level. I mean, they're pretty batting friendly conditions. You don't really get too many bunnies.
Just going over, well fielded. Going for 2, yeah, should be 2 there. Yeah, nice shot, just middle of leg, just clipped it over towards deep mid wicket.
Nice fielding there. Zada's having a good game, isn't he? 4 for 5 and making a good stop there. Reeves 44 within 1 hit of a half century.
Oh, good stop from the keeper there, wide ball.
James Palmer, by the way, I'm pretty sure he was one of 3 of the Wimbledon players that when I was there for their sponsors weekend, they got parts of their body waxed for charity.
Oh man.
And that wasn't a very easy prospect for James.
Oh, that's a crunching shot. Straight to the fielder though, deep extra cover.
Because if you remember the TV show Alf.
Yes.
Enough said.
Enough said.
Imagine trying to wax Alf.
Well, this is it.
It wouldn't be easy.
I mean, I'm a pretty hairy fella, so if I was in the waxing salon, I'd be there for hours, to be honest. Look like a new man.
It was pretty fun to commentate that, though. I spent most of the time just putting the microphone in front of them. Anyway, Hucker, the keeper, comes out at number 7. Just over 2 overs remaining.
Just past the bat there. Was there to be guided, but just missed it. Just thinking after the waxing, he probably looks like a baby after that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing with some of them was they got half waxed and then they got the option, do you want the other half or just leave it? Most of them said just leave it. Last ball, the over.
Just Good comeback from Westfield there. Not a bad over, 14 off it. Wimbledon, 105 for 5 off 8 overs.
Well, Maya, I just want to say on behalf of ECN, thanks so much for your support again. Thanks for taking the time to come down here. I wish you a really happy birthday. I hope you keep continuing to support ECN and stay with us on this crazy adventure.
Will do. Thank you, Vinny.
Maya Patel, a special guest commentator all the way from the north. I can't do the accent, but you know where I'm going with it. Yeah, big thank you. And hope you enjoyed the rest of the day. You can stick with us here if you like for the last couple of overs. But 105 for 5. On kind of 131 pace. Now, looks like the bus is coming back. I wonder if Pavel will get another over here. There's only 2 to come. Flying bus. Not captaining the side today. Kind of given a few more people opportunities. There's a little subtle hint from our TV crew zooming in on the clouds. Anyway, good bounce. And yeah, look, Mark's a guy, he's played a good level of cricket for a long time. He's a very experienced customer. He's actually made several adjustments, I think, to the way he bowls over the last year or so, specifically for ECN cricket. You can see the results have followed. In the air and caught. And that's one of the best fielders going around in the ECN universe and probably in the wider universe as well. Jalpesh Vijay, he did some incredible stuff in the ECL. He was hanging out there pretty close to the position where he might be able to put his pads on, because I honestly think that with him in the side, pretty much anything's chaseable. Well bowled by the bus as well. You see, just kind of lures the batter to go after that. So Hucker is it's Reeves, pardon me, who has to go well caught for 45. Won't quite get that half century. 105 for 6 is a welcome back, Rico Full, into the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back. And Michael Turner coming in pretty low in the order when you consider what he's done in this tournament so far. But they need something special here in the 10 balls to come. They'd love to go around about 3 a ball and get another 30 on the board, or 135. I think they're going to need that, because you're right. I think with the likes of Jalpesh Vijay coming into the side of Westfield, who bowled that last over, was very good with the bat. And don't forget, the likes of Arthur George is batting well as well. So 3 big batters that could get them to this score of 125 or whatever they might end up with. They need some extras.
The reverse gets a piece of it first ball. Fletcher's on the chase, but the ball will win the race. Turner off the mark. But I think it's all to do with the fact that Wimbledon, they know that they've secured that top spot, which actually gives them the double chance as well. Only one team that we've seen so far will get the double chance tomorrow. And so they're just trying to give a few more people a hit. You can understand that. But still a very competitive total on the cards. Whitlock around the wicket to the lefty Turner, who becomes a righty, and he reverses again. This time it goes over Fletcher and rolls to the rope. Back-to-back boundaries to start Turner's innings.
Yeah, well, you know why he's called Turner then, because he turns it around, doesn't he? As he does the switch. And yeah, back-to-back. That's one thing that's so good about Turner. That's when he batted very well the other day. It was the switches, the scoops. Exciting player to watch. And he's given them an instant boost in the run front. Well, I said they'd like to go at 3 and 3 a ball. Well, he's going at 4 at the moment, so that'll do nicely.
Yes, they'll do very nicely. Still 70-30. Wimbledon in this one. This time he stays left-handed and drills it down to Murray. Let's see the arm on Murray. Yeah, not so bad.
Well, Murray's been popping some youth pills. I think I want some of them. He's been diving around. He's been running after balls, making saves. So whatever he's on, I'm having some.
It's like when a goalkeeper is saying, okay, go on, run around. It reminds me of that. I think he should have to field in the face mask, though, because it has become his kind of trademark. The Hannibal legs.
He looks completely different when he's not behind the stance, doesn't he? You wouldn't think he's the same guy.
Another reverse, but doesn't get too much of it at all. Whitlock, a decent over there. He did go for a couple of 4s. Only 9 come off it and took that wicket. The score after 9 is 114 for 6. All right, let's see who's getting this last over. Are they going back to Mervyn? Pavel's making his way. And now Pavel's being pointed towards the boundary, so it could be Merv Westfield coming back over number 10. Hey, Pavel, but look, number for 12. A 4 for 5 stands out though, doesn't it? That certainly changed the complexion of this innings.
Dynamic spell, wasn't it, from Zada? He really did bowl very well. So, yeah, big over coming up here. Still expected 128. I think, me personally, I think they'll do well to get there, but the guy on strike. So Michael Turner could be the one that holds the key. Now they have put a fielder back for that switch shot. So, but nobody back for the scoop. I bet he'll go for the scoop at some point.
Just got to scoop it around the bus. That's parked at short fine leg. He stands and tries to deliver. Westfield beats him on the outside edge. Hello to everyone in the chat, by the way. Hello to Jules. I think Jules is probably around. Jules has a Peacock Friday shirt, but for every day of the week, which I think is sensational. Hello to Sarah Dawson as well. Hello to Birdie, who's also watching. Hello to Ian. That's a classical pull shot up and over the top from Turner, and he whacks the camera. A little bit like the golf. You could probably tap in for eagle there. It's probably not great for our equipment, but it's a good result for Wimbledon.
Well, I think you'll see a little bit of a shake as the camera gives us a little nod. That hits the extra extension lead.
Took it pretty well, didn't
it? Yeah, it hit the extension lead. Watch this. It's on the extra extension lead, so misses the tripod itself. If that hit the tripod, that camera was down, I'm telling you. Yeah, 120 up now. Good looking shot from Turner. So change of angle now here from Westfield. Yeah, it doesn't want the single. Makes sense. You've got to try and stay in strike, especially when Hucker has played 3 balls and hasn't managed to score any runs as yet.
Merv Westfield, by the way, he's had a good career in county cricket, playing for Essex.
Well, there was the scoop that he wanted to go for. I knew he'd go for it. But it's well bowled, and thing is, when you play at that level, Vinny, you get a little bit crafty yourself. You know what the batters are after. You know what they want. He sees the early movement there from Turner, and he follows him. So, turning out to be a good over. Can he finish well, though? 2 balls to go. And he will finish well. It's another swing and a miss. And not a good sign there in the background, because it looks like they're getting the covers on.
So, let's see if Mervyn can finish well. Never thought you'd be saying, okay, last over it's going to be either one of Mervyn Westfield or Pavel Florin. Who do you want to go with? Anyway, this is gone a long, long way. Maximo to finish. Another one of these scores, I think it's par, 125 to 130. They're going to finish 126 off the 10 overs. Westfield ends up going the journey last ball. It's one of those scores, I mean, it's defendable, but it's also chaseable. And I just think especially with Jalpesh Vijay coming in, and potentially Hornchurch, they're still in the frame to register their first win of the week.
Yeah, I think you're right there. The thing is, though, they need the weather to be kind to them, because this is some dark cloud that's coming in here. You can see quite a few people already getting ready to whip the covers on if need be, because it doesn't look too good. The wind has also picked up as well. But yeah, it's one of those scores. And Wimbledon, don't forget, we've seen them defend really well. They're a team that can do that. So, and of course, a good example of that was yesterday. But with the batting, they just seem to have lost their rhythm a little bit and not putting the scores on the board that you'd expect. So they're going to have to be at their best. I think, once again, somebody like Reeves is going to be pretty key in trying to get a breakthrough in there. And then Charlie Whipple. You can't ignore Whipple.
Exactly. I mean, they've definitely got the cattle to do it. But yeah, we were talking about Mainada, but it was Zada with the 4 wickets early that changed the complexion of this inning straight away, as he was able to just break through that top order. But Wimbledon, I mean, they do have a deep order. We know that. And they did fight back with that 5th wicket partnership.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty key, I think, because I mean, that was a great delivery, though, wasn't it? He just stepped all the way across. He stumps and gets bowled. But they'll fight hard here, but Wimbledon will know they've got to try and pick up 3 quick early wickets. If they can get the likes of Jalpesh Vijay early and Westfield as well, Arthur George will be trying to get in the act, as well as somebody like Paul Murray. It'd be good to have Murray back as well, the left-hander. But I think they need those 3 wickets. And, of course, the man who takes the catch there, Jack Hogarth. Now, we have seen Hogarth being promoted towards the top of the order. Hasn't always worked out well for him, but he's somebody I think is more suited to be coming in around about 4 or 5 when he can get going there as well. Westfield, I like he's bowling. It's just a couple that he dropped too short that got pinged big. But other than that, wasn't a bad last over, because, all right, 2 balls did go for 6, but 4 of them were dots as well. You'll take that. Only the 12 coming off. Well, it was a Pavel over, really, wasn't it? Pavel went for 12 apiece as well. So Wimbledon, 126 for 6. That's that scorecard. A good knock there from Steve Reeves, and also James Ware. And then other than that, they needed the 21 there towards the end from Michael Turner. So important knock from him. On the bowling front, yeah, you can talk about a number of bowlers there, but Zada, 4 for 5. That's just sensational. Really good bowling. And well, already, even without knowing what could happen in this innings, already his name has got to be the forerunner for the player of the match performance. Mark Whitlock took 2 for 29. And, well, Mervyn Westfield, no wickets to his name, but pretty economical. So we're going to leave you with the scorecard and the mid-match summary, and then hope, really, and I mean hope, that this threatening rain clouds that come over, if they do get here, they do pass pretty quickly, and we can continue to have some sort of result in this match and not have the final match affected, because the final match is very important, really, because Tunbridge Wells taking on Hornchurch, and Tunbridge Wells know that they need to get a win there to once again leapfrog Spencer. At the moment, it could be interesting. Spencer on 14 points, Tunbridge Wells on 12, so that's the way it stands, and of course that's to finish in the all-important third position. So join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandu, when we return in about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back. I've got some good news, I got some bad news. Let's start with the bad news first. It's just started horning down, and we're halfway through match number 19, Wimbledon 126 versus Hornchurch. And Hornchurch just about to start their innings, or meant to. Literally, the players were walking out there just as we came back on air, and they said there's going to be a pretty violent storm. I said it might miss us. Right now, it ain't missing us. Say it's the heaviest rain I've ever seen, but certainly heavy enough to not be able to make a start. Actually looks pretty heavy on that camera. Rico Full with me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here for the last part of day 4. Don't forget more cricket in Portugal tonight, but yeah, so far, I think those pictures say more than words ever could, Rico.
Well, we were just saying off air, you got to feel for Joe Post Vijay. He's come straight from work to try and get the last 2 matches in, and as soon as he steps foot on the field of play with the pads on, he gets halfway, he's going one way, the fielders are going the other way. They're saying, we don't know where you're going, mate, but we're out of here. Look at it, that looks pretty bad at the moment. It's chucking it down, and the rain is coming in. It is not good. It's not good at all, and I reckon, Vinny, me and you, we're going to get pretty wet here. Who's the smart one? I'll tell you who's the smarty pants. Charlie Hunt, that's who. Oh. Charlie knew it's coming.
We probably don't have the replay of Charlie leaving, but that was probably the smartest thing he's done for a while. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box as we try to stay dry. Let's try and, wow, this is some heavy rain now. Well, I mean, I brought my duck shirt because I had a feeling that it might be good conditions. But Rico, explain. You put something on.
Right,
for us.
I have.
Right.
Well, first of all, let's try and move that out of there.
We're just trying to get a few
we got to have.
Right.
We are in Wimbledon, and as I've always said, we've got to have some strawberries and cream. So,
right.
Strawberries and cream. So you can take one of them. I'll do a bit of just dunk it in there and go for it.
I'm going in.
And you know what? You know what that's missing now. Okay. So it is Wimbledon.
All right.
We're having.
I'm not even going to mute myself. Okay.
We're having the strawberries and cream, and as you would have at Wimbledon, the rain comes down. Where's Cliff Richard? Anybody found Cliff Richard? We need Cliff Richard to sing us a song. Well, you got that, and also look, we have also got celebrations as well because we did pass 400,000 subscribers. So
very easy way to do it.
We can do cheers, and look, this is not just for us. There we go. And well, Wimbledon got to have the Pims to cheers to everyone involved with the European Cricket Network because it was a milestone for them as well with that achievement, 400,000. But also to all of you around the world, wherever you are, this is all a part of a memorable moment for yourself as well. So you talk. I'm gonna have a sip.
I'm a little bit worried about stuff getting wet. So, hey, this is real. This is very ECN though.
Good.
It's very ECN. Okay, yeah.
This is really good.
Pims before.
This is good. Pims and lemonade. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
On a nice sunny day, it would be a lot better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have that at the moment. We're going to enjoy this Pims, and we're going to try to not drown any more equipment. But what we will do is we're going to go to a classic game.
Oh.
As the rain comes straight at us. All right. Okay, we're going to take you back to the 1st of March 2024, Wimbledon versus Prague CZ. This is ECN in the first degree. Enjoy this ECN Classic from earlier this year, which features the Czech champions against the English champions at Wimbledon. See you soon, hopefully with some good news.
Let's get out of here. Wombles in the crowd as well. It takes me back to my little childhood, the Wombles of Wimbledon. Well, this is going to be a good match, I think. Prague CC will be very disappointed that they didn't win their last match. And it was, of course, against the Vickland Eagles. And they're chasing 116. They had it in the bag. And then, well, they threw it away, needing 9 on the last over. They didn't get there. And it was the Eagles who won by 5 runs, thanks to a great over from their captain, Ismail. So can they come back? Can they put that disappointment behind them? One thing I know they will be thinking here is getting a point against Wimbledon is a win. I think getting that point against Hornchurch was massive for them. If they can do the same here, they will guarantee themselves coming back here tomorrow for the Group B finals day. But the other thing that's very important for them, of course, is when it comes to coming back here tomorrow, playing for a point is irrelevant. You've got to play to win. So they've got to play well. They've got to try and get into form. They've got to try and learn how to adapt and change so they can beat teams like Wimbledon and Hornchurch. That's very important. So they've got a lot to do here. Well, there's somebody who's parked up the top of the hill there. There, it was a nice place, have a nice view. And they're talking of a nice view, this kind of oval, stunning views all around this time of day where the sun is shining, temperatures currently around about 20 degrees. I know that a lot of the Wimbledon and Hornchurch supporters are certainly enjoying the Andalusian sunshine. Big shout out to our regional partner, the Junta de Andalusia. We are, of course, here in the region of Malaga. This is the Cardiff Oval and it's the home of European cricket. And it's where, well, dreams come true. Certainly the dreams of European cricketers here. And this would be a dream for Prague CC if they could get an unlikely win here, because Wimbledon 2-0 at the moment, and they've won with ease as well. Just to remind you that they chased 110 against Groningen, and they did that with 16 balls to go. And then they had a good win also yesterday chasing Mickelson Eagles 89. They did that with 30 balls still to go. Now we're getting a chance to see them bat first for the first time. Gets played away, little delivery into the body of the batter, and Lloyd just a little push to allow his captain Jonathan Webb to face his first delivery. And I think I agree with what Vinny was saying there. It's important for Wimbledon to win the toss and bat first. It's one thing that they haven't been able to do. I think, remember, they've got a very tricky match last up when they will be playing Hornchurch in the night fixture, match number 5 here in the day. We'll bring you 5 a day, that's right. Exactly what your doctor wants you to have, 5 a day. We give you 5 a day. So this is an opportunity for Wimbledon to prepare for that. They've chased well. Let's see if they can bat well. Padmaraju doing the bowling. That's just a leave, it's a slower delivery. It ends up being a wide signal there by the umpires for this match. Nilkesh Patel is at the bowler's end, and Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns himself, at square. Joe Foster is the third umpire. Goes for the big shot, and he nails it. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagia. This will be interesting for me with Wimbledon with the bat, because what we have seen, not just today, I think yesterday as well on several occasions, with this wind, not severely strong at the moment, but continuously blowing, with this wind hitting straight down the ground, has been an issue for several players, just not clear the rope and being caught. I wonder if Wimbledon are going to be able to adapt. And at the moment, the answer is yes, though this one's not straight down the ground. It's more over that square leg boundary. But it's 6 more. Well, there's Ansu. And hello to him. Of course, part of a Grizzly Bear Sports. Doing a roaring trade over there. And of course, a big shout out to Grizzly Bear Sports. They are the provider of the Grizzly balls. Come on, they say, Wimbledon. Tim Lloyd. A couple of boundaries on the spin here. So Paddy Marju, not the best of starts here. Hasn't always bowled the first over. Sometimes he's come on to bowl over number 2. They've gone with the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe, to normally bowl the first. And I wonder why teams make changes like that. I mean, Sudesh hasn't bowled particularly bad bowling first up. In fact, yesterday his first over was unbelievably good. Took 2 wickets and just conceded 3 runs. So they've made a change, Paddy Maraju, but at the moment not really working in their favour. 15 come off the over, 2 balls still to come. And he tries to angle this in. I like that from the bowler. He shows that he is able to adapt. So he comes round the wicket and wants to use that angle, coming wide and darting the ball in. It's a bit on the pads, but because of the length of it, Lloyd not able to whip it away for a boundary, but they'll take the leg byes. Webb now on strike, the captain. Welcome back to everybody around the world tuning in and talking on about around the world. Well, this one, well, that's circling the planet. It's getting smashed into the sky, so Webb gets his first boundary. It's well, this is a problem when you come around the wicket. You may have got away with the first one. Well, there it goes. But this time round, it's on the leg stick, and good batters will put that away. So it's a magical start for Wimbledon. 22 off the first over. This is a quick opportunity to look at some of the groups that we'll see. Group C, well, they're warming up, I'm pretty sure. That some of those players are getting used to seeing what they're coming in for here. Some teams have been here before, of course. A surprise there from Sofia when it's going to be academic. So the reign of maybe Indo-Bulgaria is over, though I do hear 1 or 2 of the Indo-Bulgarian players may be here anyway, playing Gamblers. Looking forward to seeing them. And of course, we were going to Portugal after here as well, so Gamblers will be in action. Of course, Group A is already done. And of course, it was a fantastic conclusion to the final. Gina Brescia winning against Skanderborg, the Danish champions losing out again. And it was the Italian giants that will be booking their place back, coming back here for Championship Week, starting on the 18th of March. Final is be on the 22nd. Who will be the champion? That's well bowled. And they go to the beast to bowl over number 2, Sudesh. And he starts well. I'll say a big shout out to Purple Pepper. Not quite purple in the Wimbledon kit. Maybe a hint of purple in some of those lines. So, nicely played, gets into good position, plays it to Arun, who makes the stop. They'll take the single. Yeah, Purple Pepper, of course, the catering partner for the European Cricket League. Had a nice spot of lunch from them. I had a nice curry with some rice. It did the job wonderfully. Thank you to Purple Pepper. Right, genuine edge. 1 bounce, 4 runs. It certainly is a vortex over there. As the balls get sucked into that boundary. We've seen several fly over for 6. Ah, that's more like it. I'm loving the Wombles. The Wombles of Wimbledon. No, it really takes me back. It took me a while yesterday when I saw the Womble. I'm thinking, I know what that is. I know them. Took me a while, but yeah, the memory bank served me well. I used to love watching the Wombles, always cleaning up. I hope those Wombles are cleaning up as well. They can be handy on a blowy day like at the moment, the wind blowing things around. Wickramasinghe. It will be a wide. Deliberately bangs this in wider. He wants the batter to chase it. They have put the 3rd man back pretty fine on the boundary. That's Naveen after bowling the first over. Padmaraju. And the other man that's back is behind square. So nobody straight down the ground. And talking of straight down the ground, that's exactly where the batter goes. And he's going to get 4. Good cricket from Jonathan Webb. Sees the field. He knows that the 2 men are inside. So you got your mid-on and mid-off in place. But nobody on the boundary. So he backs himself to go over them. He does. And he's going to get 4 runs. That's better. Just sneaks this one. It's the end of the over. 2 overs complete. So going along quite nicely. 32 without loss. We get a chance to have a look at the standings here normally, and you will see that why this is an important match. You would imagine looking at this that Prague CC maybe they've done enough, because you know that Hoodingham and the Micklin Eagles, they are going to be playing. They'll be playing match number 9. Now, one of those teams, the best they can do is get to 4 points. That means it's not going to be enough. The other team will pick up 3. So that means that one of those 2 will not make it. So that is the big match. Match number 9 coming up after this. Hoodingham taking on the Micklin Eagles. That's going to be like the first big final of the group. The winner of that will come back tomorrow. The loser, well, you're going to have to start booking your flights back home. Okay, here we go. Ready for the start of the 3rd over, the all-important 3rd. And it's time for Lala. I think they're bringing him on a little bit earlier than they would like to before the end of the power play. And joining me for the start of this over is Vinny Sandhu.
It's Lala time, and first one could be a wicket. It is! Well, once again, the surprise ball. It shouldn't be a surprise by now. He's just going pace on all the time. Lloyd tries to muscle it into the wind. It holds up. It's well taken at mid-off, and the Wimbledon side lose their first wicket at 32 for 1.
Well, there's the answer to the question that I was putting out there. Will Wimbledon be able to manage the breeze that other batters haven't been able to? And the answer is no. You can see he hits it pretty well. He thinks he's going to get it over the fielder. The wind comes into play, and Sabawun Divasi plucks it out of the sky. And Lala gets a wicket of his very first ball.
He'll be annoyed there. I mean, it's never easy facing first ball from someone that you haven't faced before. He's getting a bit of zip, isn't he, Lala? Lloyd, he whacks a couple out of the ground, but he has to go for 14.
Well, Lala, nicely done. I mean, we know that he's an all-rounder. He's a very good batter as well. We haven't seen too much of his batting, but with the bowling, we've been very impressed. There's a new batter who comes out. No change in the batting order for Wimbledon. They go with Charlie Whipple to come in at number 3.
They do, and he's been very impressive, hasn't he? How about Lala, though? Right arm, hard to describe. And it's going to be airmailed, but won't hurt them too much. Yeah, and Lala, like I say, I'd call him a part-timer, but he's just a good cricketer. He's an out-and-out cricketer. So, yeah, he's very accurate. We saw him bowling towards the end. He slowly worked his way up. Now he's bowling a power play over. I also like the captaincy here from Kushal Mendon, just to say, look, we're going to mix things up, and we're not going to let the game drift too long. And Prague CC, they've punched against every team they've come up against so far. I think they'll be annoyed. There's a couple of games where they've blown winning positions, but they could easily be 3-0.
Yeah, you're right. Quite simply.
Here's Lala again, round the corner. He wasn't completely in control of where that was going. It was a teaser for Kao Mehta, who's into the side, but it's going to end up at the boundary. It's going to be 4 to Webb.
Yeah, ends up being a good shot. You can see it's slightly starting to straight down the leg side, but he gets in a position very early. And in fact, it's not that leg side is as I first thought. It's a pretty good shot. And Mehta is not that far away from it, but still, he can't stop it going to the boundary.
Yeah, calculated risk, but pays off. Webb off to a bright start here, 19 off 6. And now in the air with a bit of power, holding up in the breeze. Davitsi goes back. He's searching for it. He can't find it. Pretty good stop. He's going to basketball it back into play. But it was probably one of the most difficult catches to take, running with the flight. But it does blow back into the field. If Davitsi had judged that perfectly, it could have been a miracle catch.
Yeah, but once again, you see, even Webb now thinking, I'll get through this. He says, but no, look at the wind, holds it back, and Davitsi, I think he does very well.
Yeah, he zigged when he needed to zag, though, if he was going to try and find the drop zone. Knowing his luck, he would have just knocked it over the boundary anyway. Here's the next ball. It's a thick edge, and it's not thick enough to go to the fielder. Padmaraju has to chase it back, and it's 4 more.
Well, Webb, he says, all right, I can't go forward, I'll go backwards. And he uses every part of the bat. That hits the bottom toe end of it, and he's going to get a lucky streaky Suerte, sí, mucha suerte, 4 carreras.
Love that Wimbledon logo proudly on the badge of the helmet. And low full toss. Lala can't make the stop. It'll just be a single, and that'll take us to the end of the power play. Lala delivers again, comes up with the first wicket and goes for 12, and the score is 44 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, nice little moment there. You see Jonathan Webb, the captain of Wimbledon, just giving Lala a little tap and saying, hey, well bowled, buddy, well bowled.
Might have been head on the middle of the bat there, actually. Looking at the replay, magical start for Wimbledon. Following it up with 10 and 12, which are solid overs. I won't say that they're that destructive. I want to say quick hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA. And we've got a lot of American viewers tuning in at this time of the day. Good time zone there. So good morning to you. And see that John Tucker is watching as well. John, we'd love to see you here at the Jakarta Oval again sometime. Hello to Steve C, to Gary Wheeler, to Dave B, of course, to anyone else that I might have missed. Tune in. Here we go with more spin in the fourth, and Solanke, the left armer, comes on. Now this is a catching opportunity, and it's gone. And Prague CC, they have caught very, very well. And so right arm spin, then left arm spin, and Webb holds out for 26. 2 in 2 overs, it's 44 for 2.
Well, Webb, he will have to go. He's living a little bit dangerously. He wants to play his shots here. You can see that. So the spinners, both spinners come on. Not that you could call Lala a spinner, really. But anyway, both of them come on. And a wicket off the first ball that they bowl.
Yeah, well, Lala, maybe he's a spinner in sheep's clothing, but Solanke is the real deal. Left arm orthodox. And yep, there we go. No need for the umpire. Solanke's happy to give that one out. Webb looks down at the bat, wonders where it all went wrong. Again, another batter makes a start but can't go on with it for Wimbledon. 26 for Webb. It's 44 for 2.
Yeah, Patel holds on to the all-important catch. You're saying your hellos to people. I wonder if you've got any people from Wales. If we have, I want to wish you all a happy St. David's Day.
Ah, interesting part of the world, Wales. I haven't been myself. I've got a lot of Welsh friends. Actually played with quite a few Welsh guys.
Beautiful place, Wales. And it's got a fantastic, a lot of people don't know this, has a fantastic coastline, some lovely beaches. That's well bowled. I'm liking the action here of Solanke. There's a real purpose to what he's doing. He's looks like he's a bit bubbly, he's a bit bouncy, and he's gets the ball in the right area. So he's upbeat, isn't he?
Merriman out here at 4. It's a good area, but a turn and bite there for Solanke.
Yeah. Look at that. The smile says, yep, as the batter looks up at him, and he says, oh yeah, I can do this. And look at this. Watch this go.
Great shot of it here.
Oh, good rip on that.
Good take as well behind the stumps. Oh well, there you go. If you can't pick it, sweep it. And he's going to whack it over the fence and far away. Maximo Merriman is off to the races.
Yeah, this is a really good shot. It's a slog sweep. It's a little bit fuller, and he says, nah, I'm not shying away from it. He gets down, he gets low, he gets under it, and he smashes it for 6.
It's that fraction fuller, wasn't it? It allowed him to play that shot. Solanke won't be too bothered. First run's off him coming off the 4th ball. There's the merchandising tent. There's a few things down there for purchase. Cut. Oh, mishandled. And that's a costly one for Padmaraj, who needed to make the stop. He couldn't. And just like that, Merriman into double figures.
Yeah, the 50 came up, that last boundary, and that one, yeah, that needs to be stopped. That's an error. You don't want to be gifting runs away to Wimbledon. Yeah, I want to say, get down to the merch tent. A lot of good gear in there. And say hello to Freya, who's doing a wonderful job. Hello, Freya. He's been managing the marquee very well.
That's well bowled, goes a bit wider, chopped into the surface, but it'll just be a single. So Solanke probably wins his over as well, you know, 1 for 11, and the score 55 for 2. I'll probably stick with the spin while it's working, kind of winning in this phase of the game, and then they're kicking the can down the road a bit, but you've got guys like Davitsi to come in and bowl at the depth. He bowled pretty well earlier. Spit Patel, he was a bit of licorice all sorts, but thought he was okay with the ball. But you've got another spin option actually in the side, that's KO Mehta. So he's going to come on. So we've got spin triplets. But I suppose Mehta, don't think he's bowled in the series so far. We'll see if he can hit the ground running here. They'll be bowling to Hamish Merriman.
Merriman has made a good start. He's played some nice $6 million man in action there.
Looks a bit of Chariots of Fire about that. The scary thing was that wasn't slow motion. No, it was.
We showed our age there. I go back to Lee Majors and the $6 million man, and you the Chariots of Fire.
Yeah, good point. But, hey, it's experience. Hey, it's good ball by Mehta. So look, if they can get a good over out of him, then you can kind of redo the triplets, and you've got 6 overs to spin in a row. If it's working, you stick with it, I think. I know people talk about changing it up, but if it's working for you, I think you stick with it.
Yeah, leave it be. Don't change it.
Good to have options. Oh, the reverse. There's something on this. Nilkesh doesn't believe so. Good take, though. Never easy against the reverse when you got the gloves.
Well, Charlie Whipple wants to go for the reverse. It's pretty close to it, but doesn't quite make the touch.
2 very good keepers in this game going head-to-head as well. Oh, again, just can't pick the line here, Whipple. So one thing about Wimbledon, they flew through first day yesterday. Now, that's a good thing, because you're trying to win. You're trying to play well. But it's never plain sailing through a group. Never. Is this their sternest test yet? Oh, this one isn't a good one. Mehta over pitches, and it's compounded as Whipple's on the charge. Goes Maximo. 6 runs.
Needed that hit, didn't he, Whipple? And he was being bogged down a little bit, and he was getting a little bit frustrated. He wanted a ball to help him out, and he sees the full toss. He says, thank you very much. I'll have that. So Mehta, now, he got away with 1 back ball in this over, but he doesn't get away with that one. Full toss.
Yeah, still wins the over pretty comprehensively as long as this doesn't go to the boundary. Even if he does, it's probably a draw. Last ball of the 5th. Yeah, tries to lure him out. Maybe thinks he might be on the charge again.
It's good thinking, though. I don't mind it. That's good cricket, but it's a good lead there by Charlie as well.
Oh, well, back to the old drawing board as we get to the end of the 5th over. Pretty good one from Kayer. He only goes for 8, and the score is 63 for 2 after 5. Why don't we welcome you up to the Dream Box at the Field of Dreams here on the Costa del Sol in Spain. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, Rico Full with me. And Prague CC, for me, I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm delighted to see how well they're competing with teams that play in countries that I think have a bit more of a higher standard, essentially, to their club cricket.
Yeah, I mean, they put in some good performances yesterday. They were so close to beating Hornchurch. But the only thing is what would disappoint them, and I know I was talking to some of them as well, is they're disappointing that they get themselves into winning positions but don't win those matches.
That's true. But, I mean, those competitive points are adding up, and this is stacking up because that's a slog sweep. They do stick with the spin. They go back to Ravi Solanki with his left armers, but this is a beautifully executed slog sweep, and it disappears over the ropes for 6 runs.
Yeah, Merriman has played this very well, and that's the danger here. I think every time he senses the opportunity to sweep, he'll go for it. So maybe needs a just slightly quicker ball to be fired in outside the off. Let's see how Solanki deals with this.
A pretty good adjustment. Wasn't quite as full. That's the other thing. I think for the most part, if you're slog sweeping, it's kind of into the wind. If anything, it's right to left on your screen, but it's mostly just behind the bowler. In the old days, the spinners used to love bowling into the breeze, saying, yeah, we can get that kind of drift, we can get that kind of, we can force the batter into a mistake. Well, there is a reverse that's going to go for 4. Not quite off the middle of Whipple. He goes forwards, he goes backwards, he goes another boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, it didn't quite work for him first time, but he says, I'm going to stick to it and have another go, because hitting it straight down the ground certainly wasn't working for him. And not quite how he wanted it, but he hits the back of the bat, leaps over the wicketkeeper, and he'll get 4 runs.
Intelligent shot, fairly low risk option. Steps across, it's a thick edge. I don't think you'd really call that a chance. It hits a ditcher in the chest. But he does at least block the line. That was probably flying away for 4 otherwise. Yeah, but Park CC, yeah, you called it as well when you saw the table. You said, okay, they've played themselves into the 4. It seems like I don't think there's any way they can miss out now. Still, they'd want to play well in this game. Cracking shot, throws the hands at it, and 4 runs. It wasn't even that far from the sweeper, but it's good contact. They like Merriman a lot, you know. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. That was a class shot, laced through the covers.
Yeah, he creates this because he gets that early movement. He makes the bowler feel that he's going to take himself away down the legs up, but then he jumps back and he's right onto that. It's a really good shot, good placement.
Last ball from Solanki's 2 overs. Goes the quicker one, tries it on and gets it. Maximo! 4 and 6 to pick up sticks as Wimbledon try to pick up the pace at the end of 6 overs. The score is 85 for 2.
He looks good, doesn't he? He's playing shots to all parts of the ground. We just saw him play a lovely shot out on the offside, and then this one, right, this time he goes the other way, steps across, and he bangs it over cow corner. 6 more, and going along nicely. So at the moment, these two putting a nice little partnership on together, but Hamish Merriman, look at the business.
Yeah, top 4 all getting something to their name. 6 overs in. Where could they end up here? I mean, they're on 140's pace. They'll feel they can get more than that with some of the destructive players they've got in there. Mehta comes back. This is a ball that probably would have been a wide. We've seen this tactic creep in a little bit. Bowlers kind of hanging the ball out there, hoping that batters chase a ball that would have been a wide. And with the big reach of Whipple, he just gets a single, so they get through that ball unscathed. Well, this is a false shot, and it's a bit of a tricky one for Ashokan, but he takes the catch. He's got such safe hands, you know. And so Merriman, again, a player makes a start, can't go on to a big score, but his 29's handy, and as he departs, it's 86 for 3.
Yeah, good catch there by Arun. He calls the other fielder off early, says it's mine. I've got my eyes on it. Gets his hands underneath it, takes the catch, looking very smart and very casual. Is Arun Ashokan, of course. It wasn't that long ago that he was captaining the Team Czechia in the ECIs in Barcelona, so he's had a good fair bit of practice, unlike some of the other players. But yeah, gets his eyes on it and says, it's all mine, he says. There's a Naveen just ends up being a little bit spectator as he sees Arun take the catch. So another wicket goes. Merriman, good contribution from him. 29 off 11 deliveries. And then that means we get a chance to see it's Brendan Tatum who now comes out.
Yeah, well, Tatum plays down the wrong line here. Well, he's known for a little bit of the shake and bake. That's what I got out of some of their information leading into this tournament. Let's see if he's shaking or baking here right now. Tatum's off the mark. Oh, or is he?
Wow. Then they might as well have an appeal here. They're going to have a look upstairs. I think that has surprised him. I didn't think he thought this throw was coming.
Yeah.
It's a direct hit.
The old double or nothing coming up because it's either 2 or it's run out. It's probably fine, but cameras are funny. They got many, many frames. And let's see what happens here.
He's always looking, so he knows the throw's coming.
Oh, it's close. Oh.
Let's see here. There we go.
Lucky slides. Oh.
Is the bat? Oh. Is that bat down or up? Is that bat down or up? I don't know here. I'm not sure. I reckon it's...
I think that's the first frame the bails are off and it's on the ground.
Yeah.
But it was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't slide it in, probably because he knows he doesn't want the bat to plug. But only just by a whisker. It's played in the gap and 4 runs. Good shot. Well, he had a nice view of it, sitting down there, minding his own business. And that looks like that's a Zishan Azim. He's the 12th.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Zishan. Didn't see who he came on for.
Well bowled. Gets this one outside the off, comes in. So that's not a bad spell of bowling at all for Mehta.
Yeah.
1 for 15, 92 for 3.
Really good entry to the series for Kaya. And I think, yeah, pound for pound, I think spin's probably the way to go for Prague CC. Look at the Western Shield squads. Of course, we're all very excited about this. And it's still a wildcard spot up for grabs. So literally it can be anyone from any of the European nations that are competing in this tournament. And yeah, looking at the British and Irish Knights squad, I mean, again, you could play your way in. For example, a Hornchurch player or a Wimbledon player, if there were any late outs of that squad, they could play their way in as well. There we go.
Loving the baubles. Corey was a bit frightened of these last night, you know. Maybe he was having a few nightmares.
He's probably got bigger things to be scared of, if I'm completely honest,
yeah.
Corey.
You know, there's one name there in Team Europe that really stands out. Sukhinder Zulfikar. I mean,
I think
he's a man who broke Corey's heart, but Corey still had to include him in
92
that side.
off 28 on this ground. Last time we were here for men's cricket was the ECC in 2023. And Sukhinder, well, the whisper is he might actually get the captaincy of Team Europe. As this is in the end, it's away from the fielder. It's going to pitch just inside and run across. Well, there's the shake. Here's the bake as Tatum gets cuatro carreras.
Yeah, well, Tatum does a little bit of the as he swivels onto this. Nice looking shot, head nice and still, has it under control. 4 runs. It's one that has to be dug out on the bushes. It's nicely played. A few people saying they've been to Wales and they love it. Yeah, I've been to all parts of Wales. Portmadoc was the last place I went to. Like I say, some stunning beaches there. St David's Day. Enjoy, and he's dropped it. He's dropped it. पता नहीं किधर गया. मैं फालिया सीगा, फालिया वो निकल गया बाहर. That's Smith Patel. Oh dear.
It's a good fielder, but I don't know about pointing the fingers this way. I think if you go reverse cut, maybe you can absorb the impact a bit more. Now, where does this bounce? Comes off his hands, and it looks like 4. Yeah, pitches just inside. 4 runs, back to the action. They've been really good in the field, the Czechs. Seems like the only ones they're dropping are going over the boundary. We saw 2 of those earlier on. Look, yeah, it's a tough one. But you'd hope to hold on to it. And Smith is a very good fielder.
Yeah, that boundary also brought the 100 up. 100 and what is the question?
Drags this leg side. This is a long chase. It's going to be an unsuccessful chase as Whipple gets 4 more. Lala, he bowled well early. Got a wicket pretty much straight away, but he's been left on the shelf. He's coming back in the 8th, but finding it tough going.
Yeah, it's just a little bit shorter than what he normally bowls, and these guys are nimble on their feet, and that's a nice, good shot. Good early position, and uses the wrist well to get right under that and sort of clips it away. They make a fine adjustment to the fielder out there on the boundary now.
Yeah, quicker one.
It's not going to get there either.
Yeah, no fine leg. That's going to go for 4. A Cockney corner. A bit muted this game with Hornchurch not playing, but yeah, Whipple, even though it was more good luck than good management, will help himself to another boundary.
Yeah, so they move to 110. 12 balls to go. And yeah, you would think that from here they're looking to go 2 lots of 15 and get 140 something on the board. That's what I'm thinking. They've got wickets in hand to do it as well.
110 for 3 after 8 then. Good question in the chat. Asking, is Dan Linking the captain of the British and Irish Knights? And the short answer is I don't know if it's been announced yet. He would be probably the natural choice, given that he's led the England 11 to 2 ECN trophies. They might have another leader in mind. For example, Skat Zufka. He's a captain above club level before. But the reason they like Sikandar is because of his language skills. He can communicate really well with everyone on the team. He's a really astute tactician as well. Anyway, time for over number 9, and it's the Beast that's got to come back for his second over. It just doesn't get the pace of this one. Now we saw, as we thought we might, 6 consecutive overs of spin, and yeah, I kind of agree with that in a way. Lala bowled the 3rd, they went Slanky in the 4th and Meter in the 5th. I probably would have kept that order, I don't know, just because you're not seeing a guy as quickly. They end up going back to Solanke in the 6th, went for 22, but hindsight's 2020. This is a pull straight down the ground. That will only bring a single.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting because they haven't used Sabah up until now. Maybe they're going to use him to bowl just the last over. They did go back to him a little bit earlier in the last match, but he seems to be the one that they go to if they need to.
Still got Davitsi probably to bowl the 10th. Short in the air, got a back here, and he misjudges it there, Padmaraju. He's had a bit of a Barry Crocker in the field, really. I think if he's right back on the line, this is catchable. And it's also about knowing the wind. Every single edge you see, it's going to carry down to the rope. That one just creeps over him.
Yeah, I mean, if not catchable, maybe stoppable. Maybe he could get a dive in and try to get it back in the field of play. But yeah, he got dragged in, didn't he?
2 field. Another one flies over. This cramps the batter. Finding it a bit hard to get the pace of the Beast here.
Yeah, Charlie Whipple has been a little bit hit and miss. It'd be disappointing that one he doesn't whip away. It's in the slot. He practices the shot again. But then having said that, I suppose you could say the same about the guys from Wimbledon and Hornchurch. You know, they haven't had a lot of batting practice, and maybe that is showing. A lot of people surprised that Hornchurch haven't started hitting big runs at the moment. And that's just another example And well, a little bit of fake fielding there, maybe from the Beast.
It was a real fake, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Love the Beast, though. We love our characters, don't we, on the European Cricket Network? And Beast is the kind of guy, and there's plenty of stories of him, for example, having to be picked up from his house because he's forgotten there's a national tour going somewhere. I'll knock on him and say, Sadesh here, get your bag. We're getting on the plane. That's a good shot. Yeah, it's short and it's picked up. And that time they do find the pace. In fact, that one just kept on going, didn't it? Whipple goes maximal. And we go to the end of the 9th over. It's 125 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a funny sort of innings. He's played some nice shot. I mean, that's a beautiful shot. Lovely hook shot. And this one was more at him, so he didn't have to reach for this or anything. So puts that away nicely. But he's missed out on a few as well. But 125 for 3 with an over to go. Still will be eyeing up that 140 score here.
Naim Lala as well as Slanky and Mita, the spin triplets, if you like, in this game. Splitting the 3 wickets so far. This is where I thought they'd go to Saba, and they do. Davitsi to bowl the 10th. And Prague CC, they are a very famous club in Czechia. And I suppose they've become so big, they've often splintered into other clubs. So there's other clubs that have kind of been born out of Prague. CC. Oh, this is a full toss, and it's not really where Davitsi wants it. It's halfway up the jungle now. Cuatro carreras. Tatum starts the 10th with a boundary.
Yeah, I think Sabawoon here tries to go with a slower delivery. Look, that's what he tries to do, but it ends up being a gentle full toss, and the batter says, I could have the wide, but I'd rather take the boundary. So Tatum gets 4 to his name.
This will be a good test of the PCC batting lineup as well. Got nothing to lose here. Go out and have a dash. Tatum.
It'd be interesting though, you know, you make a very good point there, nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
More on that after this delivery. Is that's should be just a single. Yeah, I mean, when all the other matches that they've had so far, they've had to get something from them. There's always been something there. There's been things to lose. This one, you're right, nothing to lose. They can go out there and bat relaxed. What a difference that
Prague are helped out by the fact that Hudinger couldn't upset Hornchurch in that previous match. Otherwise, this would have had a very different feel this game. It probably would have been a survival game for Prague CC. This is hit, and it's hit straight to the fielder, and he'll catch it eventually. So it's the Beast down there who got behind it, got 2 hands on it, popped out, but he gets it on the juggle, and it's the end of Whipple for 34. Davitsi gets a wicket with a ball that never touches the ground from the moment he releases it. The score now is 130 for 4.
Yeah, it's no es de primera vez, pero de segunda vez. Cógelo y ya está. He gets the wicket, so that will be the end of Charlie Whipple. Nice little innings from him, 34 of 16. He played some nice shots in the end, and I think that was Sudesh saying, I just need one hand. Well, Sabawoon is happy about it. He's doing a little celebration. Mind you, I don't think it was the best of deliveries, to be fair. It was a full toss. Just the batter couldn't get quite under it. So it'd be an opportunity, just for a couple of balls anyway, to see James Ware, who goes out there, the wicketkeeper.
Well, just like a fading TV star who's fading from the limelight, it's a bunch of little cameos that are getting the job done. Those of you that are into the digital arts. Anyway, here's Davitsi, who gets just put into the covers now. Bit of are they coming, are they not? They will get through for 2. Just going back quickly before we reach the end of the innings about cricket in Czechia and Prague. So that is something we see in some of these developing countries where there's kind of one, like a premier cricket club, and as they get more and more and more members, they realise, hold on, we've got too many players. We need, a group of players will then form another club. And that has happened a bit. This is probably going to be 4. It is not the greatest effort, I've got to say, down there. Couldn't get it down off his feet, the Beast. As well, the Wombles, they've come out to play here in the afternoon sun. Although really, I think Sadesh should have done a little bit better.
I think this is a classic scenario of, okay, I'm bowling, you take my spot. Now, Davitsi is normally there. I think if you're a good captain, you don't have Sudesh there. You need to have somebody who's a little bit younger, a little bit quicker. That's an error, really. That's a key position, and you've got to have somebody who's pretty quick at covering the ground there.
Last ball coming up, and a bit more work. We'll go for 2 here. Keeper's ends on. Bowls it in. Oh, well, is that stumped? No, it'll be run out. I say that because he bowled it from about 45 yards. But I think that Weir is one and done here, and Wimbledon are going to finish up with 137 for 5.
Yeah, we'll just see this again. I think he is out, but we might as well have a look at it because the umpires want to have a look at it. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's no errors there from the keeper. He has the ball, knocks him over. So they'll get just the one to add on to that, 137. 5 wickets down. So they don't quite make the 140, but still, I think Wimbledon will expect themselves to be able to defend this score.
Yeah, I think so. But like I said, it's a good chance for Prague CC to make a name for themselves here. I mean, it's not like it's a crazy high score. The 130s is actually about par for the course in a lot of the series. Maybe a little bit above average. And of course, you know, Wimbledon's bowling and their fielding, it's going to be a lot more than average. But the Prague CC, if they want to try and go a long way in the group, they need to be able to take on threats like Wimbledon. That's what they'll get to do when they come out in the second half. In the end, it'll be 137 for 5, the official score. 138 for victory for the Czechs.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think no fear and no pressure. That's what Prague will be saying to themselves here. Just go out there, and we know we're coming back tomorrow. This is all about batting practice. Let's go out there and make the most of some batting practice before we go to those, elimination matches tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure that they'll be taking part in one of those early up in the morning. So go out there, get some practice. They may even want to change things around a little bit. In a way, I hope they do, because it'd be really nice to see someone like Sharon and Rami Krishnan getting an opportunity opening the batting. Maybe they go with him and maybe Aaron the shortcut, maybe make a little change and leave Lala for a little bit lower. He hasn't really been clicking. You could also go with someone like Kajwatla to open up as well, but make a change, do something different, get some guys who probably haven't been able to have a good knock out there to have a knock. Set yourself well for a big match coming up tomorrow. There was Aaron there, the man I'm talking about. Would like to see him top of the order. I'd like to see him in the power play, because he can give you that sort of 45 to 51 power play score. Him out there maybe with somebody like the left-hander Ramakrishnan. We'll have to wait and see what they go with. That was not out, says Nilkesh Patel. The umpires are looking sharp, and somebody else was looking sharp, especially when he played that shot, was Charlie Whipple. And they're looking sharp in their kits as well. Probably one of the most popular kits at the moment, I think. And though I have to say, a lot of people liking the one of Prague CC as well. Well, Saba was happy about that, but he wasn't happy about a little bit of fielding that was done by Suresh before that one. But this time around, Suresh, he says, I'm not going to throw it. He says, I'm the beast. I'm just going to bowl it in like I'm throwing in a shot pot. And that's what he does, and he ends up being involved with the run out there right towards the end. But not before Wimbledon, they get to 137. They were at 126 pace at the halfway point, so they did up the tempo just a little bit. And when you have a look at that scorecard, I think Tim Lloyd will be a bit disappointed being caught hitting down the ground. We've seen a lot of batters getting out that way, but everybody chipped in. I think, again, it's a pretty healthy scorecard from Wimbledon. First time, of course, that they are batting first. On the bowling front, I don't think anybody was too expensive, really. We saw wickets there for Lala, Solanki, Mehta and Davitsi, who just got that one over. And it was, I suppose, the first over from Naveen was a little bit expensive. That's the one thing. If there's one thing that I didn't quite get there, is why make that change. Sudesh Wickramasinghe has been the man that's been opening the bowling for you in the last 2 or 3 occasions. He's done well. And then you had Naveen, who came normally in to bowl the second. You didn't have to make that change, as we said earlier on in the commentary here. If it's working, don't change it. Just leave it as it is. Okay, so there's the mid-match summary. Wimbledon batting first for the first time, 137 for 5. And they'll be looking to continue in the good form that they've shown in the field with their bowling and their catching. And
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Rains Park Sports Ground in England. Match 20 meant to be played right now, but we do have some bad news. That match between Tunbridge Wells and Hornchurch has been called off, has been abandoned without a ball being bowled because of the wet outfield. The rain has stopped, but just the outfield, not in any state to continue. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo here, Rico Full in the cube. Not the finish we wanted to the group stages, but I suppose the officials making that decision just to give the ground the maximum chance of recovering so we can start on time in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the news that you want, but I think the umpires, they've been out there, they've given it some time after that heavy rain has stopped. And once again, it's like the other day, particular damage to the end. The batters are the outfield, the outer parts of the pitch there, and also where the wicketkeeper stands, very wet, very soggy. I mean, that was a very, very heavy rain. So
yeah,
I'm not really too surprised. I do feel, of course, for Tunbridge Wells, because they're the ones that had something to play for. If they knew if they could pick up the win there, they would go through. 2 points not enough for them, though they go level on points. With Spencer, net run rate, Spencer are better. So you feel for Tunbridge Wells, you know they wanted to play. But I think they know as well that really the way that pitch is at the moment, you couldn't play. And also, you're right, if you played on that today, then you could mess it up for finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, potentially. So, well, we'll tell you that we are getting towards the end of the first game in Portugal right now. So if you want to turn over, Phil G is there. And good news is they don't have any issues like that. Let's have a look at who's playing tonight in Portugal with, I believe it is Coimbra Knights taking on Oeiras in
right.
That. That's a bit of an old rivalry there. So they're already kind of towards the end of match 33. And the second game to come, Conrad Greenshields leading Oeiras as usual. And what that means is with match 20 officially being called off, we know what the placings are like. And with the top three progressing to finals day tomorrow also, Rico, we'll see the NCC A side for the first time. It means that Tunbridge Wells miss out. As you said, they needed 3 points out of that last game. They only get 2 because of the washout.
Yeah, it's it's one of those. It's a tough one, really. But Spencer, they probably were tuning in and hoping that, they needed things to go their way, and it did go their way. Tunbridge Wells, Derby, they played some very good cricket, but they will know that on at least 3 occasions, Vinny, it was the batting that let them down. They never really clicked with the batting. And even if they were able to get to a score of, they ended up with 70-odd in that last match, right, that they lost. But even if they were able to get to a 90 or 100, they would have got a point, and that would have made all the difference.
Yeah, so, frustrating for them, but an opportunity, of course, for those 3 teams to go head-to-head with NCCA, which essentially would be the English 11 who qualify straight for qualifier 1. And so Twickenham versus Spencer will be playing for the right to survive. Wimbledon do get that double chance against NCCA. It'll be the regular kind of top 4 finals system that we use when we're at the Carter Pro, for example. So I think everyone will be pretty familiar with that. So we'll get to see Dan Lincoln leading the side for NCCA tomorrow, and that'll be a really good test to see kind of where these clubs are at, particularly some of these individuals, against some of those teams that, against some of those players that are kind of still on that cusp of professional cricket. But anyway, unfortunately, that's the way it has to end on day 4. For you, Rico, you won't be here tomorrow. No,
I won't be here.
It's unfortunate, but such is the schedule. You'll be heading to Cyprus, where you'll be starting that on Saturday morning. So I know you'll be sorry to miss out, but I know you'll be watching. And you must be pretty excited to kick off in Cyprus again. And you're really going to get a taste of summer when you get there.
Yeah,
on Saturday morning.
Cyprus, they play some exciting cricket. They're a different brand of cricket. Very, awesome hitters, power hitters. So I'm looking forward to that. And I've had a quick look at some of the teams that we're going to see again, 1 or 2 that were missing last time. So that excites me a bit. Looking forward to see someone like Everest.
Everest?
You know, Everest.
Hey, you took the words out of my mouth.
Looking to see Everest again. They were, as players and their supporters, they were fantastic. That's going to be great. But of course, it's been great to be back here in England. So, one thing that I've been thinking the last 4 and a bit years when we're doing these European cricket series and we've travelled to different locations in Europe, I've always thought I'd love to come back to, of course, where I started playing cricket, back in England, and do a series here. I know it's a short one, but we had everything. We had everything that we expected to see in terms of the standard of the batting, particularly the fielding, the bowling, and of course we had the rain as well. But most importantly, before we got washed out, at least we did have that little moment where we could have our strawberries and cream and pins.
Yeah, we did enjoy that. And thanks so much to everyone for supporting. Turn over to Portugal now. A reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, like this broadcast, subscribe to the channel, tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and also our website, europeancricket.com. You can have a sneak peek about what's happening in Cyprus next week. But for now, it's Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo with Rico 4. We're going to have to say goodbye to your homeland one more time. Maybe we'll be back in someday. Hopefully we will be. But until then, we'll leave you with the highlights of day 4. When we could get on the park, we'll see you tomorrow for final day. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Adios.